Welcome to BUCS Big Wednesday, powered by New Balance.
It's the final play, and look at the celebrations, look at how much it means to Northumbria.
And that is full time here, and Nottingham reigns supreme.
Take it in for the second Loughborough touchdown.
White will head for the corner, but he won't need to get there. The referee blows the full-time whistle.
Championships. We do want you all to join in on social media, particularly on Twitter, with the hashtag BUCSNationals. Harrison will be picking those up.
Good morning and welcome to the third day of action, finals day at the BUCS Indoor Athletics Championships 2024 here at the English Institute of Sport in Sheffield. And what an exciting day in prospect. So many medals to be handed out and moments coming up right until close to 5 o'clock this evening. So don't forget, the Roster Athletics app is your place to look at schedule and results. Here is an idea of what's coming up with the women's and men's 200 metres, so 3 rounds of those, with the final coming up later on, 3:30 and 3:40 for women and men, and finishes with the relays on the tracks, 4x200 metres, of course, here indoors in Sheffield. And this is the field timetable, so we will commence action with the women's triple jump final and also some qualifications ahead of mostly finals. Of course, it'll have to be decided today. Jumps and shot put as well, finishing the day women's shot put final in the sector on the 60-metre track there, and they have qualification and final also in the same day, just as the men had yesterday. Zach Davis winning for Loughborough with 16:24 PB ahead of his teammate Dylan Claydon. Sure won't be the only Loughborough 1-2 that we'll see at these Indoor Athletics Championships. So, track action begins at 10:45 with those women's 200-metre heats, of which there'll be 10. Before that, women's triple jump final. Another Loughborough athlete favourite in this, Lily Hulland, and very much used to being on the podium here, but also won the UK indoor title last weekend, which was great. It was a popular win because she had just missed out on the title the previous year. It was extremely close, going to Mary Elcock in the end. So delightful for Lily Hulland to get the top spot. And also we've seen some good battles last year and the year before with the likes of Georgie Ford-Wells, a Loughborough student who won indoors and was second outdoors, to Adelaide Omitawaju of Sheffield, who isn't here. So Lily Hulland appears to be the favourite, some 46 centimetres on personal best ahead of Amy Waugh, who also goes in the long jump final, the Brunel student there wearing AW in the centre there of the two athletes. So she actually won the bronze medal at those UK Indoor National Championships last weekend in Birmingham. 12:88 new personal best this year. Amelia Gray of Bath, England under-20 indoor champion last year. And Jasmine Hulland, the sister of Lily, now at Leicester. So I suspect she's doing a Masters an extra year, having been at Sheffield previously. 12:51 at best, again a new PB, because they both compete for the Nerja club. having grown up in Spain. Latifa Agbaremi of King's College, London, 6th indoors last year and outdoor 5th. Michelle Yalekwe, another Brunel athlete there. Also on your screen, Ruth Ann Otarua of Sheffield, Lucy Robinson of Liverpool, Olivia Rea of Nottingham, Charlotte Earl of Newcastle, who won the Steel Cup here, the kind of warm-up event between universities held in this stadium. Lauren Hill of Cardiff and Favour Akpan of Nottingham. One piece of track action, though, to tidy up that wasn't on the initial schedule, wasn't initially expected. Warwick University crashed out of the relay heat yesterday, and as a result, this is their opportunity to qualify for the final, which will come up at the end of the day's schedule. So they have to run in the same lane that they had, as similar conditions as possible. But obviously quite a difficult challenge. The crowd will try and cheer them on. Have to make sure they keep their discipline with changeovers. I'm not sure they have. And I'm sorry to say, but they've blown that opportunity. Well, he's going to try and finish the race. Look to be outside the changeover zone. But that can happen. It can be difficult because you're not in the full adrenaline of the race, as if it were a heat with teams packed into it. And we've seen that happen before. Happened notoriously with Ronnie Wells when he false started in a heat on his own at the UK Indoor Championships. Of course, doesn't need to stay in lane now, so can just avoid the sharpness of the very inside of the bend. But don't forget, what it's all about is competing at these BUCS Indoor Championships for your uni. And Warwick, of course, they won the gold medal last year through George Seary in the 400-metre hurdles outdoors. And hopefully that will have inspired a bigger athletics contingent at the university to compete, and a strong relay team here. So they're going to finish in 150.98. As I say, did look fairly clear that that was outside the zone. But still, they finished the race. So back to the women's triple jump final here. Qualification, of course, earlier this weekend, and Lily Holland was the standout athlete, but anything can happen come this final. So we've seen a couple of jumps so far. Latifa Agbaremi of King's College London, best of them, 12 meters 13. So yes, anything in the 12 mark is decent at this level. This is Charlotte Earl of Newcastle then. Looks to have hit the board solidly. Perhaps didn't carry through as much momentum as she would have liked, but effective. She's the Northern Indoor bronze medalist this year. 11.77 personal best. So they're also on the other Sampit jumping in the Ambulant men's long jump, scheduled to get underway at 10:15. On the runway is Ruth Ann Otaruo of Sheffield. Southern under-20 indoor and outdoor bronze medalist last year. 12:30 her personal best. .952 looked to be the previous measurement. One DNS actually, Lucy Robinson of Liverpool. So Otaruo next in this jumping order. So driving down this runway but not quite hitting the board. That's okay, just the first round this is. Just want to try and avoid that with the second effort.
And on the runway now, Jasmine Holland.
So Jasmine Holland now in the colours of Leicester. Looked to hit the board okay, but yeah, another who just doesn't execute in the first round. So Jasmine, 5th indoors and 6th outdoors last year. So with a good opportunity though to improve on that. Here's her sister Lily. Now have their own Instagram page, the Holland sisters. All kinds of content on there. Clearly enjoying what they're doing. And doing some training together as well. So Lily Holland, that was a red flag though. So maybe just an adjustment to come in the second round for a few of these athletes. But as we were saying in the pole vault and the high jump, always the mark of a good competitor who can just work out exactly where they went wrong previously. Amy Watt of Brunel here, driving hard down this runway. I just wonder whether that is another red flag. Yes, it's difficult to pick up when you're looking head on, but you can try and just about get an idea of foot placement on the board. So her teammate Michelle Yelekwe. Of course, this is the first event of the morning at 10 o'clock. It is an early start when you consider what time you would have had to be here to warm up, but also to wake up and to maybe have a pre-event meal, just some breakfast to start the morning, and make sure you're ready to compete, especially on a Sunday morning for a student. But I only say that tongue-in-cheek. Yelekwe, England under-20 indoor triple jump champion. Actually, the white flag. So this could be a bit more of a representative effort. So at the moment it's Latifa Agbaremi on 12:13.
Very useful opening effort from Malangu. Michelle Yalaku gone out to 12 metres 33, first round jump. Took the England under-20 indoor title here a few weeks ago.
It doesn't matter if
Latifa Agbaremi, early leader in the triple jump final. Just waiting for that Yalekwe measurement. So Agbaremi, personal best of 12:38. 25 centimetres off that so far. So we've also got the men's Ambulant long jump final with the Ntando Malangu, who we just saw previously there. Of Loughborough, William Bishop of Cardiff met Ethan Kirby of Loughborough, who was in the 60 metres on Friday. Niels Rame of Cardiff, Joel Mattocks of Loughborough, Jordan Andrew of East London, Rio Booth, Liverpool John Moores, and Sean Delaney of Loughborough.
In for the second round, women's triple.
So Agbaremi, of course this is now the second round.
Latifa Agbaremi, 12 metres 13.
So quite a few red flags so far, but sure won't be long before the competition starts to get going.
And Latifa Agbaremi improves to 12 metres 25.
And our second attempt there in the Ambulant men's long jump was Ethan Kirby. He went out to 4.66.
So on to Olivia Rea of Nottingham. Red flag though once again.
Olivia Rea opened Nottingham, opened up with 11 metres 52.
So lots of jumps finals coming up right throughout the day. Of course, we've got Molly Palmer in the women's long jump final, likely to be the favourite there. That gets underway at 11:30. Men's triple jump 11:55, featuring Archie Yeo, another UK indoor champion. Women's pole vault A final from 1:15. Looking here at Amelia Gray of Bath, opened up with 11:32. So midway through this second round now.
Just shy of her opening round jump, 11:32.
Lauren Hill of Cardiff here, already with the season's best 11:31 from the first round. And here we go, does get the white flag this time. favour Akpan of Nottingham. Foul in the first round. Akpan already with a personal best in qualification, added 20 centimetres to it to 11.36. As I say, ideally you want to be closer to 12 metres to get on the podium here, but if she can improve once again, then that would be an excellent showing.
And it's 5.59 from Andrew there. I think that moves him into a gold medal position.
Back to Earl of Newcastle here. So Charlotte Earl, as we say, won the Steel Cup here recently, Northern Indoor bronze medalist already this year following her Northern Outdoor bronze in 2023. So that was a better jump than previous, gets the white flag this time. You can see that she just carried a little bit more speed, a bit more momentum. And she'll try and pull it all together for an even better jump in the third round, but let's see what this might get her. Just being measured now, plasticine being replaced, so take a look at the men's ambulant long jump final. Previous measurement 4.41 for William Bishop of Cardiff Met. Sean Delaney of Loughborough, T37 athlete. There's actually 4 Loughborough athletes in the men's long jump here.
Next up is the triple jump with the Sheffield University's Ruhan Karur, twice the Southern Under-20 World Champion.
Second round, we go into
Tando Malango takes us into this second round. And back to Otaruo. Same stage of the competition, but red flag. So few athletes with some adjustments to make then. Keen to avoid going into the third round with 2 failures. Situation you don't really want to be in. So Malango appears to be best of all in this long jump final. 7.17 so far. Will Bishop of Cardiff Met this is. So he has 4.43 thus far. Second place behind Malango Joel Mattox, a T20 athlete for Loughborough. 6.23. Jordan Andrew, also T20 of East London. 6.16 in third place. Jasmine Hulland 11.92 in the second round. Appear to have changed the jumping order somewhat from what was initially drawn. So Lily Hulland on the runway now. Let's see what she can do in this second round. So once again, building up speed down this runway. Looked like better placement on the board there. I think she'll be happier with that. White flag comes up. 13:34, by the way, her personal best. So this is going to start with a 12:75. So we'd need some personal best for others to really get near that. Amy Ward, the only other who's capable of that based on previous competitions. She gets the white flag also, so looking to keep Lily Holland on her toes. Or who will also be in the long jump final later. And not much later as well, because that gets started in an hour's time. Yelekwe looks strong in the opening round, certainly would be a potential medical contender. Comes in ranked in 6th with a personal best in Lee Valley last month of 12:31. Last year's Northern under-20 triple jump champion indoors and out. Men's final 470, the latest measurement that came through for Niels Reim of Cardiff. This is Joel Mattocks of Loughborough. So also seeing some red flags in the men's long jump too, as well as the women's triple jump. Latifa Agbaremi, King's College London. So all important to get inside the top 8 places. And 9th to 12th, unfortunately eliminated after 3 rounds. Top 8 continue for the second half of the competition, and then the order reversed, 8th up to 1st, as they were at the end of 3 rounds, to continue in the 4th, 5th and 6th rounds. See if we'll have any changes. Jordan Andrew of East London.
That's on Jordan.
Clean, solid jump there, still in this second round. Agbaremi flying into that board, but just a little off with foot placement. So Lily Holland leading with 12:75. So while the finals are taking place, where the medals will be decided in the Ambulant men's long jump and women's triple jump, we also have some qualification to try and get through to a final later on in the women's shot put. So the pools of qualification taking place here, of which there are 2 of them. Of course, 12 places available in the final. 12 metres the automatic distance, but those not tended to have been needed. Quite a few multi-eventers, as you'd expect. In the shot put, we've seen the likes of Niamh Emerson, Jade O'Dowda in the past. Abigail Paulet expected in this, having won the 60-metre hurdles on Friday. Jess Hopkins expected to be the favourite for Brunel. So back to the final of this Ambulant men's long jump, and yeah, just not quite able to hit the board. There was Delaney. And Tando Malanga of Loughborough now moving into the 3rd round here. Got nice height on the leap there. Back to the shot put we go. .644 is Rebecca Hopper of Lancaster. So 2 separate pools of athletes in the shot put. And 8 athletes in this Ambulant men's long jump final. Ethan Kirby of Loughborough in this 3rd round. So no measurement yet coming up on roster for Kirby. .389 the latest measurement for Rio Booth coming up. Kirby on the runway now. Was careful to make sure his foot was in the right place to hit that board. White flag he gets. .5 meters 29 for Ethan Kirby then. Niels Rame of Cardiff. 5:32 and 4:70 previous. This is Ruth Ann Otaruo in the third round now. So results now starting to come through fully. Lily Hulland 12.75 for Loughborough, the leader. Amy Ward-Brunel 12.34, 1 centimetre ahead of Michelle Yalekwe. Otaruo finding herself a little further down, but she gets the white flag, so this should be her first measurement of the competition so far, crucially. So looking for better than 11.44 to be in the top 8. Joel Mattock, 6.23 previous. Well, flashed through very, very quickly, but looked like 11.80 something for Otaruo. So just provisionally looked like enough to make it through to the top 8. Jasmine Hulland, 11.92. Jordan Andrew. Jasmine Hulland 11.91. So 1 centimetre off her previous. Lily Hulland, Amy Ward, Michelle Yalekwe, Latifa Agbarami in front of her. So Lily has this lead of 41 centimetres, 12.71 so 12.75 so far. That was very close on the board. Let's see what flag is produced. Yes, white. So might have got this spot on. Jordan Andrew. So getting himself ready to build up speed here. Obviously an excellent 60-metre sprinter. And a great long jumper too. Combining those skills really well. Amy Ward now continues to accelerate. I think her foot was just a little bit short of the board there, in fact, but ran through. $12.97 for Lily Hulland.
At the end of the third round, Andy Clare is in second place with that 12.44 in the second round.
Michelle Yalekwe. Ran through there, unfortunately. Will be measured. Won't be fully representative effort though for her. She holds on to third place, but looking pretty close. Lily Hullen 12.97. Amy Wire 12.34. Michelle Yolekwe 12.33. Latifa Agbaremi 12.25. Jasmine Holland 11.92. That's the top 5 as things stand. 11.56 for Yolekwe. Third round effort from Sean Delaney, an Irishman. And back we go to qualification for the shot put. This is Moni Brady of Cardiff Met. So, nice linear routine there into the sector centrally. So 2 groups in the women's shot put aiming for 12 metres. Their final is coming up at 3:10, so similar to the men's shot yesterday. 2 rounds in one day. If you can make it through to the final, 12 places available. Likely to be the 12 best overall, of course. That's Caitlin Rimmer of Sheffield. We saw putting just before. This is Ariana McGee of Bath. Obviously a break in the triple jump and long jump finals as they reset for the 4th round.
With the first heat of 10 and the women's 200. Qualification through to the semi-final. The first 2 will be joined, so there are 20 athletes, 20 automatic qualifiers will be joined by the 4 fastest non-automatic qualifiers.
If you're doing BUCS, you should be at AmeriCamp next summer.
So, heats of the women's 200 metres coming your way, and we will keep across also the triple jump, long jump, shot put qualification. Pretty much wrapped up now, it looks like. Of course, just the 3 rounds. And then 4th, 5th and 6th getting started shortly in triple jump and long jump. Those are final, these are heats, so we will be wary of that. And in this one, we have Katie LaRougetel of Newcastle, Brooke Ironside of AECC, Emily Reid of Sheffield, Phoebe Moncur of Robert Gordon, and Neve Woodward of Leeds. So making a good start there, Emily Reid of Sheffield in the black and yellow, but coming through nicely. Brooke Ironside on her inside. Of course, Brooke, a medalist in the 60 metres on Friday. And she'll look round with confidence, knowing that she's gone through easily as expected, possibly 200 metres. Her favourite event of the sprints, indeed, a great long jumper too. 24.64 showing on the clock. She is some 4/10 faster than others in the field coming into this. So be really interesting to see. So this, of course, finals day, 200 metres. They'll have 3 rounds in one day if they can make it through to that final. And joining me in this commentary box, in inverted commas, is Tia Anderson. Yeah, thanks for joining along. You're coming you in LJMU gear, but you come along to watch this weekend. Also have a bit of commentary and announcing. But what do you enjoy about BUCS?
I think BUCS is just great because you have athletes that have competed at British Champs last week. They've got medals, and it's great to see them come and appreciate how much of a good competition this is. And it's really good for aspiring athletes that have joined university and have come to compete for maybe the first time, and they might look to be like that in the future. So I think that's really great to see.
100%, yeah. And we've been hearing from some of the athletes that have joined on the stream across this weekend just about the atmosphere within the team and the mix of athletes, the range of abilities, as you said, people who aspire to go on to Olympic level and others for whom this is a real great achievement, at least so far in careers, to make it onto a BUCS podium, which is quite special, the way people all come together, isn't it? Because also you have the rare opportunity in athletics to have a team environment with what's quite an individual sport. So, having a look at heat number 2. By the way, it's top 2 going through automatically, and then 4-time qualifiers for the semi-finals. So those semi-finals coming up a little later at 2 o'clock, and then the final at 3:30. So it's interesting, not that big a gap between the semi-final and the final. I just was wondering actually whether 10:30, 10 o'clock, if you consider how early you have to be here to warm up and wake up and get ready, when it's quite an early start for a Sunday morning.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, especially with it being a Sunday, I mean, many athletes are probably up early to train at this time, but to have a heat this early, you might need an hour warm-up and things like that. It's an early start for the athletes and a long day for those aspiring to make the final, so it's important that they remain relaxed and prepared for the day.
And actually it makes it tough for those who might be hoping to be in the relay final as well, so because those don't finish until near 5 o'clock, so that's more than 8 hours if you take into account warm-ups, and yeah, really a lot of time to be focused and try and stay fresh until the very end of the day. I mean, there are always athletes who do that, but sometimes they will have hoped at least to be spared for maybe the relay heats yesterday, not have too much in the legs by this time. So in this second heat, Hannah Longdon, who terrifically won the title last year indoors over 1 lap here, 23.66 at best, representing University of the West of England. Olivia Mensah of Kent, Amelia Large of Edge Hill, Angelica Operinde of Stirling, Bronwyn Mooney of Sheffield College. So Hannah Longdon, we expect this to be pretty straightforward for her on the tighter inside line of lane 2. As we watch here on the outside in lane 6, Bronwyn Mooney of Sheffield College. Longdon now starting to come through. So, question is, can Mooney hold on to this second place behind her? Does so quite easily, 24.90 on the clock. I'm sure it will be quite a challenge to negotiate 3 rounds in one day for these athletes, particularly 200 metres indoors. Obviously it's not a senior international distance, but on this tight indoor track it is a bit of a different challenge to outdoors, isn't it, the 200?
Yeah, definitely, especially for new athletes that are yet to compete indoors. The bends and the hills on the bends are pretty hard to tackle. That alone makes it different to outdoors. You'll see a lot of athletes that run pretty quick times indoors, and you'll see them knock a chunk off their PB when they go outside. So it's a lovely transition between indoors and outdoors.
So into the 4th round then we go, and in fact the men's Ambulant long jump now into the 5th round. So just catching up and having a look here. Last time we looked, Lily Hunnan, 12.97 was our leader by some 63 centimetres. Amy Waugh in second place, 12.34. Michelle Yelekwe, 12.33. No movement there, but 1 centimetre between silver and bronze. Definitely one to keep an eye on. William Bishop of Cardiff Met. Again, the results just drifting through. We know he achieved 4.43 previous. One thing that I've quite liked this year is that we have screens for the athletes rather than pieces of paper pinned up on the walls to see the heats and times and stuff. It's a bit of modern nature brought to BUCS, and I think that is welcomed. I think people quite like that.
Yeah, I think especially as an athlete, and if we don't have access, we're lucky to have roster today, but it is lovely to see if you can go to the wall, just pick your event out, and it's lovely to see that we're moving with the time, so I think the athletes definitely appreciate it.
Yeah, no, good stuff. And this is Michelle Yelekwe. 12:33 so far. Driving down this runway, I think that's a red flag again, you know. Well, interesting position for her because she finds herself in the top 3, but only 1 centimetre off a silver medal. You know, what do you think be going through her mind at the moment? If indeed she knows that that's fully the case. Obviously she'll know the order, so she'll know what position that she was after 3 rounds, but very close. So heat number 3 of the women's 200 metres. Mary Takwangi of Liverpool, Harriet Rees of Exeter, Mia Oldfield of Nottingham, Emily Kerr of Bristol, Isabella Wigley of Cardiff, and Ayula Babalola of York. So Babalola, Southern Indoor silver medalist over 200 metres already this year, 23.81. She was 6th indoors in the final in 2022. That's her only BUCS final to date, so hoping to add to that. So Takwangi, Rees, Oldfield, Kerr, Wigley, Babalola. Not too many athletes doubling up across 60 and 200. Babalola, as expected, thundering around the outside. Other athletes out of screen as a result. Spectators all the way round in that little stand on the far side coming towards the main noise in the main stand here. Nice and easy for Babalola, 24.36. Well, I suppose when you're on the outside, just not looking at anyone else, you can completely focus on your own race.
Yeah, I think sometimes, especially within the heats, and you have some very fast girls competing today, they probably prefer to be on the outside just to take it nice and easy and run very comfortably, so they probably like being on the outside. And for the athletes that are on the inside of them, they're probably chasing them down, which will help them get a quick time and result.
So Lily Holland, leader in the triple jump in round number 4. We'll keep an eye out for the measurement, 12.97 so far, following 12.75 for the UK indoor champion, competing alongside her sister, and a chance of a Holland double podium. As we see Ethan Kirby here, a somersault to boot at the end of that long jump effort. So fewer competitors in the long jump final means that we are a little ahead. We're now moving into the 5th round with Kirby. We saw his 5.29 a moment ago. This is Ntando Malangu. 5.08, by the way, is the measurement for Kirby. So it's been great to see more and more ambulant events over the last few years, including shot put, long jump, as well as 60 metres that we've had for some time. And Loughborough tending, as they do across track and field, at BUCS level to be very strong. Malangu, we saw his 7.17. That was in the opening round, just waiting for further results to update on roster. Into the 5th round then of the triple jump. Olivia Rea next to go. So, Rea of Nottingham, the Yorkshire champion, outdoors last year, 11.92 at best. I think her foot was just over the line, potentially, although it was wait and see. No, spoke too soon there. 5.73 by the way, the measurement coming up for Malangu, so no improvement for him. Olivia Rea was second at the Steel Cup to Charlotte Earl, who's also in this final. So you can see they're trying to get the crowd going, and it's probably a good idea because there's a big stand here full of athletes watching on, so good to try and provide that bit of atmosphere. But every athlete's different, really. Not everyone wants that kind of pressure maybe of the moment when they jump.
No, I think the athletes, you can see the ones that like to get the crowd involved, and that is great for spectators, but some athletes do just like to be cool, calm and collected, and like you say, every athlete's different and they perform better in their own ways.
So, on to heat number 4 of 10 of the women's 200 metres. Siobhan Maskill of York St John. Acacia Williams-Hewitt of Sheffield. Jasmine Moss of Loughborough. Hannah Lounsborough of Swansea. Olivia Darwin of Stirling. Alice Woodhouse of Edge Hill. So Jasmine Moss, someone with real pedigree, of course, having represented GB in the past. '19 outdoors and 2020 indoor BUCS champion. So top 2 going through automatically to those semi-finals later on, and 4 time qualifiers across all of these heats. Maskill, Acacia Williams-Hewitt, Moss, Lounsborough, Darwin and Woodhouse then. Really good from lane 3 from Jasmine Moss. Sailing through the centre. This should be nice and easy for her, as we've said with the other top seeded athletes so far. And Acacia Williams-Hewitt in second place. So Moss coming through. Let's have a look at the time, 24:68. Well, Tia Anderson, I suppose when you come in as the favourite in a particular heat, you just got to make sure you get the job done. A little bit of pressure perhaps on Jasmine Moss, but someone who's experienced enough to have represented Great Britain in the past at age group level, you know, should have the experience to deal with that sort of pressure.
Yeah, definitely. As you say, she's won this title on 2 occasions. She competes internationally. I believe that she's remained very calm, and hopefully she can do that through the round. So yeah.
Yeah, and she might have won more titles had we not have the pandemic, which kind of rudely interrupted there. So this is the B final, the pole vault not having the qualification of the other field events, just a B and an A final. The A final coming up later on at 1:15. So another event in which Loughborough expected to be strong. We saw Owen Hurd, another UK indoor champion, win, and he actually attempted the championship record. One of those this weekend for Abby Paulett. Won the 60-metre hurdles for Loughborough in 8.17 seconds, breaking the record that had been held jointly by Yasmin Miller and Jodie Smith of 8:22. Quite an interesting list of championship records though, isn't it? And you know, some great athletes have set those, including Andy Pozzi, Scott Simpson, very well respected coach, holding the men's championship record that was attempted by Owen Hurd. So it's interesting, Tia, that the pole vault has an A final and a B final rather than qualification through to a final. I mean, what do you make of that? I suppose it gives everyone the chance to compete in a way. it's less fatigue going through the rounds of qualification and not making it through?
Yeah, I definitely think, obviously with having 2 pools, it makes it more fair on the athletes, and both pools are experiencing a final, and I suppose that's what it's all about. Many athletes are championship performers, and if they're in finals, they'll perform to their best, so it's probably quite good that there's 2 pools instead of heats.
Yes, yeah, no, one consequence if you had a full final would be that some people would come in super early, and you might actually have a really long time to be out there waiting to come in and jump. Like Holly Bradshaw, for example, she was doing a master's or PhD part-time, and she just came in, did 1 vault that was the championship record, and then went home. So nice to have someone of her quality. So a couple of Cardiff Met athletes in this. This is Amy Louise Taylor. So opened up at 253 in terms of height. We're now up to 303. And we're now into the 5th round of the women's triple jump final. Latifa Agbarami, one of those who could try and get on the podium here. Not too far away from doing so in the past. 5th outdoors last year, 6th indoors. I think she's in 4th at the moment on 12.25, but I know that just waiting for all of those results to come through. Lily Holland, Amy Waugh and Michelle Yelekwe, 1st, 2nd, 3rd at this point. Ethan Kirby, long jump, should be into the final round now then.
UK semi-finals last weekend in Birmingham.
12-12, the measurement coming up there for Agbarami. So no improvement, but certainly knocking on the door of a medal. Jadine Robinson of Solent, Christiana Maria of Kingston, Madeline Wapples of Birmingham, Katrina Scott of Glasgow, Ayomide Cole of Exeter and Paula Melo of University of Central Lancashire. So, Maddie Wapples, 5th ranked coming in, and fastest in this heat, personal best 23.97. She's the Midlands Indoors 60-metre champion. She was 5th indoors last year, over 200, and 4th outdoors. So, yeah, again, opportunity perhaps to get on the podium. Some tough athletes to beat ahead of her, though, in those rankings. Like Brooke Ironside, Hannah Longdon, Ayula Babalola, Jasmine Moss, who we've seen already. Have you ever looked at that and seen where you are in the rankings coming into a competition and kind of assessed what you might be capable of as a result, or try not to overthink it?
I think having access to Power of 10 is a blessing and a curse. I think it depends how the athlete prepares. Myself, I like knowing who's faster and I like chasing them down, so for me it's beneficial.
So, Robinson, Maria, Wapples, Scott, Cole and Mello. So Maddie Wapples gets away nicely in the red of Birmingham from lane 3. One of those who has doubled up, one of fairly few, and might be expected to run the relay later. So could be a busy day. Birmingham would have enough athletes, I'm sure, to be without her. She probably would be one of their fastest to be part of that quartet. 24.79 on the clock. So it's interesting, we're seeing quite similar times, mid to high 24 seconds. It's interesting though to see athletes doubling up. You know, she could have to run well, I don't know, 6-7 races across the weekend. It'd be a big ask.
Yeah, it's definitely difficult with doubling up the 60 and the 2. Luckily, she had a nice break from any races yesterday, with them splitting the 60s on Friday and the 200s today. Hopefully that'll be beneficial for her, running out her legs on Friday, so hopefully she'll make it through to the final and we can see from there.
Yeah, I think she deserves a place on the final. So latest measurement in the triple jump, 12.60 for Amy Waugh, and getting closer to Lily Holland, a personal best in that round number 5. Well, would have been showing as a personal best on roster, but actually she has improved recently to 12.88. Sometimes those PBs refer to what they were when the athlete originally entered. Jordan Andrew in the long jump. We'll keep an eye for his measurement. Here is our leader then. So she's just seen that margin closed slightly. Still an opportunity, still the door slightly ajar, but Lily Holland, you'd think, capable of responding. Produces a smile there. Well, yeah, when you come in as the favourite UK indoor champion as well, Lily Holland, I'm sure she'll be full of confidence right now.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she would be, especially after a win last week. She'd probably feel quite invincible, and hopefully that's quite beneficial coming into the competition today, and hopefully it'd be really lovely if she could come away with a nice personal best.
Yeah, it was a great battle last year with Georgie Ford-Wells, who went on to win the UK outdoor title, someone who was a netball player originally. And you do actually see at this level people have real talent in other sports who played for, you know, county level. Quite rare to be international level in 2 sports, but it is quite possible. And it just shows you, I think, within BUCS competition at a university, people do sometimes just see what they're capable of and try out other sports. I don't know whether that's been the case for you.
No, for myself, I've always just loved athletics, but for the likes of the men's ambient long jump, we have Rio Booth, and he is the world champion para for laser sport, so that's great to see, right. Something that people don't really know if they just look at athletics. So yeah, like you say, really nice to see them doubling up.
Yeah, really interesting. I mean, I know, like, within the same families, for example, Abby Paulett's sister, I believe.
Yeah, she does netball.
Yeah. And Jado Dowda's brother, footballer Callum O'Dowda.
Yeah, my brother does athletics, but he's faster than me. I can't say I'm too happy about it.
Still time. Crystal Izuchukwu of East Anglia, Ella Dew of Durham, Megan Woodhead of Hallam, Stephanie Brooks Cardiff Met, Christina Poulsen of Swansea, and Shani Skirvin of Nottingham Trent. So silver medalist in the 60 metres. Sprint double podium would be pretty special stuff. Bronze medalist last year in the 200, so she's already gone one step higher on the podium. 24.05, her personal best. And she's a couple of tenths off that here. Doesn't matter, it's only a heat. And that is very good time for a heat as well.
Yeah, I believe all of the women, they're setting very good standards today, all in the 24s, if not low 24s, and that looks great going into the final. It's really good to see a really competitive round, so that's great.
Yeah, we said yesterday that it seemed like some athletes were actually not easing up towards the line and wanting to set a statement. I think if one person does it, then the other wants to follow. Either whether kind of having an eye on what's happened in the previous heat, or just being wary of the level of competition and wanting to also go through the motions yourself in order to have confidence coming through the rounds that you know what standard you might be able to produce as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think if someone sets the bar pretty high, and if you're in stand for a medal, you probably want to do the same, but it's obviously great spectating to see that too.
So this is the women's pole vault B final. Just having looked to see where the bar is at. I think it's still at 3:03 as it was previous last time we looked. So this is Swansea's Megan Morris then at 3:03. Looks like we're going through third attempts now. And I think that was similar to the previous attempt that we saw, just not quite able to get to 12 o'clock. So lots going on. I'm looking out for the triple jump final round. Long jump just about concluding as well. Lily Holland, our leader at the moment, and also the heats of the women's 200 metres.
In lane 1 we have Izzy Tustin of Cardiff, 2 Natalia Aspinall, Liverpool, 3 Zoe Dake of Nottingham, 4 Sakemi Adenug of Edinburgh, Serena Grace in 5 of East Anglia, and in 6 Soraya Rogers of Royal Holloway. So heat 7 underway, and it seems like Serena Grace has really taken the race here. Only her in camera at the minute as she storms round the second bend. So she is in the lead at the minute, but Izzy Tustin is running well in lane 1, so it seems to be a nice battle between them at the moment. But Serena Grace coming to the line first in a very quick time of 24:66. And I believe Izzy Tustin second there and unsure of third, but a very quick time for Serena Grace.
Yes, Serena Grace, as you said, doing well recently. I believe she's broken some county records as well in Norfolk. One of those who documents her power of 10 very nicely. All the information is neatly up to date and laid out. And sometimes people do that early in their careers. They kind of they show the best promise, and then they kind of, you know, they've got other important things to worry about rather than putting all the information there, because there's plenty there that comes in automatically anyway. You know, sometimes people leave an email address in case you
I think it's nice if people want to contact them. I can't say everything on my power of 10. I've always been one. If you want to read through the results, you can, but it's very easy if you're prepping any commentary to see what they've done if they have it written in their bio.
Yeah, certainly is. So, Jasmine Holland, final round here. Can she get on the podium at BUCS with her sister Lily? And that was a decent effort. So, well, we think that 12:33 is needed to get on the podium. 12:03 for Jasmine so far. Results on Roster Athletics website and app. So Lily just going through her pre-jump routine, and obviously the athletes keeping warm. It's a little chilly in here today.
Yeah, I definitely come to meetings in Sheffield with an extra coat. It's always quite cold inside, so I'm assuming the athletes do the same.
12:25 for Jasmine Holland. Improves, but not enough to climb up a place. Actually goes back to count back Latifa Agbaremi with the exact same best distance. So really exciting final round. Women's pole vault B final. Amy Louise Taylor. So Latifa Agbaremi, she's just held on to 4th place. Obviously, really, that's not a primary concern. The main one will be, can she improve by 8 centimetres to get on the podium here? That's the most up-to-date information that we have. 12:25 Agbaremi and Holland, Jasmine that is, and Yelekwe 12:33. Agbaremi, build up speed. hits the board, and that was a nice leap. So just waiting to see on the flag. It's a white flag, and this could be very, very interesting. That was her last go, and yeah, more experience at BUCS competition, of course, now. Let's wait and see what the officials will put on the board here. Surely this is going to start with 12 metres, so keep an eye out for that. Looks like the bar is still at 3:03 here. We were at third attempts previously. Just have a check to see if it's gone up to 3:13. 11:94. Ah, just wondered whether that had snatched a medal for Agbaremi, but she does improve on last year's 5th place. 6th, a 5th and a 4th in BUCS competition. Consistent, but unfortunately I'm sure she'll be desperate for a medal at outdoors. We have seen some great jumps finals, and sometimes it's just separated by 1 or 2 centimetres. It's must be really tough to be beaten 1 or 2 centimetres.
Yeah, definitely, but it just shows how tough the competition is if everything is so close. So it's great to see how good the competition is, and it's very competitive.
Michelle Yalekwe improved her personal best today by 2 centimetres, 12:33. Her teammate there, Amy, just telling her to wait with the whistles blown. She was ready to jump, and this is the thing, sometimes it's difficult for the athletes to pick the right moment as they know the race is about to get underway.
So in 1 we have Eloise Scholes of Bristol, 2 Charlotte Bevan of Aberdeen, 3 Caitlin Bowden of Newcastle, 4 Iona Esselmont of Robert Gordon, 5 Lois Garland, another athlete who's doubled up at these championships, and in 6 Hannah Ulvede of Cardiff Met. So again, the qualifying for these rounds is the top 2 and the 4 fastest losers. So as you can see, Lois Garland is storming away from the field here, with Hannah in 6. As you can see, it's only Lois Garland and Hannah in the field at the minute, but Lois Garland is running very nicely, with Charlotte Bevan in 2nd. So I believe it'll be qualifying for them another quick time of 24:64.
Yeah, really similar in terms of times. Another mid-24 second heat there in the 200. Semi-finals coming up later on, and that's where really the top competitors will find it tougher. Bit of a cliche, obviously. Everyone knows that, but will be so interesting. And once we've seen everyone race once, we'll have a bit of a better idea of what kind of shape everyone's in.
Yeah, definitely. I think with the times being so similar throughout the heat, it should make the semi-finals very interesting.
So, adjacent to this, in the final round of the triple jump, we know who our medalists will be now, of course. Lily Holland, Amy Were and Michelle Yalekwe. 2nd and 3rd both improving their personal bests. 2nd attempt at 3:13 this is now in the pole vault. 12:51, the latest measurement for Amy Were there. 12:60 her best. So Lily Holland is the BUCS indoor champion, following her UK indoor title last weekend. So follows up her title a couple of years ago. Down this runway, one final time, 12:97 already. Red flag, unfortunately, but yeah, fantastic opening to this season for her, and Yeah, we were speaking to her last weekend. She was saying, yeah, it's just a shame the world indoor standard is quite a bit higher than what she's jumping at. So I suppose the one thing that she'll want now is distance from her season.
Yeah, definitely. I think as well with being invited to World Athletics Championships, it goes off world rankings as well. So hopefully, especially for outdoors and wanting to qualify for the Olympics, she can get into some continental tours to up her points to hopefully get invited to the Olympics.
Yeah, and also European Championships comes up quite early this year, so it will be a real reward for those who can get their season going really by May, by the end of May, because European Champs is I think 6th to 12th of June, and that's really early in the season to have got selected by and to be ready at that point. Many will be focusing on the Olympics, and in previous years we've had the Europeans after the Olympic Games, so it's almost like an opportunity for those who didn't qualify. Okay, here's something for your season, but not sure how it will work out. Quite a few athletes missing World Indoors in order to focus on the outdoor season. I'm not sure at this stage what that will feature for them. So, heat number 9 of the women's 200 metres. Chuk Yin Wan of King's College, Isabel White of Manmet, Poppy Malik of Loughborough, often see her over 400, Samantha Baker-Jones of Oxford, Jane Davidson of Aberdeen, of course, bronze medalist in the 60 hurdles, and Lisa Barlow of Leeds Beckett completes this lineup. Shouts of come on Lisa, Lisa Barlow, Leeds Beckett in lane 6. Top 2 going through automatically, 4-time qualifiers across these 10 heats. Men's 200 to come up a little later on in around 25 minutes time. So Poppy Malik of Loughborough, personal best 24.16, was part of the World Under-20 bronze medal winning squad in Cali in Colombia 2 years ago, with the likes of Jess Astill, who features in the 400, so going very strongly here. Also part of a relay team, the Loughborough International for England, with Katarina Johnson-Thompson. Last year, that was quite an experience. Here, her individual campaign in the 200 begins with 24.45 heat victory. One of the faster ones that we've seen so far. Shani Skirvin, Brooke Ironside, I think the fastest too. And that leaves us with one more heat remaining. Women's pole vault B final, 3:23 we think the bar has moved up to now, and it just does stay on for Madison Hamer of Brunel. Yes, indeed, first attempts at 3:23. Looks like Bethany Falconer will be next to go for Sheffield Hallam, the home university here. Spectators on the far side there, trying to get a good view of this pole vault B final. The likes of Sophie Ashurst, Felicia Miloro, and Munir featuring in the A final. Coming up later, once again scheduled on the Roster Athletics app, and also downloadable off the BUCS website, coming up at 1:15. And another good clearance. We're seeing some athletes, of course, enter at some of these later heights. Rather simple clearance and look control throughout that attempt. Looked in control. So on the track we have one heat left of the 200. Triple jump has now concluded. Long jump has 2. We'll keep an eye out for presentations of medals for those, but Lily Hulland confirmed as the victor in the women's triple jump. Different categories in the men's ambulant long jump, so result calculated fully on those point scores by virtue of those different classifications. So just a moment while the bar has been reset. We've seen a couple of attempts so far for Amy Taylor. Unfortunately, bring the bar down though, but you could see there it was within her reach and capability. On to the final heat of the women's 200 metres.
In 1 we have Michelle V. Wamba of Brunel. In 2, Amy Kennedy of Glasgow. In 3, Alice Robinson of Imperial. In 4, Danielle Opoku of Surrey. In 5, Georgia Donald of Manchester Met. And in lane 6, another 400 metre athlete coming down to the 200s, Isabel Skelton of Birmingham. So it'd be nice to see if she could follow in the footsteps So it's a nice start for Isabel Skelton in lane 6. Only her shown in camera at the moment. Many shouts from her Birmingham teammates in the crowd. Also going nicely is Michelle V. Wamba of Brunel in 1. She is running very well, but it seems as though Isabel Skelton of Birmingham will take the win there in a time of 25:03, which will get her and Michelle V. Wamba a spot in the semi-finals a bit later on this afternoon.
Yeah, Izzy Skelton, another versatile athlete, 200, 400 runner, stepping down to the short of those two distances here and doing well. Another with potential to feature in the relay later. And that's another thing to keep an eye on, I guess, that how those teams might shape up for medals. Of course, a few factors involved in that, namely getting the baton round safely as well. But, well, Tia Anderson, now we've seen all of those women's 200-metre heats. Thoughts on how they went and who impressed?
I think many of the athletes, especially those running low 24s, impressed quite a lot. Jasmine Moss, obviously a previous winner, she is running very well. I believe that heat was the opener of her indoor campaign today, so it'd be really nice if she could progress quite nicely through the rounds. Obviously the likes of Hannah Longdon and Brooke Ironside making British finals, that would be a good contesters as well.
Yeah, we have to wait and see those semi-finals really to decide, I think, who the gold medal contenders would be. But aside from the obvious consistent and impressive heat victors that you mentioned there. So pole vault B final happening on the far side. This is Lottie Pinchas of Liverpool. Nice and safely over, although the bar did get a bit of a rattle. See there the 2-digit number, by the way, on the other board adjacent to the runway, 65, relates to the position of the uprights in terms of depth. And the return of the official with the dog. Very happy looking dog. Although I'm no expert, appears to be wagging its tail. So there you can see the depth moved up to 70 there, according to the athlete's preference. Bar still at 3:23. Amy Taylor, Cardiff Met. Plants this pole, unable to climb up though this time before she reaches the bar.
If you're doing BUCS, you should be at AmeriCamp next summer.
Welcome to BUCS Big Wednesday, powered by New Balance.
It's the final play, and look at the celebrations, look at how much it means to Northumbria.
And that is full time here at Nottingham, reigns supreme.
Take it in for the second Loughborough touchdown.
White will head for the corner, but he won't need to get there. The referee blows the full-time whistle.
So, you're watching the British Universities BUCS Indoor Athletics Championships 2024. And it's the Milk Every Moment campaign that we've been shouting out. BUCS proud to be promoting that. Milk, a fantastic post-race drink, top-notch source of high-quality protein. So, a range of partners helping us out this weekend, including AmeriCamp. What an opportunity to be part of an American summer camp, earning money as well, $2,000, teaching your favourite sports, and even getting 30 days to travel afterwards. Of course, New Balance here as well this weekend. An opportunity to get your own personalised kit from the official University Sport kit supplier. So opportunities for bespoke kit, as I say, get in touch with New Balance in order to do that. Look out for social media channels as well. If you don't follow BUCS Sport already, you really should be doing so. Instagram, Twitter in particular across the weekend. Nice little feature there. Abigail Paula, and I have to just pause there because I noticed that someone's actually raked BUCS into the sandpit. Great skills. But yeah, so fantastic moment. Abigail Paula setting a championship record in the 60-metre hurdles on Friday. I think the only one that we've had so far, but potentially more to come later. And yeah, Yasmin Miller was here, the previous championship record. She was watching on, and they did a feature, a little interview with the two of them. Bar moving up to 3:33 in the pole vault. Well, chance to consider as we see this attempt at 3:33 for Hamer of Brunel. Just bring the bar down there. What do you think you're most looking forward to this weekend, Tia? Obviously the finals coming up, right through from 200s up to 3,000, pole vault, jumps as well, shot puts. What's there most to look forward to?
I think definitely as a sprinter I'm most looking forward to the 2s and 4s. I think the 4s will probably be the highlight of the day. It gets very interesting, especially when the athletes cut in. It's a bit more feisty of a race over the 2, so I think as a spectator I definitely look forward to watching that.
Yeah, 4s and 8s for me, definitely. When you see a real pack of athletes, yeah, feisty I think was the word you used there, raring to go as the bell sounds, but not all of them can get on the podium, not all of them can really burn up as they'd like to and find space to do so.
Yeah, I always find when watching the 4s, especially when it comes to the break, usually the athletes that get there first usually stand their ground right to the end, but it's great to see, especially on the back straight, some athletes overtaking, and it's great to see that endurance come through, especially with it being the semis and the finals today. It should be a very good race, and it will be the strongest will win with the 2 rounds being today.
Bethany Falconer off Sheffield Hallam. .333 in this pole vault B final is where the bar's at. So Roster Athletics the place to look through the timetable. Live results coming through on there also. We have the men's 200-metre heats coming up in 10 minutes time. And then this pole vault B final continue for some while. Women's long jump, expect that to get going shortly. I can't see any action just yet on the runway apart from warm-ups. It's interesting because it was scheduled for 10 minutes ago to get going. Women's shot put second pool of qualification we have. And men's triple jump from 11:55, so they're also out there warming up. Lottie Pinchas of Liverpool. .333. Now, unfortunately, her attempt there was close, but bring the bar down. Looks like we're going through first attempts now. So now women's long jump looks to be underway. And just running you through some of the contenders in this. I mentioned earlier Molly Palmer of Loughborough. Bronze medalist last weekend at the UK indoors. Personal best is 6:31, making her the top ranked athlete in this. Champion outdoors last year, ahead of Cleo Martin-Evans. Also returning, as we see here, Lily Holland winning the women's triple jump title. 12.97 from Amy Ware, 12.60 and 12.33 Michelle Yolekwe, two Brunel athletes on the podium. This is Lauren Davey of Swansea in this women's long jump final early stages. Lauren Davey was also in the 60 hurdles. So a busy day for her, making it through to the long jump final, typically one of her stronger events. She was 8th indoors last year, so that's her best performance at BUCS. So looking to make the top 8 again, or better. 5.78 personal best. Also in this, Emily Thomas, twice a bronze medalist here indoors. Steph Jones, the Northern indoor champion. We see the men warming up there. That's Cleo Martin-Evans of BCU. So we've actually got the UK indoor long jump silver and bronze medalists who were behind Jade O'Dowda at the UK indoors, Sheffield Hallam student. But they were in the opposite order at BUCS outdoors last year, so that actually could be closer than the women's triple jump final.
So we have Molly Palmer ready to jump there for the women's long jump final. It's great to see her at this event, GB Junior and World Under-20 finalist last year. So that looks like a good jump from Palmer. It's great to see a white flag there to get in a good first attempt. Shelby Audier of Brunel jumping now. Swiss international, also very good at triple jump. But another good jump from her, nice and on the board. Good to get a clear jump in early in the rounds. She was a finalist at the BUCS Indoor Championships last year, so it'll be nice to see if she can upgrade and get a medal this time round.
Yeah, it'll be fascinating to see if this will end up being a nice close battle at the sharp end of the standings, as we see De Montfort's Lisa Maria Trupold. Of course, that university already with a gold medal in the men's 60 metres with Stephen Awurbafo, and that'll be fantastic. I'm sure that'll make headline news from the university. This is Jess Hopkins, so someone who's so often been on the podium for Brunel in the shot put, and this year she comes in as the gold medal favourite. Serena Vincent has dominated over the last few years, of course a medalist at European under-23 level last year. She's been fantastic for the University of Portsmouth, but Jess Hopkins has always kept her honest. A great discus thrower as well is Hopkins. This is just qualification, so back to the long jump. Amy War, who was just in the triple jump final a few moments ago. She got the silver medal with a personal best of 12.60.
Yes, a very long day for her, doubling up over both jumps, but it'd be great to see what she can do over the long jump, not just the triple. Next up on the runway we have Ruby Jers of Loughborough. I believe Ruby finished 4th at the recent British Indoor Championships and got a bronze last year in the same championships indoors over this event. I believe she had a short season last year. Hopefully that wasn't due to injury, but it looks like she's back and jumping very well. Unfortunately, that was a red flag.
Yeah, certainly someone with real potential, as we saw last year, and in the end, as you said, Molly Palmer, the one to feature outdoors and win the title, but certainly think that Ruby has real potential to challenge as well. Just the 2 competitions that she had last year, as you say. Lucas Javila here, coaching as ever the jumps athletes. Emma Wiltshire running their programme at Loughborough these days. So also Femi Akinsanya is here.
This is Steph Jones of Edge Hill jumping very nicely there. Steph Jones is an England international and an under-23 medalist at the England Championships last year. She should be a good contender for the medals today.
So men's 200 metres getting underway. David Chapman leads Beckett, Wojtek Berger of Portsmouth, Youssef Urabi of Swansea, Jackie Ho of Manmet, and Aidan Kellett of Royal Holloway in this. So 15 heats for these men. Of course, just 6 lanes available on the track. And 5 generally being used, lane 1 tight on the inside. Great run this by Chapman of Leeds Beckett to come through solidly. It's only the winner going through, and then 15 time qualifiers. So nice, simple win that for Chapman, 21.77. Well, Tia Anderson, it's been great to have you join us. So most looking forward to the 200s and the 400s, but just generally, it's always a great event today, particularly to savour and to make the most of because we'll all be a bit sad tomorrow, possibly a bit exhausted, but yeah, always sad when it finishes.
Yeah, I think everyone looks forward to finals day, and it's always a bit sad once the very long weekend finishes, especially for the teams. Like you say, it's a very good team environment, so everyone will be a bit disappointed when it's over, but everyone looking forward to outdoors in May.
So women's long jump final, this is now underway, and yeah, we're anticipating a nice close battle. We'll see how it goes. Gabby Dickinson, Lauren Davey, Cleo Martin-Evans, Hannah Wallace, Molly Palmer, Shelby Odio, Lisa Maria Tupold, Amy Waugh, Ruby Gergis, Steph Jones, Emily Thomas and Amy McTaggart all in this. So moving into the second round, I believe now, 1:57, this is University of the West of England's Dickinson. Nice leap there, held herself in the air for decent time there, gets the white flag. We'll keep an eye out for the measurement. Meanwhile, BUCS sprint king David Morgan Harrison has joined me here, and well, I suppose part of you might miss actually being out there.
Yeah, like coming here today, it's just, yeah, brings back a lot of memories. Of course it makes me miss it, but yeah, it's just nice for a change just to take it all in and yeah, watch the athletes run today.
Yeah, and you might have been across the 60-metre final. That was really, really close. But the 200 today, I mean, I suppose, you know, you enjoy both events, right? 60 and 200, as seemingly as from your success over the last few years for Hull. But the 200 metres is a different challenge, isn't it? Especially indoors.
Yeah, especially indoors. Yes, it is tough, especially with all the competition at BUCS. You know, you usually see a lot of fast athletes. It's always a stacked lineup. But yeah, especially indoors, it's, you know, 6 lanes, tight bends, and some people can deal with it really well. Some people find it a lot harder. So I'm one of those people that find it harder.
Yeah, 100%. Tyler Pandon was saying that he doesn't really do 200 metres indoors. He thinks he's just too heavy for it. To get around the track, get around the bends. And obviously we see lane 1 not being used typically, but it's a tricky one because obviously there are some athletes out there who would take the lane 1, you know, to make a final on occasion.
Yeah.
So seeing here David Odomeru of Aberdeen, Jason Kalala of Brunel, Ethan Craven of Swansea, William Wilshire of Nottingham and Konyu Shile of Birmingham City. Well, you'll be used to racing some of these athletes, not just at BUCS, but also, you know, and as ever in athletics, it's just kind of same people in different colours, basically, you know, whether it's England Championships and such. But, you know, prior to you, obviously your brother, Andy, doing really well, setting a championship record as well for the same university. And we're just looking at this DQ, just breaking away from what I'm saying. So, yeah, we haven't seen too many DQs so far. I think there is this is David Odomeru of Aberdeen. I think there is a little bit of leniency sometimes at this level.
Yeah, I've seen over the weekend, I've seen a few green cards, which is always good to see. It's not very nice seeing people disqualified. So it's nice to see him, you know, given another chance to run.
Yeah, unfortunately on this occasion, Odumeru, though, DQ'd. And wow, especially unfortunate because Aberdeen's relay team were DQ'd from the heat that they won brilliantly yesterday. Unfortunately, it was a changeover outside the zone, though, so that's the way it goes. So Kalala, Craven, Wilshire, Shide, and expecting Jason Kalala of Brunel to come through very strongly here. A bit more of a 200-metre specialist he is from Nottingham's Wilshire. Nice for Jason Kalala there. But David, with only the winner going through, that's pretty tough.
It is tough, yeah. First fastest and then 15 after that. It is tough qualifying. So if you know you're first, you can ease down a little bit. But if you're second off there, you really need to go for the line. It's not like usual competitions where you can sometimes ease down a bit. But yeah, if you're in second place, you still need to go for it and get that time qualifying. It is tough with 5 semis as well to come.
So that's David Morgan Harrison. Fantastic BUCS double, of course, achieved for the University of Hull. We'll talk more about yourself in a moment. Just want to focus on Molly Palmer in this long jump final then. The favourite, but you can't just hang a gold medal around someone's neck. That looked like a great jump, though, just looking out to see the white flag. So this is a great opportunity then for Palmer to add to her BUCS medal haul. Shelby Odier of Brunel next to go. So Shelby, personal best, set in Switzerland a couple of years ago, 580. So medal contender, but really want to be getting over 6 meters to try and get on that podium. And sometimes in long jump competitions you see people a little bit off their best, and the British Championships, British Indoors, 6:19. Good enough for victory. I mean, no disrespect to those athletes, but they've all got personal bests further, including Molly Palmer, 6:31 for the BUCS outdoor long jump champion. So, men's triple also getting underway now. So we'll see the likes of Josh Woods, Toby Dronfield here, Brunel, Archie Yo, UK indoor champion, Lisa Maria Trupold of De Montfort, another good effort here. So David Morgan Harrison joining me here, and I know those BUCS gold medals, some of the highlights for you and real moments that I'm sure, you know, will live long in the memory, right?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Got good memories of BUCS. It's always a good competition to come to. There's not too much time really between the indoors and outdoors, just a couple of months. So, yeah, got good memories of BUCS and can take away a lot of good experiences.
But also, I was covering the World Indoor Tour. You got some opportunities there as well. Which was nice, because we were just saying with Tia, actually, you know, sometimes you're looking to improve your performance, and to do that you need to get the competition, you need to get the races and the opportunities, and so you started your year off well there. I'll just break away to mention the lineup for this one. Alex Field, Imperial, Aaron Traves of Nottingham, Jamie Moore-Arthur of St Mary's, Loughborough's Harry Taylor, Daniel Hindle of Durham, and then Jordan Duncan of East London. So Harry Taylor, the favourite here. So as we've been saying, when you kind of know that you're the top seed, you really want to make sure that you deliver with only the winner going through, and then 15-time qualifiers from all of the heats. So Taylor coming through, 21.96, did just ease up, and I think it was Hindle that was coming through quickly with Jordan Duncan of East London. But yeah, David, just saying there about getting opportunities, and you have a couple so far recently.
Yeah. Went abroad a couple of times to Finland and France. It's just nice to get on that circuit and, you know, race some of the top quality sprinters that there are. It's just completely different experience to racing in the UK, and then yeah, you never know what's going to happen. So racing those high quality opponents can sometimes bring out the best in you, and you know, different tracks, all of that stuff. It's a good opportunity to get a fast time under your belt, and then yeah, leading up into the domestic champs like UK champs, BUCS, all these. Yeah, it's a really good competition to do if you can get on that abroad circuit.
Yeah, and was there anything that you found that was different, that you learned? One athlete once told me that they had to kind of remember spontaneously that the starting instruction would be in French, something they weren't prepared for.
Luckily, I've never had that problem. No. But yeah, there's a lot of different things that could happen at those races, like different core room procedures and all that stuff. Like I've seen people just walk out onto the track on the last one. When I thought they were a DNS, they just didn't turn up to the core room and then came out onto the track and just started running. So yeah, there's a lot of different things that can happen on those races. But yeah, it's just a lot of different experiences.
But in many ways, BUCS and the kind of, you know, official procedures in that way does just prepare you for
exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, having like that strict core room, those timings to stick to, it's all leading up, sort of like getting that experience, and that leads on to like the bigger championships where they are going to be strict for that sort of thing, like the UK champs or even the ones bigger than that, like Commonwealths and Olympics and Europeans, everything like that. They're going to be strict for those sort of things. So yeah, it's good to sort of get into that routine of having a timetable to stick to. Yeah, it's just getting all that good experience.
So, women's long jump final, men's triple jump final, medals being decided. Women's shot put qualification, their big moment that we'll see more of from 3:10. Red flag coming up there for Emily Thomas, UWTSD Carmarthen, previous bronze medalist, so chance of getting on the podium once again in the men's triple jump final. By the way, Jordan Aki Sawyer opening up with a lifetime best of 15:30, the leader from Archie Yeo 15:10, and Shaunam Pofo Brunel 14:33. So Loughborough 1-2 in the early stage. Josh Woods just behind for Birmingham 14:28. On to the next heat of the 200. Jalan Williams-Benjamin of Manchester, Jonathan Seaway of Leeds, Blake Brown of Cardiff Met, Greg Mitchell of Edinburgh, Luca Logue Fonseca of Birmingham, and Lemuel Krensil of Oxford. So Logue Fonseca of Birmingham looking good, but just look at that turn of speed from Blake Brown. Terrific. It's come through in 21:93. So we're seeing sort of 21:7 to 21:9 on the time so far. I guess about what you'd expect, but I was mentioning with the women's 200 meters, sometimes we see that people, as well as wanting to qualify nicely, they're trying to set a bit of a statement. I don't know whether you've ever done that, because obviously, you know, you see plenty of people easing up, but sometimes when one athlete really pushes to the line, you think, oh yes, okay, let me kind of show what I'm capable of, or just run through so I know exactly where I'm at.
Yeah, every athlete's different. So, like, a lot of people that just want to save their energy for the next rounds. If they know they've qualified, they'll just slow down. And yeah, but some athletes, they want to maybe make a statement, maybe get inside some other people's heads with like a fast time in the early rounds, or maybe even just to get a PB themselves or see where they're at. Yeah, everyone's different, but I know a lot of people do slow down and try and save themselves for the next round.
So, talking of next round, we move into the third round of this women's long jump final. Gavin Dickinson there once again.
It is 15 to
And then this is women's high jump. So the bar looks to be at 1.55 m, so just establishing the early stages of this final. Gilly Lefebvre of Glasgow, this is here. Men's final coming up at 2:35. These should both be quite good battles, especially near the sharp end. Got Hallie Ferguson of Manchester Met, European Under-20 international. And also Lily Church. Quite a few heptathletes and decathletes really getting a good workout across this weekend. Lily Church of Cardiff Met in this. Bryony Bovell of Loughborough as well. Under-20 combined events England champion. Here she is. So again, entering the competition fairly early at 1:55. Obviously at senior level, 2 meters, the big kind of golden barrier. Here personal bests really ranging around the 170, 180 mark, and something around 180. Really, really strong performance. This is Lily Church that I mentioned of Cardiff Met. So, on to this heat number 5. Harry Bridge of Nottingham Trent, Sterling Stewart Greenhalgh, Ayinla Mustafa of Kingston, Vladislav Levchenko of Exeter, Raphael Yume of Manchester, and Emmanuel Mbu of Wolverhampton. I have to say, a lot of new names in this 200, very few people doubling up. I don't know whether you think that's because of just the challenge of doing 200 indoors or the schedule of doing 3 rounds in one day and maybe a relay.
Yeah, definitely. I think a lot of people are probably put off by the thought of doing an indoor bend. So there will be a lot of new names doing this as well, because obviously people coming into university as well.
Yeah, it's not like you can compete forever, sadly.
Yeah,
even though
exactly.
You'd like to.
Yeah.
Stewart Greenhalgh, 22.05. He'll be one of the top Scottish university contenders for a medal here. Just the winner going through automatically, of course, and yeah, times in a similar sort of 3/10 range across all of the heats thus far.
I believe he was a medalist last year as well.
Yes, no, Stewart, always very honest contender, always gets through the rounds nicely. And although the heats are seeded pretty much, still quite difficult to say who might be the gold medal contenders from what we've seen so far. I'm sure Jason Kalala's very experienced. I'm sure he'll be there or thereabouts.
Yeah, Jason's got a lot of experience at doing these sort of competitions. He's very much a 200 runner. He comes into his running sort of a lot later into the race. Yeah, very strong 200 runner. I was impressed by Harry Taylor as well in that heat. Looked like he eased down quite a lot, took it very comfortably, and still a fast time as well.
Yeah, especially as I know Loughborough don't have many weak areas, but men's sprinting isn't normally one of those where they do have a gold medal contender, I think it's fair to say, just because there's so many other universities with sprint specialisms.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
So, back to the high jump we go. So the bar's now moved up from 155 to 160 as we progress through. So that's Gabriella Toburn. Overthrew at the first attempts. As we say, we think that this bar will move up gradually, possibly another 20 centimetres or so. This is Church once again. First attempt 160 at this new height. Sails over very, very clean. What's your field event experience like?
Very, very limited. Played around with a few field events sort of at the lower age groups, sort of doing the YDLs, those sort of competitions, just to get some points for the club.
At your own kind of like judgment, or at the kind of request of others, like please?
A bit of both. Yeah, I tried shot put for the club a couple of times, and I can't say it was really my event. And then, sort of as a youngster, tried a bit of long jump here and there, but I think soon realised that it wasn't my thing, and sort of leaned towards the sprinting side of things.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, some of the events like long jump, the speed necessary is sometimes a bit underrated. Seen some really combine very well. Cross sprints and long jump. So this then is the men's triple jump final. As mentioned, just having another look here, Archie Yeo moving up into the lead. 15:35 from Jordan Aki-Sawyer, previous leader, 15:30 personal best. And Sean Pofo in third. Back to women's long jump, Lisa Maria Trupold of De Montfort. So men's triple in the second round. 15:35, that measurement coming up. Just initially showed 15:35, but just adjusting there. I think that was the previous mark of Archie Yeo, other than the exact same jump by the next competitor in a row. 13:88 there for Nabi O'Day of Cardiff. Right, sixth heat of the men's 200. Amelia Scavriel of Oxford Brookes, Toby Nixon of St Andrews, James McCulloch of Oxford, Joel Huslin of Brunel, Aidan Grevenberg of Aberdeen, and Akeem Akintoken of Exeter. So this is a bit one to watch closely. Huslin coming through nicely, and sense I'm getting there following Jason Kalala that we saw earlier is that Brunel might have quite a strong relay team. They usually do.
Yeah, I think Brunel have always got a strong relay team. They're impressive indoors and out. Yeah, I think they're looking for the win this year indoors. So we'll see how that goes later on today.
But it's interesting, isn't it? Because there really aren't that many opportunities to run a relay generally, you know, in the UK, because some nations have at their national championships 4x1s and 4x4 titles. Not the case in the UK. I mean, how many opportunities do you get to run a relay?
There's very limited opportunities, really. I think Loughborough International is a big one that a lot of teams go for. I know Loughborough obviously send a team there, and the National Athletics League, and you could have a chance to represent England or the GB under-20s. So there's that. To be honest, apart from that, there's not a whole lot of other opportunities for relays.
Yeah, probably not as many as you'd like, but yeah, Loughborough International, one of the good indicators, and really as well as those for senior level, to impress ahead of international selection. Ruby Burgess in this long jump then, but getting the red flag there, unfortunately. Back to the high jump we go. Queue of athletes waiting to jump. Bar still at 160. Going through first attempt still at this stage. This is Laura Armorgi of Anglia Ruskin. Bring the bar down with her first go now. So, mentioned some of the contenders will come in later on. Hallie Ferguson of Manchester Met competed at the European Under-20s last year in Jerusalem. Evelyn Fontaine of Bath as well. She was actually the silver medalist outdoors last year in Sports City in Manchester, behind Emily Madden-Foreman. On to Gilly Lefebvre of Glasgow. So bring the bar down, first attempt. Once more, we're in the second round of the men's triple jump. Archie Yeo leading 15:35. And this is the women's long jump final. So Emily Thomas in this third round. Bronze medalist twice, 2020 and 2022. So it's like Jordani Wright of Cardiff Met. 6th place so far, 14:08, new lifetime best. And that looks like it's a white flag, but not fully representative jump there. So David Morgan Harrison, what's the kind of the ambition for this year? Obviously some great opportunities out there for selection. You've had a taste of international competition, as we were saying, in terms of World Indoor Tour, and yeah, I suppose you just want to put a good account of yourself.
Yeah. This year the two big ones, Europeans and Olympics. They're the two big main aims for me this year. Not too far away from the European qualifying, and to make an Olympic team would just be, it'd be brilliant. Even if it was just part of a 4x1 team, it'd be a really good experience.
Chris Bennett of Staffordshire, Kai Jones of Bangor, Dylan Andrews of Sussex, James Lee of East Anglia, Corey Neelan Richards of Sheffield Hallam. One of few to double up here, having been in the 60 on Friday. Thomas Abbott of Sheffield, so Steel City derby here. Those two athletes on the outside, Abbott and Neelan Richards, who's in the maroon. Sheffield Hallam, possibly even more so the home university, and 21.90, that gap just growing towards the end of that race. So Neelan Richards, I think he'll have 6 or 7 races by the end of this competition. Yeah, no, as you were saying, it would be fantastic, obviously, to make even a 4x1 team, and I suppose you want the next generation to be given an opportunity, because often in relay, there is that opportunity for the next generation, but there's also those trusted relay hands getting the baton round.
Yeah, there's it's like, do you pick the person for the relay who has the relay experience, or do you give it to the next person down the line who may not have as much relay experience but is maybe faster that year? It's which one do you go with, and it is about, I think, giving the younger people that experience so that they can perform well at the later championships a few years down the line.
Yeah, and that's been the case with Jeremiah Azu and Jonah Efaloko as well, winners of BUCS titles. And yeah, I remember Jonah saying, initially he was brought in on the first leg, get the team off to a good start, and then he was kind of brought midway through, second or third leg, but working out very well for both of those, in fact. But it helped that there were so many different championships, particularly in the 2022 season, Worlds, European and Commonwealth Games, and this continues to be a packed year, so have to wait and see. But Europeans coming up so early in the summer. Back to the women's high jump we go, and the bar still at 160. A really nice clearance there at the third attempt. Imogen Davis of Kent. Ginny Lefebvre of Glasgow, also trying to stay in the competition at 160. So needs to try and pull it all together to continue in this high jump final. Oh, and it looked like it would stay on. Agonising stuff. Well, although, as we say, you're a sprinter with limited field experience, still someone who watches track and field and I guess, you know, shares a team with other athletes with different strengths. It's fascinating when you combine people of throws and jump strengths together, and just to watch what everyone's capable of, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's good to come and just watch. There's always something going on, and yeah, just the range of events they've got on each day. It's a really good spectacle.
Certainly is, especially when it's really packed into a timetable like today. So this next heat, Simon Akiti of Glasgow, Pierre Walker, King's College, Adam Timpson, Winchester, Joseph Herbert, UCL, Isaac Marsh, Sheffield, and Robert O'Brien of LSE. So a bit of a hold there, but eventually now getting underway. Isaac Marsh of Sheffield powering down this back straight. And into the top bend. And no looking back now for him, just the winner going through automatically. Akiti on the inside here, 22.27. What's your preferred lane then for an indoor 200 metres?
I think I've got very limited indoor 200 experience, but I think if I was going to do some more, it'd be the further out I can go, the better. It's just that how tight the lanes are just doesn't agree with me very well. I think it's the same for a lot of athletes. I think a lot of them will prefer the outer lane. Some of them might say 5, just so they've got someone on the outside of them in lane 6. They have something to go off, but personally, yeah, I'd always go the further outside the better, just because of how tight the lanes are.
Yeah, but you don't mind the lack of vision, if you like, of where everyone is.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. I think it's just such an advantage having less of a tight lane. You know, the different times you can run based on the lane you get is quite dramatic.
Lauren Davey here, mentioned she was 8th previously, but looking pretty happy with that. We're just keeping an eye out because the measurements not quite filtering through at this stage. Hannah Wallace of Strathclyde next. Another really strong leap that gets the white flag there. So 15 heats of the men's 200. When there are so many heats, and you're accustomed to this, David, what's it like kind of just being aware of the huge window that there is where your heat might be in terms of timings and keeping yourself ready, not being sure, especially before a draw's been made as well, because it's a long time to wait around.
Yeah, it is tough. Like when you're warming up for the heats, you never know. It's whether you're going to be in heat 15 or heat 1. You don't know. I think I realised in the past few years that the seed it, as in the fastest going into it in heat 1, and then the second after that in heat 2, and so on.
I think I've only noticed that in recent years, so I don't think maybe it's always been the case.
Yeah. But yeah, if that doesn't happen, then it is difficult to warm up. I think you just have to warm up assuming you're going to be in heat 1, and then if you're not, you just try and stay warm after that. But yeah, it's tough when there's so many heats.
So Emily Thomas there with the red flag, the bronze medalist from last year. So back to the men's triple jump final we go. Still Archie Yeo leading with 15.35 from Jordan Aki-Sawyer. 15.32, Toby Dronfield moving up to third, 15.01 in this third round here. Steph Jones, Edge Hill in the women's long jump, got good height there, and again managed to hang in the air, gets the white flag. So also, I think moving into the fourth round now. I was going to say also in the third round, but number 4 just popping up as I lean over to look at the board. Jeff Jones, as T was saying, England international, improving athlete, still just 19 years of age, one of the younger BUCS competitors here. 5.86 for Steph Jones. Nabi O'Day of Cardiff, 13.88 for 7th place at this point. So trying to guarantee himself 3 more jumps. Matthew Cox at Birmingham in 8th at this point. This is Amy Waugh, silver medalist in the triple jump. So it would be super impressive if Amy was able to get herself on 2 podiums here. And one man who's done that is David Morgan Harrison. BUCS success indoors and out. And I think some people were actually glad that you weren't there this year so that they'd have a chance.
Maybe. I know Tyler Panton's mentioned that a few times to me. So I was hoping he could get himself on the top of the podium for that 60, but it was 1 up from last time, so I think he'll be happy with that.
So Heat 9, Andre Addison of Hallam, Liam Sutty of Robert Gordon, Dami Olawoye of Newcastle, Caleb Watson, King's College, Theodore Dankwa of Bangor, and David Owusu-Afriyie of Nottingham Trent. So Dankwa of Bangor on the outside here. That's actually probably the closest heat that we've seen so far, 22.57. And of course, only the top athlete going through. So that'd be particularly harsh, really, on the 2nd place finisher there. But as much as indoor 200 metres provides a different challenge, I mean, especially as someone from the northeast, right, this venue in Sheffield is a fantastic one for indoor training and competition. It'd be great if we had more like this.
Yeah, definitely. There's a few venues like this dotted here and there, but yeah, it'd be really good if there was more around the country for people to use, especially in winter season when people want to prep for indoor 200s like this. It'd be really handy for a lot of people to have.
.163, first attempts in the high jump. So Evelyn Fontaine of Bath now entering the competition, one of the gold medal contenders. So in the women's long jump, 6.02, Cleo Martin-Evans leading the way at the moment. Molly Palmer second, 6.01. Ruby Georges of Loughborough, 5.87. Loughborough 2-3 at the moment from Martin Evans of Birmingham City Uni. Here in the high jump, still at 163 first attempts. Bring the bar down there. Bryony Bovell, the multi-eventer, with the Loughborough stripes there. So a couple of hours into the finals day program, the BUCS Indoor Athletics Championships 2024. High jump, long jump, triple jump, 200 metres, all simultaneous. Next to go in the women's high jump then, Gabriella Toburn. And we move on to second attempts, 163. So just awaiting a moment for the official to clear to the side, and she's ready to go just to commence run up. Looks like she's just trying to stay positive and just imagine clearing this bar. Visualize, manifest. So she'll have one more attempt remaining. I often think the people on the treadmills in the gym getting a very good view.
Yeah, it'd be a good day for them, just turning up to do some gym work and then getting a free event out of it. So
I'd say so. It's a little bit like when you watch a football match and you see that some people in one of the stands in lane 1 on treadmill 1, you see some people in the stands actually, where there isn't a stand, I meant to say, are peering out of their windows.
Yeah, yeah.
And haven't had to pay for a ticket. There's a few grounds like that, Exeter City and others. Are you a football fan?
I dabble in it here and there, yeah.
But athletics is really your sport.
Yeah, exactly.
I mentioned because there's someone just to my right with a big Chelsea flag. So they're at Wembley today. Of course, it's the League Cup final. But this is what we're concentrating on with Ryan Mostyn of Edge Hill. 60-metre personal best to progress on Friday. Tyrese Leng of Salford, Jacob Hockin of Leeds Beckett, Lewis Martin of Stirling, Bath's Matthew Brown and Adam Hanna of Queens. Well, we saw a DQ previously. Quite catch what took place there. We're just waiting to see whether there'll be a green card. Yeah, looks to be that way. We're saying in the 60 metres that the event is so short that really you want to get a fantastic start, otherwise you're toast.
Yeah, nothing could go wrong in the 60. It's just, about 6 or 7 seconds. It's just one of those events where nothing can go wrong. Everything has got to go perfect, or you're not going to get the time you want, or you're not going to get the position you want.
Do you see yourself though as a bit of a 60-metre specialist indoors occasionally, because you have had some great results there as well as outdoors?
I think 100 is my event. I like to get into my running a little bit more, but yeah, I'd be lying if I said I didn't love the 60 as well.
So going well here is Matthew Brown of Bath. We'll see though, racing through on the inside now, Ryan Mostyn in the green of Edge Hill. From Hockin of Leeds Beckett and then Brown of Bath, 22.25. So we're seeing now some of the lower seeded athletes, shall we say. So time just outside 22 seconds. So it's more likely that just the winner will go through. Although, having said that, there were some big gaps from first to second in the earlier heats. Thomas of UW2SD Carmarthen gets the white flag here. As we've been saying, bronze medalist last year. So the results are now coming through nicely, it appears, for the women's long jump. Martin Evans first at the moment, 6:04. 3 centimetres back is Molly Palmer, 6:01. Ruby Jurgis, 5:87. Steph Jones, 5:86, 1 centimetre off the podium here. So as I say, one of the younger competitors at 19 years of age. She's ranked 4th coming in. She's in 4th place. In fact, pretty much going to form this competition so far. The Northern Indoor Long Jump Champion she is, with a personal best of 6:10. So another good jump. Does get the white flag. Meanwhile, men's triple jump happening adjacent. Archie Yeo has improved to 15.73. Aki Sawyer in 2nd place, 15.32. Toby Dronfield, 15.01 in bronze at the moment. Josh Woods, 14.61. Sean Ampofo, 14.39, top 5. Amy Ward, triple jump silver medalist, a few moments ago for Brunel. In 5th place, 5.84. Needs 5.87 to move up. In fact, Steph Jones improving to 5.87. So now it goes on countback, 2nd best jumps between her and Ruby Jurgis. Jones just ahead. latest jump in the triple jump, Alex Gray, with a personal best of 13.92. That's the latest measurement that's come through in this third round, trying to find the top 8 athletes. Ruby Gergis just been pushed out of the top 3 then. So gets the red flag though. Sometimes in the second half of the competition, trying to give everything, risk a foul, but potentially reward the opportunity, further distance. Sean Ampofo, Brunel, third round, just maybe ran out of momentum towards the end of that jump. Still a decent effort though. He's in 5th place, 14.39. So keeping across these 2 parallel finals and as well the heats of the men's 200. So this is heat number 11 of 15. Olamide Odupatan, East Anglia, Jonathan Knox of Cardiff, Sydney Mendes of Middlesex, Samuel Dean of Bristol, Liam Daly of Edinburgh, and Alex Azu of Cardiff Met. Winner going through to the semis, 15-time qualifiers beyond that. Those semi-finals starting at 2 o'clock, so similar case where you'd hope not to be in the last heat and the first semi-final. Alex Azu going out very nicely on the outside, pure chance to focus on his own race. Oh, some feet very close to the inside line there. I think that was Sydney Mendes of Middlesex. Azu comes through nicely, 21.98. Really good opportunity to ask you then, David Morgan Harrison, about being a fellow competitor with your brother. Obviously Alex Azu, you know, he's got his brother's reputation. Jeremiah, I mean, what's that like? I guess people will know the name and they'll be like, oh, I guess you're a relation.
Yeah, it's nice to have a bit of competition. There's obviously a few brothers in athletics who, you know, bounce off each other, and if you train together, it's a really good sort of chance to lead to sort of self-improvement and yeah, get some good competition. So sometimes me and my brother have a bit of back and forth about who's faster, and
yeah, because you're quite closely matched, aren't you?
Yeah. I think he's more of a 200 runner and I'm more 100, so there is that. But it's yeah, we've got pretty close times. So
Cleo Martin Evans in this very close long jump final, 6:04 previous. Sometimes in the long jump field, it doesn't matter too much on the distances, but actually when it's close, it can be just as thrilling. 6:26 though for Cleo Martin Evans, and that is a equal lifetime best for last year's outdoor silver medalist, behind Molly Palmer, and I just wonder what Palmer will have to respond. She's getting ready for her next jump, of course. Lauren Davey of Swansea then. Chance to improve here. She has 5:54 showing so far. So on track to equal her performance from last year. Maybe a season's best as well. So heading towards the closing stages of that long jump competition, and a few more of this 200-metre heats to come. Yes, we're just talking there about your brother Andy Morgan Harrison. Of course, he holds the 200-metre championship record here, set in 2020, 2066.
Yeah, that was a big PB for him at the time. I think he took a nice chunk off the old CBP. So yeah, it was a really big race for him, and that was his PB for a long time up until last summer. So
yeah, which is interesting considering it was set indoors.
Yeah, not many people can say that they've set their PB indoors, but yeah, that was his for quite a while.
Yeah, it's a funny one. Sometimes people set that PBs in torrential rain, and it just stays for a long time. You think, oh well, they're going to go much faster, but yeah, one way or another, it just stays as it is. Heat 12, Joshua Hammond, Salford, Jamie Stevenson, Glasgow Caledonian, Bristol's Leo Robinson, Femi Segan of Warwick, Craig Azizi of UCLan, and Tom Pritchard of Leeds. Femi Segan, the chemistry student at Warwick, perhaps the favourite in this heat. Warwick, of course, they crashed out of the relay last night. They had the chance to try and rerun and didn't go to plan with a drop baton, but Femi Segan making amends. He's through to the semi-finals. Yeah, they are getting pretty close, these heats. Athletes having to run all the way to the line. Do you ever think it's the case that the athletes who are in the last of the semi-finals, the heats, that they look at that and make sure it's not the first semi-final that they're in, or?
Yeah, I'm not too sure. It is tough when the later heats are a lot closer than some of the first heats. But it's just how it works with the seeding, I guess.
I guess there'll still be an hour, because I know that it's different, but in the decathlon they do definitely take that into account. Someone that was right at the end of the pole vault or something like that. Might just be in a different group. Steph Jones, so she pulled herself up into the bronze medal position a few moments ago with 5.87, exactly the same as Ruby Gergis, so goes back to second best jumps. This would be fantastic for Edge Hill. Ruby should get an opportunity to respond. There she is. So, final stages of an exciting long jump competition, but some important scores to be settled. Steph Jones, a great series as well she's put together. All of her jumps between 5.77 and 5.87. 5 jumps within 10 centimetres of one another. What can she produce here? Little stutter into the runway, but seemed to be effective. And Edge Hill contingent here enjoying that, but they'll especially enjoy it if she does get on the podium. .558, no improvement. Amy were again a good series, all attempts between 5.53 and 5.84, which is her best. Trying to get on 2 podiums then, so she needs to improve by just 3 centimetres now. White flag. So men's triple jump, by the way, at the end of the 3rd round, reset before the 4th, with a top 8 continuing for the second half of the comp. Ruby Gergis will go next, just having a look for a measurement for Amy. 5.66, no improvement. And yeah, again, sometimes, no, it feels anticlimactic, but athletes really trying to push and give everything. Bit of fatigue at the end of the competition, potentially. Sometimes you get the adrenaline of the final round. Again, a mark of a great athlete. So Ruby has been pushed down to 4th place, having initially climbed up 2 valid jumps so far, 587 and 577, the same as what she managed in qualification. White flag here. So 587, both Jones and Jurgis. Thereby she needs to improve on 577, her second best. And she's achieved 587 again, so she's back into the bronze medal position. And Steph Jones already had her last attempt, so no chance to improve. So she has snatched a medal right at the end of the competition. 2 jumps to go. Molly Palmer of Loughborough. She's achieved 601 twice. The lead was 3 centimetres, now 25. So needs a big jump here. Needs to be very close to her lifetime best. So Molly Palmer, 601 in the 4th and 5th round as well. Start with a 6. Not going to be 601 again, surely. 605. So improves and will take silver. It'll be a Loughborough 2-3. 3 heats of the 200 remaining. Lenny Saville of Newcastle, Christian Tanzi of Loughborough, Solence Laval Githui, Charles Naughty of Warwick, Joseph Foster of Birmingham, Kobe Jones Worcester. So another Warwick team member hoping to follow through what Femi Sagan did in winning the previous heat. Joseph Foster of Birmingham going nicely here. Again, they'll have relay potential with Cam Bailey coming into it, possibly after having won a medal in the men's 400-metre final coming up later. Just holding on. 22-28 for Charles Naughty. Well, David Morgan Harrison, we've seen 13 out of 15 heats, and they've got a little bit closer as we come down the standings, but I suppose those who took part earlier on will have more of a rest, and that probably will pay dividends, as well as the fact that they are high-quality athletes in those first heats.
Yeah, of course, definitely. Being impressed with David Chapman in the first heat, looked like he took it comfortably. Again, Harry Taylor looked like he took it very comfortably in fast times as well. And Jason Kalala from a tough lane, I think he had lane 3. I think they've been the most impressive in these heats.
So Cleo May Martin Evans completing her competition. She is the women's long jump champion. 6:26 personal best in the 5th round, 6:01 to finish off. So Martin Evans then from Palmer and Jurgis, those medalists that we've just seen that final round. Great to catch it in full there. Well, David Morgan Harrison, it'd be great to have you join us. Looking forward to an exciting day, hopefully, here.
Yeah, looking forward to everything that's to come. Looking forward especially to see the 200 semis and the finals. Yeah, looking forward to it.
Well, thanks very much for hopping on. Lost count of really how many titles you won in the end. Was it 3 or 4?
I've got 4 BUCS
4,
titles
I thought so,
now,
yeah. Brilliant, double. Well, yeah, we'll see who can, as a result, contend and take over as gold medalist in the 200. Results, rosterathletics.com. We'll be back in just a moment.
Welcome to BUCS Big Wednesday, powered by New Balance.
It's the final play, and look at the celebrations, look at how much it means to Northumbria.
And that is full time here, and Nottingham reigns supreme.
Take it in for the second Loughborough touchdown.
White will head for the corner, but he won't need to get there. The referee blows the full-time whistle.
If you're doing BUCS, you should be at AmeriCamp next summer.
heat number 14 and 15 of the men's 200. Dan Evans of Edge Hill, Liam Roberts, St Mary's, George Wincup, Liverpool, Alistair Phelan, Imperial, Sunday of Glasgow, Ali Mitchell, Glasgow Caledonian. So Mitchell coming through to take this one 22.57, as we were saying, getting a little closer as faster athletes seeded in the first few heats, but makes it all the more exciting. And semi-finals now, they really don't seem too far away. 4:25 it is, so actually it's 90 minutes, not just an hour gap. One more heat to come of the 200. Hope you're enjoying the action. Obviously, really thick and fast. We had 4 simultaneous events previous. Now we will prioritise the finals as much as possible, where the medals are settled. And just looking across to see that they are about to move on to the second half of the men's triple jump final. And one more 200 heat to come. Well, this has been an interesting triple jump final because there have been a few different changes of lead. Jordan Aki-Sawyer lightening out the blocks in metaphorical terms. Personal best early on, 15.32. Archie Yeo then improving, 15.35 and now 15.73. This is Toby Dronfield in bronze at the moment, 15.01. A shake of the head as he reverses his way out of the pit. I like athletes to see that just bit of emotion, that reaction, just to give us something. It just shows, it gives you the sense that you're commanding the environment that you're in. I think just a bit of extra body language does sometimes help really fill the room and entertain. It is a stage at the end of the day, being there on the runway, and can complement performance. So one more heat to come. We will keep an eye out. We've got some more commentary guests on the way, shortly hoping to be joined by Durham's track captain Maddie Turner. David Morgan Harrison, of course, 4 times BUCS champion, with us there for the men's 200. A moment ago, Tia Anderson, also experienced BUCS competitor, Northern finalist this year, also part of the announcing team this weekend. He's with us start of the day for the women's 200. Let's run through the lineup for this final heat. Jamal Watson, BCU, Ayumide Elayera of Durham, Osaretin Ekaragbon of Liverpool, Josh Maggs of Bath, Shampi Seeley of Kingston, John Duthie of Strathclyde. So let's go, final heat of 15, men's 200 metres, winner going through automatically to those semi-finals, just under 90 minutes time, there or thereabouts, and expecting semi-finals obviously to ramp up the competition a few notches, the temperature, tension, got to get there first. Birmingham City University definitely having a real increase in team this year. Normally just a couple of athletes here and there. I think it was Katie Ingle, though, who won the inner 1500 metres for them some years ago. Really their big medal performance of note, but that could all change. Already has, in fact, with Claire Martin-Evans win the long jump. Here we go then with Maggs of Bath through the centre. Going nicely is Eka Ragbon of Liverpool. Neck and neck, lovely and close this one. Eka Ragbon takes it. 22.11. Bringing down the times a little bit because we've gone into the mid-22s, having been in the mid-21s earlier, which does really give you a sense, I think, that some of those in the earlier heats have not only gone in and relaxed a little bit now, but were setting fastest times and I'm sure capable of more. But you always get someone who runs the race of their life in a semi-final because they're desperate to make it through to the final, and others are just trying to conserve energy, knowing them they might be a medal contender when those are decided. Ekaragbon stronger through the inside, lane 3. Very nicely done. So bar at 169 now in the women's high jump final. Hallie Ferguson entering the competition at this stage. Bryony Avell brings down the bar at 169. First attempt for the Loughborough student in this high jump final. We mentioned that around 180 might win the final today. But here is the medal ceremony for the women's long jump, of course. Ruby Jurgis improving back up into the top 3 in the final round after Step Jones had got there just previously. And then Molly Palmer improved to 6:05 in the final round. Was guaranteed silver by that point. Cleo Martin-Evans really clinched it, 6:26. Back to the high jump final. Second attempt's 169. This is the Birmingham athlete just moving the bar out of her way there, Zion Ateba. Zion Ateba obviously coming across some of these names for the first time, so apologies for any slight mispronunciations. If you see it on the YouTube chat, feel free to correct. But full lineup in this high jump final. Gabriella Toba and Loughborough, Lily Church, Cardiff Met, Zion Ateba of Birmingham, Bath's Freya Ridge, Callie Coates leads Beckett, Leicester's Rihanna Burrell, Imogen Davis Kent, Lara Omoji, Anglia Ruskin, Glasgow Gilly Lefebvre, who we saw early exit the competition around 160. Hannah Ferguson, Man Met, Bath's Evelyn Fontaine, possibly those two biggest gold medal contenders. This is Bryony Bavell, Loughborough, second attempt 169. Oh, definitely has it within her reach, does Bryony. A little bit unlucky there. Well, coming down late on. Personal best 170, so she's very close to it. England under-20 heptathlon champion last year. A tough competition to win that. The combined events featuring separately from other championships, having their own weekend, which obviously provides positives, but also I think some of the combined eventers in the UK would like to maintain a central part within the major national championships. Obviously difficult to get all events in within the same day. But in any case, a difficult title to win. Both heptathlon, decathlon, and of course indoors too. Zaina Tabor, third attempt 169. So shaking hands with the officials after exiting the competition there. So at this height of 169, losing a couple of athletes from the competition, getting into a rather crucial phase of this high jump final. Can Bryony Bavell stay in? Third attempt 169 for Loughborough. Approaching this bar confidently, unfortunately down on this occasion. So as I say, still competed well, still very close to her best. Right, let's head over to fifth round men's triple jump. Also, obviously, a crucial phase here. And this is Jordan Aki-Sawyer of Loughborough. So already an improvement out to 15:32. Not too much change in the order in the last few moments. Toby Dronfield still in third at the moment, improved by 11 centimetres to 15:12. Behind Aki-Sawyer 15:32 and Archie Yeo 15:73. So that's the top three as it stands. Josh Woods just outside at 15:06. So again, that could change. There is Woods. And here's Lily Church, Cardiff Met. New height 172 first attempt. Curving into this bar, but not having the height there. So 673, Callie Coates of Leeds Beckett. So Callie coming into this third-ranked athlete, 178 personal best, Northern Indoor Under-20 champion here in the purple of Leeds Beckett. That was closer than the attempt that we saw for Church. Had decent heart there and clip, the bar came down. Back we go to the triple jump. Unable to execute as he would have liked. Just there though. 2.76 showing us Alex Gray of Bath, although slightly different to the usual Bath vest. Hallie Ferguson here, expecting big things, but will have to take the second attempt at 172. Over to Evelyn Fontaine. Silver medalist last year, and the gold medalist Emily Madden-Foreman isn't in action. The obvious thing to say is that she will be going for gold. 181 new lifetime best in Cardiff. Well, it seems as though through the stages of the different athletes, we're getting closer and closer to clearing 172. But whatever happens, these failures racking up, of course, that can be important as well if we aren't separated based on new heights between athletes. Can go down to count back. Can all get a little bit complicated to follow. So final round men's triple jump now. No change to the top five. Church. So she's the first to kick off the second attempts at 172. And that certainly was better than the first go. So Ampofo of Brunel 14.39, but unable to make any inroads into those ahead of him. Josh Woods 15.06. He should be next to jump. So, on to the semi-finals of the women's 400 metres we go. really strong heats yesterday. It'll be just the winner going through and just 2 time qualifiers from these semis. This is Seth the McIntosh, Barker, Grigg, Callan, Fitton and McCann in this semi-final number 1. So 26-11 through the first 200. Rachel McCann it is. Impressive heat winner yesterday. And just look at this margin for a semi-final, when we've been saying the competition ramps up a few notches, but just as easy as the heat for Rachel McCann. 55.46 she comes through, able to ease up a little bit across the line. The 400 final coming up at 3:10, so 2 hours gap between the heat and the semi-final. She will take a lot of confidence from that, Rachel McCann. Third attempts, 172 now in this high jump. Meanwhile, I can tell you Josh Woods, triple jump final round, 15.07, so unable to get into the medals. We know who our medalists will be in the triple. Lily Church, Welsh heptathlete, needs to try and stay in the competition. 172, unfortunately not today. So, really getting interesting now. All the simultaneous action, but I will stay at 172 for the third attempts that are to come. I just wonder how high the high jump will progress to today. Hannah Ferguson still involved, along with Evelyn Fontaine. So, 172, third attempts continue. Field getting smaller out there. But a clearance at the third time of asking then from Callie Coates, crucial. Actually getting quite close to deciding who our medalists will be at this point in the comp. As I say, we know who they'll be in the men's triple jump. Archie Yeo, Jordan Aki-Sawyer, Toby Dronfield, who's improved to 15.12. Aki-Sawyer needs 15.73 for gold. He already has a personal best and has had a great day's work. It's going to be a Loughborough 1-2. Aki-Sawyer can be pretty proud of today's efforts. Silver medal for him. And yeah, we just saw a double podium in the women's long jump, didn't we? Molly Palmer, Ruby Jurgis, Aki-Sawyer. Measurement just coming through now. So this is probably, again, going to start with 15 metres. And what's been a good day for him, 15.06. So 4 jumps over 15 metres. Archie Yeo confirmed as the champion, adding this gold to his UK indoor title from last weekend. So terrific performance from Archie Yeo, but similar to Lily Holland, he was expected to take the gold. Closer battle in the women's long jump. Didn't know how that would go between Cleo Martin-Evans and Molly Palmer. Martin-Evans, in the end, taking that one. 6.26. Well, I just wonder whether the final jump will be taken, because Archie Yeo already confirmed as the gold medalist. In any case, the next action right here. 175 we've moved up to. Callie Coates looks like she's trying to put a sticker down on the ground to start her run up. Where to start. Curvature of her run-up. Certainly appeared to be marking down something there. But she's just going to head away for a moment as she's heard the whistle go. Take a drink of water. And that's because it's the second semi-final of the women's 400 metres here. So Eliza Hayden, Millie Walton, Kiama Kofi, Olivia Bochi, Molly Swingler and Emily Newnham on the outside for Loughborough in lane 6. Newnham, the championship record holder, taking over Amy Alcock, CBP for Loughborough. 53.1, super impressive. She improved her own PB outright by a second to 52.1 since then. Bochi looked impressive yesterday, the Southern under-20 400 civil medalist, and she's going well. They hit the bell, 25.16, so a second faster than semi-final number 1 at that particular stage. Kiama Kofi of Brunel looking strong, just trying to battle with Molly Swingler, I think it is. Swingler, personal best, 57.24 in Abbottstown, Ireland recently. Newnham going to stroll through, 54.43, again a second faster than the previous heat through both 200 and 400. So looking great for her. And back into the thick of the action, Hallie Ferguson clears 175. So announcing herself now in this competition, and potentially that could prove to be the gold medal winning jump for the GB Under-20 International. Fontaine will try and respond. Recent personal best 181 compares to 182 for Ferguson at the internationally acclaimed Hustopek high jump meeting in the Czech Republic recently. Fontaine leaped high, but unsuccessful ultimately. First attempt 175. Evelyn Fontaine then, second attempt 175 in this high jump. Again, could prove to be a crucial jump here. But yeah, just think she's going to wait for this whistle to blow. And it must be tricky for some of these jumpers, just trying to compose yourself, get yourself ready, and knowing that these track semi-finals are ongoing as well. Of course, some people might actually like the fact that the race is going on, just focus. Others do have different tactics. This then is semi-final number 3 of the women's 400 metres. Danielle Janssen van Rensburg, Kira Alexander, Imogen Pugh, Layla Zule, Kat Reynolds and Raquel Chenagel. Just the winner going through, 2-time qualifiers here, and it is super tough. Raquel Chenagel, the Canadian, has been quite impressive though. A former World Junior, World Youth athlete with a personal best of 52.52, 55.38 indoors for the Canadian. Looking strong here once again. We've seen a pretty dominant athlete in each of the semis so far. Same time as Emily Newnham, and Kat Reynolds is going to try and manage this gap and going to try and stick with the fastest athlete in this semi-final for as long as she can. In the black and yellow of Sheffield, closing down on Chenagel now. Reynolds, 55.91 personal best, 5th outdoors last year. She wants to make this final and at least match that this year. She'll have to wait and see if she can be one of the time qualifiers. 55.82. That slow second lap there for Reynolds. So exciting stage of this women's high jump final then. Fontaine and Coates involved along with Halle Ferguson at a rather crucial stage now. So just waiting to see what's going to happen next here. 178 the bar is going to move up to. So Halle Ferguson, and this could be where the gold medal is decided. And we've also got, of course, one more semi-final of the women's 400 in just a moment's time. Ferguson of Manchester Met, as I say, GB under 20 international, Northern indoor high jump champion as well, England under 20 indoor winner last year, outdoors the silver. And she clears at 178, fantastic, and a sigh of relief for her as well. So delighted to say that joining me here is Maddie Turner, the Durham track captain. We're watching these 400 metres. I believe you were competing as well earlier on. Enjoyed yourself this weekend so far?
Yeah, it's been a really, really good weekend. I think it's always nice because it brings the team together for a 3-day period, and it's very bonding and nice to get a good atmosphere of support, and it's sort of the first time that happens in the season.
Yeah, absolutely. And I suppose as someone who's competing in athletics, you'll be used to as well the whole community of it, people that you might know from other areas of track and field. But tell us what it's like sort of behind the scenes to be part of the Durham team. You travel together obviously on the team bus, you stay together as well. So what's that like, kind of like outside of what we see on the track?
Yeah, so there's a lot of time traveling down as a team and leaving very early. So
how early?
We travelled down on the Friday on day one, and that was a 7 a.m. leave from Durham. Previous years we've come a day earlier, so stayed the Thursday night. But yeah, so it's quite tough that first day. Yeah. A lot of tired legs. And then it's always nice in the evenings to go out for dinners all as a team. You don't get a lot of chance to do that in term time. So I'd say from this point onwards, going back to uni, you always feel a lot more closer after this event.
Yeah, that's really nice, and the outdoors comes quite soon also. So, fourth semi-final, women's 400, Emily Bowitt, Rebecca Weeks, Hermione Mason, Katie Robbins, Jess Astill and Orla Brennan. So Astill, another GB Under-20 international, Orla Brennan, silver medalist last year behind Emily Newnham in the 400 hurdles. So both these athletes closely matched, gone out nicely. This could be a little bit tighter to see who the victor will be on this first lap here. Got to keep lane discipline until this point, hugging the inside, 26.14, and actually that's the slowest split time that we've seen so far. Newnham was way in front of her competitors, but this is what we want to see. Really good battle, only one spot. Astill, Brennan, the more experienced in BUCS competition. Is she going to move through round the outside here? Astill trying to hold on. Really close all the way to the line. This will matter. Oh, that was so tight. 56.38. I think only one of those athletes is going to go through to the final. That was some exciting 400-meter racing, wasn't it?
That
Fantastic.
was very tight.
Yeah, I'm not even sure who got that on the line. And in third place, by the way, it looked like going nicely, there was Emily Bowitt, but yeah, Jess Astill of Loughborough fighting there with Orla Brennan. Neither really asserted down the home straight. I wonder whether we can see that again, but that was very, very close. In the high jump, we're going through second attempts at 178. So Fontaine, if she wants to remain in gold medal contention, of course, this would be the height to clear. Halle Ferguson and Manchester Met already over it, hoping to keep the high jump title in Manchester Met colours, following Emily Madden-Foreman's victory last year in Sports City, of course, in Manchester as well, and Naomi Metzger having won the title in the past in the colours of University of Manchester. So Fontaine of Bath, second attempt, 178. So massive moment potentially. Oh, well, had good height there, but just brings the bar down. So halfway through the day here, Maddie, Durham's track captain, joining me. Well, Durham's team fairly strong this year. I guess we'll find out how many medals you get in the next few hours, but a few opportunities to get on the podium.
Yeah, we've had some really strong middle distance running this year. So we've got Jacob going later in the men's 800 finals. He smashed his PB in the semis by about 3 seconds, going sub 50. So that was really, really exciting to watch. And we've got Jasmine running in the women's 3000. She's had a massive upward trajectory this year, so that should be a really, really exciting race.
Yeah, and I'm sure people will be watching from home as well, from Durham. Not everyone can make it here to watch along, but not too far a journey. That's why 7 AM I think could have been worse. Yeah. But fantastic stuff to see. So yeah, lots to look forward to. What do your captain duties entail? So
this is probably, as captain, this is when the event it all mounts up to for first before outdoors, I guess. There's a lot of organisation with sort of finance teams and accommodation, making sure we all do all our meals together as a team, because athletics being an individual sport, it's really nice at events like this to really emphasise and push that team aspect of it. We really wanted to get a mascot race in this year, but couldn't quite sort it in time. But next year, hopefully. Yeah, it's nice to come together.
Well, thank you. It's been nice to chat to you and just to get a bit of insight from a Durham perspective. Good luck for the rest of the day. I know you've got your performance staff here as well. watching on, coaches involved too, so hopefully it's a successful day.
Thank you.
So, more semi-final action, thick and fast here, really kind of settling who the medal contenders will be. And this is the first men's semi-final of the 400 metres, coming through very nicely here. Birmingham hoping to contend once again in the 400 with Cameron Bailey, 22.67 at the bell. Thomas Leacock, Archie Sloan, Casper Matusiak, Scott Hanaway and Kareem Selman-Jackson all in this. But look at Cameron Bailey here for Birmingham. What a lead he has. Scott Hanaway battling for second place. And it's incredibly tight qualification with winner going through. Cameron Bailey's done that. He's into the final and only one-time qualifier. That is so tough to make it through. So we've had some great guests joining us on the live stream, and this possibly one of the best of the lot, because Abby Paula having the moment so far of these championships, maybe breaking the championship record in the 60 hurdles. Obviously you've had quite a week to this point, but first of all, that championship record on Friday night, a fantastic evening for you.
Yeah, no, definitely. I really wanted to run 8.1 this year. Had my eye on that championship record. Obviously it was Jodie's, who I train with, so we were joking, so we want to keep it in the training group, but I've been really consistent in the 8.2s, 8.3s, so I really wanted to kind of get that down, and it really builds for next week.
Yeah, it's interesting because not many athletes probably look at the championship record before, but I think that shows that, yeah, you're someone of, I guess, that kind of caliber where, you know, you not only want to win medals, but you have your eye on other things. Just going to watch this jump then of Hallie Ferguson. Second attempt, 181. See, high jump, one of your events too, but can't go in all of them in the same weekend. So just bring the bar down there at 181. Abby, also tremendous congratulations on your World Indoors selection for the pentathlon.
Thanks.
It came after a terrific personal best, of course, in Tallinn in the pentathlon. So just tell me how the last few weeks have been, really, leading up to that.
So, I mean, my indoor season started really early. I competed late December to prepare me for like the UK Championships.
Wow,
here.
That's pretty rare.
Yeah, I know. I wasn't a fan of that, but yeah, so we did UK Championships here and then kind of went back into a bit of a training block. My initial plan actually was to not focus on the pentathlon this indoors. I kind of wanted to focus on the hurdles a little bit more. 8.02 was the qualifier, really difficult. But I don't know, I was trying to chase that, but then after I scored quite well, probably better than I expected in January, Ash was very much, you're doing the Tallinn one. So then back into a training block to prepare for Tallinn, which I was really pleased with. And again, like every single event that weekend was solid. Like I was a little bit disappointed with my 800, but I was exhausted. Like them type of European pentathlons, it is bang, 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 like there's no breaks. So, no, I was pleased with that, and then we've been again into a bit of a competition block with British Champs with this weekend. But yeah, it's gone very fast.
Yeah, you know, I was wondering, because obviously I saw you on the entries, I wondered where you would have thought, okay, I've got that selection now, I'm just going to leave BUCS to one side. So you obviously wanted to compete for your university.
Yeah, so I was actually meant a long jump and do the relay, but obviously I got the call, and I always do a competition a week out for my combined events anyway, and I think if I'd have known about World Champs, say 2 weeks earlier, I still would have done this competition.
Yeah, well, it's not like Loughborough would have been short of gold medalists either way, is it?
Do my bit for the team.
Yeah. So, next semi-final of the men's 400. That's the voice, by the way, of Abby Paulett. Just joining us for a few minutes because she's still got competition to wrap up, even though not doing the relay. A shot put to come, right?
Yes, yeah, shot final at 3:10.
So Julian Priest, Joe Wheeler, Jack Lippman, Piers Lockwood, Joe Lane and Nathaniel Dias on the outside, who really impressed in the heats yesterday, even though he's not one of the top ranked athletes, performing very well here. But this is tight. Joe Lane, who runs so passionately for his university. He was a good heat winner too, but this is tight competition with Piers Lockwood of Loughborough, a three-way battle. And just maybe a four-way battle to Julian Priest there. Zach Blair, we had his housemate on yesterday, saying he doesn't like the early wake-ups, but these three breaking away. Look at Nathaniel Dias round the outside. And that is how to finish a 400, 49.11. Well, Abby Paulett, I know you're a pentathlete stroke heptathlete, but you know, as people will know, kind of under 17, under 20 level, you were literally winning medals in every single event at the championships. So we see third attempt failure there for Hallie Ferguson, but looks like she's wrapped this high jump up. Yeah, it must have been quite tricky for you, even though combined events is an option, to choose actually where to focus.
Yeah, I mean, I used to do a lot of the jumps when I was younger. I fractured my navicular in my takeoff foot 2 years ago, so the jumps have taken a little bit of a hit recently, but finally sort of coming out the other side. Like I said, I was meant to be in the long jump, making some progress there, so yeah, it's tough to pick, but I definitely have my favourite. So.
Yeah. Talking of which, watching long jump action here, and this is also getting interesting. We saw the men's triple jump final a little earlier, women's long jump, women's triple jump. Obviously you're here watching as well when you can. What have you enjoyed so far? As you said, like some of your training partners, teammates, part of the Loughborough team, has it ever been quite a successful few days?
Yeah, I love watching 400s. So I just missed the women's 400s because I had to go into the gym to do some lifts for my last session before World Champs. But I do love watching the 400s, so I'm excited for that final, especially the women's. Yeah, no, I love a relay, so I've been loving watching the relays. But also shout out to Piers, who was just in that heat. He got engaged the other week. So,
oh wow, okay.
Yeah. Congrats.
Yeah, okay. Was he doing the proposing?
Yes, yeah. I think so.
Yeah. No, because Sophie McKinnon got engaged the day before British Champs. Yeah, she was doing the proposing. She was more nervous for that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, well, I don't know. It's not something I've had to experience yet, so I don't know how nerve-wracking that would be compared to competition. Early stages of this pole vault A final here. Have you pole vaulted?
No.
It's probably the one that you haven't got to yet.
Not been allowed to.
Right, yeah. Well, it's interesting because obviously there is a bit of a movement in the last few years for women's decathlon, isn't there?
Yeah.
To take part in all 10 events.
Something that would probably force me to become a hurdler. Yeah, I think not for me.
Yeah, not for you just yet. But no, it's interesting, obviously, as someone who's kind of progressing up to what, are you under 23 still, or
yes.
Certainly you were last year, weren't you?
So I'm still under 23 next year as well.
Oh,
so,
right, okay, yeah.
In my middle year.
Yeah, so people do try and see at different stages kind of what your capabilities are in athletics, you know, where your potential might be. I know Holly Mills is an unusual one in that sense because she went back to multi-events, having been a long jumper for some time. So I guess, you know, who knows at the moment where the future might be. You had a international selection at the European Team Championships in the hurdles last year, which was a great experience, and maybe you hadn't quite expected that it would be individually for the hurdles where you get your first senior selection there.
No, definitely not actually. I think we work quite closely with Aston Moore, who coaches KJT. So Aston
coaches everybody.
Yeah, well, he was my coach's coach when he was an athlete. So Aston sort of mentors Ash, and he kind of said, listen, if your first couple of championships as a hurdler, then you're making championships, so that's fine. It just gave me that championships experience that hopefully will help me, for example, at World Indoors. Yeah, when I got selected, they were like telling me, it's fine, you'll be in the second heat, it'll be girls running the same time as you, and then the heats came out and I was in the fastest one. Had like Olympians, which was a bit of a shock.
Yeah, well, a great opportunity though.
Yeah, definitely.
It was, wasn't it? Yeah. So, just looking at this women's pole vault final, lots of field action to come thick and fast. Of course, women's high jump has wrapped up now. Terrific performance there from Halle Ferguson that we saw to keep the title in the colours of Manchester Met. This is Emily Oakden of Birmingham. Bar looks to be at 3 metres and 63 at this stage. Sophie Ashurst, one of the standout names in this, another experienced GB junior competitor. Felicia Miloro as well, Sarah Barber. As we move on to the next semi-final of this exciting men's 400-metre competition. And of course the final to come a little bit later on at 3:20. So not the biggest gap between semi and final. So 22:64 at the bell here for Andrea Panacidi, the top-ranked athlete, the Italian of Imperial College London, with some good competition from Tom Hunter, Manchester around the outside. And Aberdeen's Bradley Francis in third place. Only the winner going through. So crucial. Oh, this could be an upset from Tom Hunter. 48.68 coming through on the fastest ranked athlete, who has a 46.9 outright lifetime best. But Tom Hunter did terrifically well. Well, Abby Paulett, you said you enjoyed watching the 400, and when someone makes a move around the outside, it's great to watch, isn't it, on that second lap?
Definitely. I think I was saying quite a lot last summer I'd quite like to do a 400 or get into a 4x4, and then my coach made me do a time trial 300, and I was coming down the home straight going, maybe it's not as easy as I thought.
Yeah.
Because I've never ran one, so.
Well, it's funny because, yeah, sometimes it is the coach that pushes an athlete towards the 400 or something like that,
Yeah.
just to see what your potential is. You're saying that Hannah Bryan, that's an example of that. You know, she did run really well in the shorter sprints, a great starter, but when pushed towards 400, now she's also got a world indoor selection.
Yeah.
So, women's pole vault happening, men's long jump as well, 400-metre semi-finals. Yeah, so it's interesting, Abby, then, that so Jodie Smith, I think, was also someone that you train with, was here watching, spectating as well.
Yeah, Jodie's here.
But has she graduated now?
Yeah, Jodie was at Brunel last year. She's a year older than me, so she's graduated now.
But she can't keep away.
Can't keep away.
Yeah.
She's here to watch. Yeah, she's here to spectate him, support him.
Yeah, and it's pretty cool. You mentioned as well that Ash Bryant as your coach, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, someone that's fairly recently, an athlete doing well, and international championships to become a coach, to stay in the sport as well, but also learning as he goes, as you said, being mentored. So what's it like having kind of a young coach who is quite in touch, shall we say, with recent years in the sport?
Yeah, I think it's what you just said, like he's in touch, and it's not long since he himself was the athlete, so I think there's that we both know what each other's thinking a little bit, and training with Neve as well, Emerson, so like me, Jodie, Neve and Bryony, that's our group, so it's a good...
Bryony Bavell?
Yes, yeah, she was high jumping.
She was.
It's a good group of experience, and with Ash's input and as with Aston, yeah, it's a really great training group.
And what's the environment like within the Loughborough team? Because there's a real mix of athletes, aren't there? There are those that are very much accustomed to BUCS competition, and there's some of those making the team for the first time as well.
No, definitely. I mean, I say this is my first BUCS because I only did shot put last year, so I was coming back from injury. I don't quite count it. So no,
you were
it's
close to a medal there, weren't you? I think,
came fourth. Neve
yeah.
bumped me out of the medals actually in one of the last rounds. So no, it's a great team environment and everyone's super supportive of one another.
So fourth semi-final of this men's 400. Mauricio Carrodus, Liverpool. Manchester Met's Chuk Wai-yi. Cardiff's Will Parkinson. Finn Whiteman, Sheffield. Christian Samuel Nash of Brunel. Ben Heron of Strathclyde. So Christian Samuel Nash, bronze medalist last year, 48.46 personal best, the Brunel man. Bit of an upset in the previous heat though. Panasidi, fastest ranked athlete, overtaken by Tom Hunter in the closing stages. So Christian Samuel Nash going nicely into this tricky top bend. Chased down by Finn Whiteman, black and yellow of Sheffield, Ben Heron, Strathclyde, maroon on the outside. So, hitting the bell here, 22.54. Samuel Nash just avoids the tight inside of the bend. Heron is still there. Whiteman also. Pretty even gaps at this moment. Just look at Ben Heron, he's going to try and wind up to make a move, but Samuel Nash surely he's going to slingshot down this home straight. He has saved enough. Crucial. 48.89. So one more semi-final to come, and Abby Paulett has the shot put to come, so going to let you head off, but
thank you.
To warm up, but yeah, congratulations on what's been a great week, and you never know, maybe a chance of improving on that that fourth place last year in the shot put. So
yeah, hopefully. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
So men's long jump final, second round. 660, the latest measurement to come through Jarrell Livingston. So we will also have a look at the pole vault in a moment. Just establishing a bit more of this long jump at what's often a point where we see some good attempts once everyone's had a bit of a sighter in the first round. Men's high jump final to come later on, women's shot as well. So lots of action. We'll just focus on the field here for a few moments. Okay, to the pole vault we go now. Gave everyone a shout out earlier. And this could also be really interesting competition. We've got Jade Spencer-Smith as well of St Mary's in this, of course, previous champion. Emily Oakton of Birmingham, Sarah Barber of Glasgow there, Sophie Dowson, King's College, Loughborough's Milotto and Ashurst, then Eva Cutman, London South Bank, and Bronwyn Yindle, Anglia Ruskin. Augustine Kodji, Liverpool, John Moores here. Again, should be a medal contender, Kodji. Comes in ranked 5th, 7:05 personal best, 720 long jump and triple jump champion. 400 semi-finals have really, I think, set some goosebumps going, just because you know what is about to hit us from around 10 to 3 in an hour's time. Finals all the way through. And just to check for Alex Huchin there, getting the safety pins on. So let's have a look at this lineup. Semi-final 5 of 5, just the winner going through to that final. Coming up at 20 past 3. And one-time qualified from all 5 semi-finals. That's proverbial short straw, qualifying that way. All counts though. Tom Street of Imperial, Newcastle's James Shaw alongside him, wearing 903 there. What about Alex Huchin on the outside? The Loughborough man, 47.62 at best. Jacob Lamble, Cardiff Met, 48.61 his PB. Fifth semi-final of the men's 400 metres. Jibril Adeniji, Benji Davis also in this one. Huchin going nicely on the outside, but he knows the competition is coming. Hitting the bell cleanly, 22.69 on the clock, 10th faster than we saw just a moment ago. And looks like Jacob Lamble hot on his heels. Winding their way through this top bend. Huchin of Loughborough, Lamble of Cardiff Met, the two fastest athletes in this fifth semi-final. Huchin does the business, 47.98 on the clock. Really strong second lap there. Just looking at some of the previous times, 48.8, 48.6, 49.1, and now 47.9. I think this final might just be wide open. Cam Bailey, maybe the favourite, but Huchin very, very closely matched with him. Samuel Nash Lamble, if he makes it, perhaps. Sophie Dowson in this pole vault final, bar at 373. And going through third attempts here, so field becoming smaller now in this A final, B final earlier on. And yeah, we'll get very interesting in the final stages, as it was in the women's high jump. Halle Ferguson winning that. It was the first time clearance at 178 that helped her on her way. So returning to the pole vault in a moment's time, and we'll keep an eye on the men's long jump too. On to more semi-final action, women's 200. Emily Reid of Sheffield, Isabella Wigley of Cardiff, Kelvie Wamba of Brunel, Hannah Longdon, defending champion UE, Madeline Wapples of Birmingham, Shani Skirvin, Nottingham Trent. Again, just the winner going through, and two-time qualifiers through to the women's 200 final at 3:30. Very interesting to see how Hannah Longdon does here. Tougher competition, hard to win a BUCS title, even harder to successfully defend a gold medal. It was a great start by Wamba on her inside, but Longdon now really asserting her authority on this race, and she's also got the 60-metre silver medalist, Skirvin, chasing her down, but just does hold on, 23.93. And Wapples and Skirvin will have to wait and see if their times are enough to make it through to the final. Obviously, they both do have a chance of going through. Back to the pole vault, let's go. 3:83, new height, first attempt. So Sarah Barber, Glasgow, climbs up to 12 o'clock. Definitely has the potential of making it over this height. She'll have two more goes. So back to men's long jump action, and a man in two finals, Ignatius Ababresi of East Anglia. So it looks like we are in the third round of the men's long jump. Of course, men's triple jump earlier won by Archie Yeo of Loughborough, from Jordan Aki-Sawyer, his teammate Toby Dronfield, Brunel, bronze. Back to the pole vault we go. Of course, still first attempts 3:83 now. Oh, again, lots of height there, so I'm sure very capable of a more controlled attempt. That second time of asking is Felicia Miloro. Miloro, UK outdoor pole vault bronze medalist last year, personal best outrider 4:16, winning the BUCS title outdoors in 2023 in Sports City, Manchester Regional Arena. Looks like her teammate Sophie Ashurst next to go. So keep an eye on Ashurst's attempt. We switch this long jump here with Woods of Birmingham. So another who's featured in the long jump and triple jump, just waiting for his moment. So Ashurst ready to go, and as we're with her first, only fair to see this first attempt, Sophie Ashurst. All the simultaneous action here, but concentrating on this pole vault, and that's how you do it. Terrific clearance for Ashurst. And now Woods is ready to go, so great timing here. Third round, and a great leap from Woods. Just outside the medals in maybe his favoured event, the triple jump, in 4th place. 15.07 it was, 5 centimetres off a medal was Woods. So back to the pole vault and long jump in a moment. And this is the second semi-final of the women's 200 metres. 1 lap of the track. Niamh Woodward of Leeds, Hannah Ulvaid of Cardiff Met, Izzy Tustin Cardiff, Isabel Skelton of Birmingham, Jasmine Moss of Loughborough, Ayula Babalola of York. Well, this is a scorching lineup for a semi-final, and the qualification conditions are oh so tough. Jasmine Moss, winner of this title, terrifically in the past, now these days in the colours of Loughborough. And you wonder what kind of form she's in. Babalola of York, again experienced BUCS competitor. This is just won by Moss from Babalola in 23.89. So that is 400ths faster in terms of the trackside clock than that victory for Longdon. So you feel Babalola in with a good chance. In with a very good chance, because her time likely to be faster than Skirvin. And certainly Wattles as well, unfortunately for them. Babalola. Clear vision in front of her. She'll know that Jasmine Moss is in her inside, and she'll know that she'll be very, very competitive. Moss here reaching for the line. Oh, she didn't even need to reach in the end, she just powered through, to be perfectly honest. Two Loughborough teammates here. I better reckon we're going to see another Loughborough double podium, you know. Meloro. Oh, well, she'll be a little disappointed, because definitely has the capability of clearing this height. And you can see it's within reach. Certainly some confidence can be taken from those first 2 attempts, even if they were ultimately unsuccessful. Here's Augustine Kodji then, in the long jump. So Kodji in 10th place, 6.61. That is his best jump so far. So improving, but not enough to make it into the top 8. Long jump as it stands. Guess what? Archie Yeo leading the way, having won the triple jump earlier. So that would be super, super impressive. Long jump, triple jump, double if he could make it. Adam Houle, don't forget we saw him best of the lot in the pole vault B final. And so this is, yeah, I think his 3rd event of the weekend. Adam Houle, 7.35 personal best in 2nd. Sam Danson, 7.04 in 3rd place, but only 2 centimetres ahead of Dylan Ryan of Brunel, 7.02. So, as predicted, pretty close, but it looks like we have 2 battles going on at the moment. 1 for gold and silver, and 1 for bronze. Josh Woods in 5th place, having finished 4th in the triple jump. Slightly agonising spots to finish in, but opportunity to improve. He's on 6.94 and he's 10 centimetres off a medal. 3rd semi-final of the women's 200 with Alice Woodhouse of Edgehill, Manchester Met's Isabel White, Stephanie Brooks Cardiff Met. Again, been very, very busy this weekend, including in the relay. Acacia Williams-Hewitt of Sheffield, Serena Grace of East Anglia, and Poppy Malik of Loughborough. So more heat winners there on the outside. Malik very strong over 400 metres. As we were saying, her relay success at the Loughborough International. Also World Under-20s. And somehow those best teenagers in the country seem to find themselves at Loughborough University quite often. So Malik on the outside, excellent getaway. And Grace is going to try and push her all the way, like we saw with Babalola and Moss. And again, a bit of a battle behind. I like to call it Noah's Ark formation, 2x2 battles. 23.91 for Malik on the outside, looking pleased with that. So, wow, all three semi-finals getting times within 400s unofficially of one another. 23.89, 23.91, 23.93. Hool, long jump. Wow, nearly out of the pit there. But I think I can see, a red flag. Oh, no. I wonder whether a consequence was his foot was way over the board. It helped him get extra distance. Well, just to give you a colour behind the scenes and lift the lid on the machine a little bit, we have an absolute sea of paper start lists being handed to me, but with everyone that's handed, I can see that it says final on it, and we know what's about to come. And we know that recycling is important because of this piles and piles of paper. Don't worry, I spotted the bins, green bins. High, high hopes playing out in the stadium. That's the case here for Ryan Brunel. 2 centimetres off a medal. White flag. Some good Brunel jumping performances today, particularly from Amy Wa, who was silver medalist in the triple. Pretty close to top 3 in the long as well. She's actually in that top 3 after 3 rounds. Ruby Georges and Steph Jones then improving second half of the competition. 3.93 in the pole vault. Sarah Barber, Glasgow. So, unfortunately heading underneath that bar. So maybe an adjustment there for the second attempt. Change run up. Sometimes athletes look at trying with different poles as well, of different length. As well as different length poles, you can have ones that bend faster and easier. Some athletes tend to like that. Obviously, you've got to be if you're very fast, you tend to suit a pole that bends quicker, be able to deal with that faster process. Sometimes think of the pole a bit like a pendulum swing. Obviously, pendulum standing still before you begin your run up, like Sophie Ashurst here is about to go next. 3.83. Pendulum still at the moment. She'll build up speed. It will start swinging quickly. Then just the ever so fraction of a second, wait for that pole to bend, to climb with your feet in the air up to 12 o'clock position, and then using that gymnastic ability, taking advantage of that momentum, climb over the top and kiss the pole goodbye. Unfortunately, the bar also making its way onto the mat at the same time there. Final semi-final, the women's 200. Paula Melo, Mary Takwangi, Bronwyn Mooney, Charlotte Bevan, Brooke Ironside and Lewis Garland. So Ironside, a great 200-metre runner and long jumper as well. And of course, she was a 60-metre bronze medalist on day 1. Lois Garland following her through. And this is the fastest semi-final of them all, giving Lois Garland a fantastic chance to be in the final. 23.75. Officially 23.74, so 1.5 tenths of a second clear of any of the other semi-final times. You have to feel for any athlete who's second in a semi-final and doesn't actually make their final. This will be Barber's second attempt. Bar at 393. So 383 so far, but it's moved up continuously by these 10cm increments. So just waiting for the full results to come through and to be cleared by the track referee from those 200 semis. Some close time, including in second place. Yula Babalola actually was very close, if you remember, to Jasmine Moss, 24.03 her time. But it's the same time exactly as Shani Skirvin, who was second in that opening semi-final behind Hannah Longdon. Fortunately, Serena Grace, 24.39, bit off that. So at this stage, it looks like Babalola and Skirvin in a great position to qualify. And as I say that, Lois Garland's time, as predicted, comes through faster than them both. 23.92 coming up as a personal best as well. Asher, second attempt, 3.93 now. And there we go. We knew that that was well within her grasp. So just continuing what I was saying, Lois Garland 23.92 looks to have made it through to the 200 final, and then unless there's any change so far as what the track referee is looking at, then it will go down to thousandths of a second between Babalola and Skirvin. It looks like Babalola ahead on thousandths of a second. That's how it is as things stand. Women's 200 final coming up at 3:30. Going through third attempts at 3.93. Certainly Sarah Barber about to feature here. This is the women's pole vault A final. Barber, Scottish indoor and outdoor champion, and also doing that universities double last year. Well, she was attempting a lifetime best. Still very strong competition for the Glasgow athlete. And in fact, I think by clearing 3.83, improving on her PB by 2 centimetres. Okay, back to the long jump we go then. Getting into the second half of this competition. It's Archie Yeo, Adam Houle, Dylan Ryan, top 3. So I mentioned that Dylan Ryan was 2 centimetres off a medal. He's improved to 7.13 and is now 9 centimetres inside the medals, pushing Sam Danson down. Will Reid of Leeds Beckett we're watching there. So obviously 6.68 there we can see his measurement, but yes. He starts off the 4th round because he was in 8th place after 3 rounds of the competition, and the top 8 athletes all get 6 goes in total. Chance to improve. Craig Moncur, he was 8th in the shot put. He was also 7th in the shot put after 3 rounds, so a bit of deja vu for the Birmingham man. 6.88 his best so far, gets the white flag. So, first time we've seen Jade Spencer-Smith, but thought that might be the case that she'd enter late on in the comp. 4.31 personal best, here at 4.03 first attempt. Just bring the bar down, so yeah, maybe just needs a sighter at that one. Back to this 4th round of the long jump. This is Stephen Simmons of Kent, who was in 6th, or 7th place I should say. No, he was in 6th, it's just that I'm looking at because there's been a change there. Craig Moncur has moved past him into 6th on 6.92. Simmons has been pushed down, but he was initially 6th after 3 rounds. Sophie Ashurst then. Just seen Spencer-Smith come in to challenge. Been already out there. 4.03, going into new territory over 4 metres now. She does have a personal best of 4.22. Ashurst of Loughborough climbing high, and well, similar to 3.93 failure at the first attempt, but if she can get it right next time of asking, won't matter too much. Spencer-Smith doing the same. Woods of Birmingham, 5th place, 6.94 at best. Leaping long there, so I wonder if this is going to start with a 7, this measurement. Sam Danson, 10 centimetres in front of him on 7.04. Dylan Ryan of Brunel, 7.13 in 3rd place. Josh Woods, 7.16 at best. It does start with a 7, 7.04. So he is level with Sam Danson, goes down to 2nd best attempts, and Danson's 2nd best is 1 centimetre further at 6.95 than Woods. That could change again, because here is Danson, 9 centimetres off a medal. That position held once again by Dylan Ryan of Brunel. Danson building up speed, hair flopping about, and leaping right to the end of the pit once again. Coming in as the 2nd ranked athlete with a personal best of 7.40 this year. Another who was on the podium at the UK Senior Championships last weekend. 7.25 for Danson. So suddenly it looks like we have a 3-way battle for gold. Responds to what Dylan Ryan did in the 3rd round. Also a pendulum then, metaphor in terms of swinging back and forth on the leaderboard. Dylan Ryan reacting here to Danson's 4th round effort, but not as he would like. He does well actually to avoid the official as he emerges onto the track. So in front of them, Adam Hull 7.35, Archie Yeo 7.38. men's 200 metre semi-finals next, with Sydney Mendes, Liam Sutty, Jonathan Knox, Thomas Abbott, David Chapman, Charles Naughty. Feels like just a few moments ago that I was reading out the same names from the heats. As such, time has progressed, time has been flying, but Chapman, I guess, had more of a break because he was in the first heat earlier on. And first semi-final now, just the winner and one time qualifier to go through. Chapman secured a passage in 21.23 seconds. That is fantastic for David Chapman, and absolutely emerging as a contender now. On to Adam Hull, an ultimate jump in fourth round. Oh, I just wonder on board placement, because he does get the white flag. Adam Hull is capable of something very big. Best overall in the pole vault B final, I should say. Oh, 7:42 for Adam Hull. Fantastic jump. And he's having a great competition here. So, Adam Hull moving up into the lead, holds it by 4 centimetres now. And it is a personal best as well. 7:32 coming into today. That was last year, so another reaction is needed. Extension to the sandpit is almost needed. 7:72, I think, the championship record, by the way, Renil Benigo of Loughborough. Ashurst then, 4:13 first attempt. So, well, she's continually making it over, but first attempt not always successful. Been a good battle between her and Jade Spencer-Smith and Felicia Miloro. Archie Yeo, 7:17 in fourth round, by the way. So 4 centimetres behind our new leader of Adam Hall of Heriot Watt. Will Reid. So he has 6:84. Needs 6 more centimetres to improve. Red flag. So, and we go to Craig Moncur. Scott moved up by 1 place just a moment ago, 6:92, and he now needs 12 more centimetres to overtake his Birmingham teammate Woods. Close to doing that. 7:01 for Moncur. So this is now semi-final number 2 for the men, and look at this from Corey Neelan Richards. Isaac Marsh on his outside for Sheffield, Joseph Foster of Birmingham, on his inside. Pritchard, Tanti and Sagan also in this, but Corey Nillen Richards doubling up here, comes through 21.72. So half a second off David Chapman's lightning fast victory for Leeds Beckett. Three more semi-finals to come. Woods of Birmingham in 5th place, needs 7.25 to get onto the podium. Just suggesting the motion that he needs, I think. .687, no improvement.
To the presentation area. The medal ceremony. For the men's Ambulant shot put. The bronze medals, representing Loughborough, Sean Delaney. The silver medals from Loughborough, John Matters. And completing a hat-trick for Loughborough, that is the 2024 BUCS Ambulance Shot Put champion, the gold medals, Adam Rutter. The medals in the men's Ambulance Shot Put.
Dylan Ryan of Brunel in this men's long jump final. He's in 4th place and he's 12 centimetres off Sam Danson, who is currently in 3rd. Ryan won the BUCS Outdoor title last year ahead of Stephen McKenzie of Strathclyde, and gets 7 metres in this 5th round now. Just what is Adam Poole capable of? Massive potential so far. Oh. Comes clean out of the pit in one motion as well. Really nice stuff. 7.42, personal best. 2 of his jumps so far, 7.35 and then 7.42. And really challenging. How much does Archie Yeo want to be a double gold medalist? Third semi-final, the men's 200 metres then. Jacob Hockin of Leeds Beckett, Birmingham's Luca Logue Fonseca, Joe Houslin of Brunel, Daniel Hindle of Durham, Blake Brown of Cardiff met there, Ryan Mostyn on the outside. Blake Brown came through superbly in the second half of his heat. Competition stronger this time. Houslin of Brunel, Mostyn also charging through, but it looked like Houslin of Brunel 21.40. Really exciting three-way battle then in the third and fifth of the semi-finals. Mostyn, of course, got that personal best to progress through the 60 on Friday. Doubling up here, won a few doing so. Brown concentrating on the 200 here. Puffing his cheeks, working so hard. All the way to the line, nice dip. Just in front was the Brunel man. So that heat, or that time for the semi in terms of clockings is halfway between, really. Number 1 and 2, 21.23 for Chapman. And then Neelan Richards, 21.72. Let's have a look at Sophie Ashurst here. So I think this is live pictures at 4.23, first attempt. It's just a little off in that first attempt once more, but having a good competition nonetheless. Will Reid gets the white flag.
The RD women's pole vault at 4.23.
.669 for Reid, I believe. Moncur next. 6th place, 7:01. Craig Moncur looks longingly at the sandpit, again gesturing on what his motion should be. Clearly getting instant coaching feedback there from the stands. So here is Jade Spencer-Smith, second attempt, 4.23. So Spencer-Smith, second attempt here, and just kicks that bar off, unfortunately for her. So Simmons of Kent here. And just having a look out for latest measurement to come through. Doesn't look like there was any improvement there for Moncur, 6.71. As I said, Reid 69 before that. Into the final round though, and closing stages of the women's pole vault too. As ever with pole vault, can be quite quickly wrapped up in terms of not too many jumps for the leading contenders. Back to the 200 for this semi-final. Ayinla Mustafa, Matthew Brown, Theodore Dankwa, William Wilshire, Harry Taylor and Osiretin Ekaragbon. Big support on the YouTube chat for Bangor, with Dankwa chasing, but behind Ekaragbon. Navy Liverpool on the outside. Harry Taylor, African Violet of Loughborough from lane 5, charging his way down, just as he did in the heat. Terrific stuff in 21.16 for Harry Taylor. Straight over to Ashurst. Now second attempt, 4:23 here. And Barr just snatched off there. So very close with her and Spencer Smith, who entered the competition later. We saw those failures for Miloro, and it was actually a no height in the end, because that was the height at which she'd entered there previous. I think it was 383. Sarah Barber getting that personal best by 2 centimetres, improving on 381 to 383. For Glasgow, getting the bronze medal, and it's now just down to the two women we've been watching of late. Jade Spencer-Smith of St Mary's, Sophie Ashurst Loughborough, both at 4:13. Final round for Josh Woods though. And 7:04. Well, already had that. So consistent once again. 4th in the triple jump, 5th in the long jump. And feel a bit sorry for Josh Woods there, because I know he would have wanted another BUCS medal. And talented athletes ahead of him though. Sam Danson was in 3rd after 3 rounds, has been pushed back now. $7.25. So far for Sam Danson. Again, another Loughborough medalist. And seemingly a Loughborough double podium on the way. Let's have a look at this measurement. 7:25 again for Sam Danson. So just like Josh Woods, he achieved what he'd already done in round 4. But neither Spencer Smith or Ashurst have been settled at 4:23. Spencer Smith of St Mary's climbs high. Just hit the bar, I think on the way up it was there. And that was her 3rd attempt. Looks like she's in front though on count back. Over to Ashurst next. Here's Dylan Ryan. So this is Dylan Ryan's last chance to get into the top 3. Try and keep on track of all the action on the oval and in the field. It's actually Dylan Ryan who's pushed down from top 3. Northampton, as I mentioned, they've chucked their way back and forth. 6.98. So here's how it looks then. Will Reed, 8th place, 6.84. Stephen Simmons, 6.91 in 7th. Craig Moncur, 7.01. Josh Wood, 7.04 in 5th. Dylan Ryan, 7.13. And he won't improve there. So we now know Sam Danson is the bronze medalist, 7.25. The only thing that can change is if Archie Yeo overtakes Adam Hull. Hull with the opportunity to extend his lead of 4 centimetres by virtue of the 7.42 personal best. Are you following? Hull has been terrific. He would be a very worthy gold medalist. And of course, he's gone ahead, having been 2nd after 3 rounds. So he now just has to wait and see. Oh, but I think that he has extended the lead now. Hearing that this is over 7.50. Look at that, another 10 centimetres added to his personal best. And you just wondered, who would want it more? Archie Yeo, trying to become a double gold medalist at these BUCS Indoor Championships, or Adam Hull, trying to win the long jump. He's been a very busy man. Well, they both have in truth. Of course, as I've said before, it can all change. Yeo still to come. 2 more semi-finals of the men's 200 as well. Ayinla Mustafa, Kingston. Matthew Brown. As I read that, I realise this is the 5th one, in fact. Ethan Craven, Swansea. Wojtek Berger, Portsmouth. Josh Maggs of Bath. Ali Mitchell of Glasgow Cali. Stuart Greenhout of Stirling. And Jason Kalala Brunel. So Kalala has the opportunity just to only look ahead, but look at that green vest of Stirling. Oh no! Pulling up injured. Oh, what a shame for Stuart, but Kalala, plenty of room to run into now. Maggs second for Bath. Kalala comes through, 21.88. I think we'll only have one athlete qualify from that semi-final. Oh, Kalala shaking his head, despite making it through nicely. Obviously demanding more for himself. Tricky for him today, even though he is fresh, shall we say. Might have 3 rounds of the 200 and a round of the relay, all of which he's trying to win. So, concluding those 200 semi-finals, final coming up at 20-4. So 55 minutes time to rest and recuperate.
Welcome to BUCS Big Wednesday, powered by New Balance.
It's the final play, and look at the celebrations, look at how much it means to Northumbria.
That is full time here, and Nottingham reigns supreme.
And he will take it in for the second Loughborough touchdown.
White will head for the corner, but he won't need to get there. The referee blows the full-time whistle.
If you're doing BUCS, you should be at AmeriCamp next summer.
So, finals all the way here on in, starting with the women's 3,000 metres coming up very shortly. Jo Lane of Sheffield Hallam joins me here. The home university and home advantage, trying to make it count. I mean, Sheffield Hallam, how have things been so far generally as a team?
Overall pretty good. We've had some solid performances. We had Corey in the 60 on Friday, made it through to the final. Unfortunately, narrowly missed out on medals. But myself and Benji in the 4s both made it through to the semis. Unfortunately, disappointed to not make it to the final. But, you know, we move on to outdoors. So.
Yeah, but it was only one winner and one-time qualifier across 5 semi-finals.
Yes.
I mean, That's incredibly tough. That's ridiculous. I think it's maybe as a result of higher participation in the 400s, you know, because we've always had the shortest sprints be the biggest amount, you know, as we were saying, like 100 heats, but actually the 400s have had good participation.
Yeah, I mean, we had, I think it was about 75 people entered for the men's 400, which is crazy, crazy numbers. There was 12, 13 heats, so it's always going to be tough. You know, for someone like myself, fairly comfortable qualification through the heats, but the semi-finals is a whole different level. Everyone stepped up their game. Yeah, it's always going to be a tough one. You've got to get out. Unfortunately, today wasn't my day, but well done to everyone else that qualified. Yeah, it's a tough one to take, but you know, we move on to outdoors.
Yes. Still with some medal chances as well. Corey Nealon-Richards, I think he did win his semi-final.
He did, yeah. He
won
it fairly comfortably in 200. So hopefully we can get a medal out of him in the final. We've also got a close friend, Dave Chapman, who, you know, I think he's going for the gold medal, and I think he can do it. I do believe in him.
Yeah, not many people doubling up. It's quite a tough task if you're trying to make it through 3 rounds of the 200 and maybe the relay, you know, if you're there, which not everyone is, but obviously, yeah, not many doubling up at all. Not everyone wants to do the 200 metres indoors. So
no. I mean, it's a tough event, especially if you get the wrong draw. If you get drawn in lane 1 or 2 in the 200, it's going to be a tough race right from the start. I mean, Dave got drawn lane 2 in the heats, but still ran a solid time, even quicker in the semis. So, you know, I think he's going to go through in the final and go for that gold medal.
So I'm just going to go through the lineup for this 3,000 metre final, because this is a really interesting one. It was Elsa Palmer, who's just in 4th place in the second of the 2 red Birmingham vests there, who won it last year when she was in an excellent field with Saskia Millard, her teammate in that, but Palmer came through so well, and I'm sure she will take great confidence from that. It's Almina Rurka here of Leeds in the green out front though in this early stage, but you've also got Alex Millard with her, who comes in fastest rank. She's the only athlete with a sub 9-minute personal best. Excellent cross-country pedigree, having been 3rd at the European Cross Country Championships under 23 race. And let's have a look here. We've got a breakaway of 7 athletes just about. As you can see, we've got 2 Birmingham athletes. Kate Willis is the other, who looked very strong in the heats, and you always sense there's more to come when that's the situation. 9:33 personal best, so yeah, margin of 30 seconds between. Obviously chalk and cheese with the sprint events with such fine margins, but it's Millard now up front there from Narurka, and then Willis. And that's the top 3 as things stand. And then it's Beth Barlow of Sheffield in 4th place, so she's actually 2nd ranked. PB 9:13.98. This is her BUCS track debut. Interesting athlete in that she's had between 2017 and 2023 hasn't had a full season in athletics, so returning to the sport here, and we're looking at the chasing group back there. So that's how the women's 3,000 metres has started early on. Jo Lane of Sheffield Hallam watching here. You're a very experienced BUCS competitor now.
I am, yeah.
You run very passionately for your university, as I've been saying. You know, you could just tell that from your body language through your runs. Why does it mean so much to you?
You know, it's a big university. We only get 2 spots per event. It's been very competitive over the years. You know, I've had training partners, Hakan Dalbo, Lewis Thorne. So it's, you know, they've left a big hole for me to try and fill. So it's certainly a privilege to be able to run for the university, follow in their footsteps. You know, in our training group, away from that, we've got the likes of Lee Thompson, people like that. So it's, you know, we're running with high caliber athletes, and I'm certainly getting to the point where I'm, you know, putting my name out there along those names I've just mentioned. So there's certainly a lot of pride to be had.
Yeah, Lee Thompson, who was watching on yesterday, of course, which is great to see, because this is pretty much his 2nd home, of course, as it, I guess, is for you as well.
It is, yeah.
Home,
yeah. I mean, like you said yesterday, we spend 3-4 days a week here, so it does become second nature. But like we were saying earlier, it does give you that bit of home advantage, and I've always said this competing here is the little things such as knowing where the water fountain is, knowing where the toilets are, knowing certain points of the track to attack, certain points to sit in. You know, it does give you that little bit of advantage, a little bit of confidence going into the heats, the semis. So yeah, it definitely is, you know, such a privilege having this facility here in Sheffield.
You mentioned high caliber athletes. Alex Millard and Almina Rourke here out front. Loughborough against Leeds. So this is a really interesting battle because they built up quite a gap on Beth Barlow of Sheffield, who in turn has put some distance between herself and the rest behind, including Willis and Elsa Palmer, the defending champion. Was always going to be tough to successfully defend this title, as it is with any event, particularly in the distance ones, particularly with new names stepping up, like Almina Rourke. Of course, that surname, as we were saying, quite well known from her dad Richard, who represented GB at the Olympic Games in the marathon and the 10,000 metres. Millard looking very, very relaxed, as you'd expect. Silver medalist outdoors over 5,000 metres. So watch out for her coming through here. Lots and lots of traffic though. Yeah, it's almost like coming through the centre of Sheffield at rush hour, and she's used that to her advantage actually. What's the furthest that you've run in terms of distance competitively?
On the track, I remember a few years ago I did a 3,000 metre steeplechase. That's the longest on the track.
Wow.
When I was younger, I used to do triathlons, so that was sort of 3K, 5K, but then after, obviously, the swim and the bike as well. So that used to be my event, but gradually over the years I've shortened and come down to the 4s.
Yeah, well, we were talking about, you know, experimenting with where your athletic potential that's put you kind of, as you say, very well in 400s and so, just what you might be capable of. You know, maybe you'll explore, who knows, but Alex Millard is exploring just how much of a gap she can build in this 3,000 final, and you know, I talked about body language that you've shown in terms of confidence. I mean, her body language is just incredible, focusing on the job.
Oh yeah, she's cruising. She's looking strong. It's probably quite good for her that she's got a few athletes that she can pick off one by one. Not necessarily sort of in her way in terms of medals or anything like that, but it might be good just to focus on the next athlete, get past them, then pick them off one by one.
And she's picking up the pace all the time. The Rourke you can see there in second place. And then suddenly it's become a continuous battle for the bronze medal. Just trying to work out who actually is on the lead lap at the moment, but Millard closing here really nicely. She was 4th 2 years ago, over 5,000 metres outdoors, and then she was 2nd last year, this time indoors, looking strong. And when you are out there on your own, those kind of lapped athletes can be used as a bit of a target to keep your focus. Now she has a bit of a clear track ahead of her. Rourke hits the bell now, and also in a good position. I think Jasmine Wood of Durham has moved up into 3rd place. Barlow dropping back a little bit. Certainly the bell was rung for Wood. But Alex Millard takes the title out front. 9:05.88, terrific closing speed. Just 7 seconds off her personal best. Doing the hard work at the sharp end of the race. Rourke, terrific silver medal, and deserves the credit for going with the leader Millard, giving her best. And it is Wood who overtakes Barlow in the final kilometre to get the bronze medal for Durham. So this race continues, and one of the great things about BUCS is that everyone kind of cheers and watches out for everyone across the line, and it just shows kind of the team spirit, doesn't it?
Oh, massively, massively. I mean, we're quite fortunate that although there is a bit of rivalry between us and University of Sheffield, we cheer each other on and create a good atmosphere here for both home teams. So, but not just that. I mean, all the other teams, credit to them, always cheering for anyone who's going. Yeah, it really does create a really good atmosphere here.
Yeah, so coming across the line, 12 athletes entering this 3,000 metre final, and not a distance that everyone would put their hand up for, probably including yourself, even despite that little steeplechase experience.
You certainly won't be catching me doing a 3,000 metre anytime soon.
Yeah, not unless there was something reward as a result. Well, Joe Lane, what's this year hold for you, do you think? Obviously, BUCS Outdoors will be big on the calendar.
Yeah, BUCS Outdoors. Hopefully, try and push for the final there. It'll be my last one before I finish university, so that'll be hopefully a memorable one for good reasons this time. You know, I think a few competitions here and there. Our training group's planning to go to Malta and Brussels, sort of early parts of the summer. A few races there, so hopefully we can push for some quick times, both individually and as a group as well. Other than that, I think we'll just see how the season goes. Haven't got anything signposted at the minute. Just see how quick I'm running. You know, this indoor season set up outdoors nicely, my quickest indoor season. So yeah, we'll just see what happens.
Brilliant stuff. Well, been great to chat to you. Hope you enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So let's have a look at the timetable now. The women's shot put, well, expected to get it underway at 10 past, but looks like they are. The athletes are ready, so sometimes we do see that. They do get going at this point. Obviously the track finals continuing with the men's 3,000 metres, and Harrison Main joining me here inside the commentary box. You've been announcing plenty, but a man of many skills joining us for this 3,000 metres as well. Should be a really exciting final.
Yeah, it definitely should be, and look at that women's final we just had. Hopefully we can see similar. I am expecting it to be quick. We've got Ethan Hussey supposed to be on the start list for this one, so of course, being at more of an 800, 1500 metre runner, I think some of the other guys, the Alex Melloys, Rowan Mallingrams, are going to have to try and take it on to mitigate his threat really in the final 2 laps.
Yes, just breaking away for this medal ceremony then. Men's long jump, really great competition. Adam Hall of Heriot Watt, can't miss him in the fluorescent yellow, adding 20 centimetres to his long jump personal best. 7:52 it was in the end, and beating Archie Yeo, who was already a gold medalist in the triple jump. So I'm sure he won't mind too much sharing those gold medals. And then Sam Danson getting the bronze. The jumps finals have been pretty good today. It's been quite close.
Yeah, they have been. Up in the announcers box, it's been really good. We're really close to that the bed where they're landed into. It's been amazing. Look at Sam in this one. He got his first ever UK medal last week, and he's backed it up with a BUCS medal this weekend. Delighted for Sam. As you said, Archie, of course, got the gold last weekend. Earlier today as well in the triple, silver in the long jump. So yeah, fantastic weekend.
Yeah, so accentuating the point that he's had his fair share of gold medals, Archie, and I'm sure there'll be more for him in future. So looking at this lineup for the 3,000 metres, and then we'll discuss the medal credentials in this one. Tom Bridger of Birmingham, 8:09.86 at best, England under-23 champion outdoors. Thomas Crockett, really interesting because he was someone who was leading the heat but was gesturing for everyone to try and come past. So we'll interesting to see whether he ends up leading here reluctantly or otherwise. He's just in the back of the pack in the dark green vest. Rowan Millingham of Loughborough, Luca Manali, Northumbria, Ethan Hussey that you pointed out before, Harrison, Ewan Wheelwright of Leeds, Ben McMillan of Stirling, fastest ranked, and early leader then. Sam Mills of Leeds Beckett, who has the excellent cross-country pedigree, another medal contender. Alex Malloy of Loughborough had a choice of which event to do, went for the longer, the 3,000. Jonathan Cornish of Oxford, Peter Bradshaw of Edinburgh, and Alex Gruen of Oxford. So thoughts, I mean, plenty of medals in the past, some internationally as well as domestic.
Yeah, this is a really strong field. Just looking at the Oman cross-country championships a few weeks ago, we've got 3 or 4 athletes that competed there. The ones that spring to mind, Alex Melloy and Rowan Mallingram, I mentioned them earlier. Ethan Hussey in this one, I know I mentioned him earlier as well, but what a talent to have in a 3,000 metre race. Mostly seen in the 800 metres. Tommy Bridger, I believe he's a steeplechaser. This is a really strong field, as we said. I'm really looking forward to seeing this race.
And I suppose that's the thing with the 3,000 metres. You will get people who do the chase, coming indoors. There's no steeplechase indoors, obviously. Some people step up from the 1,500. Some people can't do the 5,000 because it's the long distance we do. So we do get a real mix of athletes. I mean, Ethan Hussey, the very fact that he doesn't do many 3,000 metres, as you mentioned, meant that he did actually set a personal best in round 1. So improved by 7 seconds to 8:15.53. But interesting, because coming in with that experience of the European under-23s and also the World under-20s, I think compared to the rest of the field, it gives him some sort of experience advantage. But I think what we'll see in this one is just patience. Patience until a move is made late on in the race. That could be crucial.
Yeah, I think he's really relying on that kick, isn't he, in this one? I think the other athletes in the field potentially are better athletes over the cross. They're proven 3,000 metre racers, 5,000 metre racers, some of them. Whereas Ethan Hussey's the unknown quantity, I think the speed he has is always a benefit, but it's whether that race will unfold where he's able to unleash the kick and still be in contact at that point. That's what's going to decide this one for me.
Yeah, it was the kick that helped him get a medal at those European Championships last year, of course, and could have got gold on that occasion. It all came down to the home straight on the last lap. So simultaneously, we've also got the men's high jump final, having seen Hallie Ferguson take gold for Manchester Met earlier on, and that was a close competition. But it sometimes happens with high jump and pole vault, where you see the latter contenders for the medals come in at a late stage. So sort of yeah, curious nature of the competition. Have to be keeping your eye out on when they enter. Obviously that's up to the decision of them and their coach, but we'll keep a focus on that, because there have been some terrific men's high jump battles in recent years, led by the Loughborough man Kelechi Agawacha, who he's moved on and graduated now, but others in this, Harry Wiley, Tom Quisser, and others too. So we'll watch this as we see Ben McMillan still leading the 3,000.
Yeah, and I'm just looking over the balcony here from our fantastic commentary position, Alex. You're very privileged to have such a great view from here. But there is gaps starting to appear, and it is a very quick race. You can see all the athletes strung out. Back in my 3,000 metre days, I was nowhere near as good as these guys, but a strung out race always meant that someone on the front meant business, and you can see that here. The pace is very, very quick through the opening kind of kilometre and a half.
Yeah, so Ben McMillan, tricky when you come in as that sort of marginal favourite tag, but yeah, I think you'd have to say that is the case for him, but no one's hanging a gold medal round anyone's necks at this point. But Ben McMillan, though, again, similar to Millard in that he comes in having come 4th in the 1,500 2 years ago, having come 8th in the 5,000 last year. The fast time that he set, which really kind of gives him that slight favourite tag, was actually at a BMC meet in Glasgow. BMC now all around the UK. Obviously with pacemakers, this is different, this is tactical. He becomes the pacemaker as a result, leading them out. And very interesting, because I think Luca Manali and Bridger are the athletes that are going to just try and hang on to him for as long as possible here.
Yeah, and Ben McMillan as well, a bit of a fun fact for you. He won the Monument Mile in May, time of 3:57. He became the first Scot to do so since 1985.
Wow. That's fantastic. I mean, yeah, would have thought the amount of Scottish distance runners, you would have thought that, especially milers. I thought someone else might have done that, but yeah, this is great. It's great as well for Sterling. Obviously, having success through Sarah Tate, who's now out in the USA, I believe actually the girlfriend of Ben McMillan, so possibly watching this from the USA. 5:25.93, 1K to go. Looking stronger and stronger through this race. But too early to say that it's a a finished race in terms of golds?
Definitely too early. I can see Luca Manali moving into second place now, out the window over Tommy Bridger. There's still a train behind, there's still a big pack within 20 or 30 metres. If any of them's got a kick on them, if Ben McMillan starts to fade at all, he's in trouble. Hopefully he doesn't. I'd like to see him win this, and he looks really strong at the moment.
Another good lap there, 6 minutes then into this race, 4 laps to go. High jump final happening at the same time here. So Toby Cherry, this is of Birmingham. Last time we looked, bar is at 197, so this new height, first attempts. And the bar coming down then for Cherry. His teammate Kamani Jack, one of the big contenders here. And, well, anyone that gets over 2 metres, it might just be the sort of day where that will do good. Really interesting battle, though, behind Ben McMillan, Harrison.
Yeah, Ethan Hussey's just moved up to second place with 600 metres left to run of our 3,000 metre final here. The gap not really growing between McMillan and the chase pack, but with Ethan Hussey pushing the pace now off that group, he means business. Let's see what he can do in this final 500 metres.
Ben McMillan very much concentrating on his own race out front. Hussey, having gone into that second place, working pretty hard, and it looks like they're just beginning to close as well as they're all fighting.
They are indeed, and what an atmosphere it is. I haven't really noticed it from the announcer's box, but coming here to the commentary position, how loud is this crowd? It's going to spur on these athletes through the final 400 metres.
Well, the Sterling team coming all the way down from Scotland for this. They want to reap the rewards. But Ethan Hussey is definitely closing, and surely he's going to come past now. Will he choose the moment to just hold? Only 1 lap to go. McMillan, Hussey, Bridger. Hussey around the outside then as we focus on this final 100, but Bridger could try and steal this. What a finale in this men's 300. Ethan Hussey puffing his cheeks. The Birmingham man gritting his teeth. Who's going to win this? Right at the end, Ethan Hussey didn't dip across the line. I think he just did enough. 8:08.33 on the clock there, another 7 seconds off Hussey's best.
What a fantastic race. Fair play for Tommy Bridger there, who stuck with Hussey for the entirety of the race, followed him through to the back of McMillan and gave it his all at the end. But I think you're right, I think Hussey might have just got him on the dip, and that 800 speed really showed there.
But the way that they closed down McMillan gradually, it was so well paced. And the fact is that even though you might not consider Ethan Hussey isn't yet a senior established international, athletes say time and time again that going to these teams, places like Colombia, yeah, absolutely fantastic, gaining that experience, and he just looks so cool and calm. Well, as did McMillan out front, but he just did it in such a measured way. He didn't surge, he didn't panic.
It was that, as you said, experience, cool, collected performance in a distance race. If you're spurting to catch people really quickly, that's when the energy zaps. He just did enough. He probably knew, I'm not the strongest athlete over the 3,000 metres, but I am the quickest. If I can get to that final kilometres with someone to chase, I can do it. And he really showed that steady building, and then the final sprint, he just showed how talented an athlete he is. And I'm really excited to see what he can do outdoors this year.
100%, because I think he was 4th at the British Championships last year, when you have an incredibly strong pack of men's 800 metre runners in the UK at all levels. And yeah, but it's about getting opportunities and also making the most of them, and whether that's the national championship, whether that's internationally, as we're talking about David Morgan Harrison, previous BUCS champion, now getting some World Indoor Tour opportunities. Then, particularly in an 800 metres, if you can be around fast athletes, then you can get that chance to improve. And Ethan Hussey, yeah, you'd have to say, in contention as much as anyone for places at big championships this year.
Yeah, most definitely. I think I spoke to him actually after his England Athletics victory over 800 last year, and he said that his objective for the next kind of year was to build into more international competitions, and I think he'll get that opportunity this year. I think he's proven himself at this ability, at this kind of level, the national sort of British level. He's a proven athlete, so hopefully if he can make that small step this year, we'll see a lot more of him.
So, women's 3,000 metres just before the men's, and this is the confirmed result. And look at that, a gap of 14 seconds. Alex Millard to Almina Roca. You know, huge credit to both of them. Millard out front at the latter stage of that race, but Naroka held on as long as possible. And Jasmine Wood didn't quite see the overtake, I think, because Beth Barlow was in third. Wood came past late on in the race. Amid all those backward markers, we were trying to work out exactly who was on the lead lap. But terrific performance as well, and indeed lower down. That was a great women's final as well.
I'm sure you spotted it, Alex, but championship best performance for Alex Millard as well. Fantastic performance, the oldest record on our books back in 2005. Fantastic performance from Alex Millard there, really dominant.
Yeah, fantastic stuff from Millard. Coming in as the favourite in that race. And the finals continue. Next we have the women's 400. We've also got the men's high jump. So bar at 197, third attempts. This is Toby Cherry of Birmingham in the red. So determined look approaching this bar, brings it down, unfortunately out of this competition. So men's high jump, seen a few of those jumps. Also got the women's shot put final ongoing now. Pole vault all wrapped up. So, women's shot put final now. Qualification earlier on, of course. Just like the men, they had 2 rounds in one day. So, Jess Hopkins leading the way in the women's shot. Early stages here, and of course there's lots of action going on here, so can't show it all at the same time, but keeping across as best we can. We've got the men's high jump. We will go back to that in a few moments as it, of course, progresses to exciting stages. These are also the track finals. A lot of attention on those two. Jess Hopkins leading the way in the shot, but just the 2 attempts so far. Amy Kennedy in third, so 14.16 from 13.35. And then Abby Paul at 13.50. 60 hurdles winner, of course. But here we have the women's 400 final. Reynolds, Brennan, Chinagle, Astle, McCann and Newnham. So Emily Newnham, once again, just as she was in the semi-final, in lane 6 on the outside. 2 laps of the track here. And Newnham breaking the championship record, 53.1 last year. Astonishing performance that was. Who will challenge this time around? Chinagle looking good here for Brunel. But Newnham will hold the inside now. 25.19 at the bell. This is fantastic. And she's going to push others to quick times. McCann has looked so confident and she moves into second place. But Newnham, just no one can live with her pace. So what is this time going to be? Because she's clearly pushing for it. Are we going to see a championship record in 2 consecutive years for Emily Newnham? 53.08. Oh, yes, we are. A 10th faster than she was last year. Another gold medal round the neck of a Loughborough athlete we're about to see. So sensational as well. The battle behind Chinagle tried to take it on, but no one maybe was going to live with the pace of Emily Newnham. So women's shot put final, as mentioned, also ongoing. And Jess Hopkins leading, 14.16 as I mentioned. Hopkins so often on the BUCS podium, but I'm sure going for gold this year. Amy Kennedy second, Abigail Paulett still third. Confirmation of the men's 3000. Ethan Hussey, terrific title for Leeds Beckett. overtaking Macmillan, with Bridger hanging on to him and nearly taking it on the line. Hussey, well, maybe when he sees that back again, he might breathe a sigh of relief. I'm sure he had it, but it was so close. So men's 400 to come in a moment. Let's focus on this shot put final. Abby Paulett, who was with us in the commentary box earlier, one of the moments of the weekend so far. Championship record 8.17 seconds in the 60 hurdle. She now finds herself in third place in the shot put, 13.50. And one of Britain's best ever heptathletes, multi-eventers in the shot put, indeed. 13.50 so far, just 5 centimetres off Amy Kennedy, sorry. And then at 61, I think, off Hopkins. So Tia Anderson back in the commentary box here. Yes, it's suddenly going up a few notches in terms of excitement, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. You can see the crowd getting excited, and that's lovely to see. You can see such a team environment, and it's great with finals coming on.
So we look to be in the third round of this women's shot put competition. This is Zara Acton of Brunel then. Maybe they could get a double podium here. Acton, 11.27 so far. Rotational technique, just goes off to the right-hand side and slips out the circle there. So these measurements coming through thick and fast. Obviously that was a red flag for Acton of Brunel. We'll continue to keep an eye on this shot put final until the whistle goes, the men's 400. But this looks to be Amy McTaggart of Manchester Met. Quite a few multi-eventers involved, as you'd expect. 11.44 so far. So measurements coming through on the Roster Athletics website and app. McTaggart 11.44 and 10.79 now, so stays in 7th place to the final of the men's 400 metres. Let's take it through the lineup. Nathaniel Dias of Manchester Met. Really strongly came out around the outside in the semi-final. Jacob Lamble of Cardiff Met. Tom Hunter of Manchester beating the fastest ranked athlete Panasidi. Bit of an upset there. Christian Samwanash, bronze medalist last year. Cameron Bailey, the defending champion. And Alex Huchin of Loughborough. His first 400 comp of the year, but taking to it like a duck to water. Huchin for Loughborough on the outside, going nicely here. Samuel Nash edging into contention. Cameron Bailey with a bit of work to do, but he won't mind too much being in this position if he can unleash a fast finish on the second lap. 22.44 at the bell here. Bailey getting stuck in now, through on the inside of Huchin. Samuel Nash leaves the door open. Oh, no, he doesn't. Samuel Nash holds on for Brunel for how much longer? Huchin, Bailey, three-way fight. Bailey through on the outside, behind Huchin, who takes gold for Loughborough in 48.24. Well, that was extraordinary on that last lap. There'll be a few words said about that afterwards. What an extraordinary closing lap there, Tia Anderson.
Yeah, that was a very interesting and very exciting, I must say. Yeah, definitely, I think Birmingham might be looking into Chris Samuel Nash round that top bend, but yeah, no, that was brilliant. A good fight makes things very interesting.
Yeah, I suppose the question to be asked is whether Bailey was trying to squeeze into a gap that wasn't there, as we sometimes see. And look at Tom Hunter then coming through, gonna say, for the bronze medal. 48.24 showing trackside. Wow, feels exhausting just watching that. We will wait and see what the full confirmed result of that final will be. So back to the shot put we go. Again, plenty of Loughborough representation. This is Sinead Dutoit getting the red flag. Abby Paulett, her teammate, in third place, Dutoit in fifth. So 800 metres finals to come, of course, 200 as well, 1500, and then those relays. Here for Sheffield, Caitlin Rimmer, 10.77 puts her in 9th. So you're watching live coverage of finals day of the BUCS Athletics Indoor Championships here, and shot put final. It's Hopkins of Brunel, Kennedy Glasgow, Paula of Loughborough, the 1, 2, 3 as things stand. And nearing the end of the third round now. Jess Hopkins there sitting down in the centre, getting a lot of support on the YouTube chat. It's interesting because Jess Hopkins coming in as someone who's got silvers and bronzes in the past, and she'll really want a gold medal if you're in that situation, won't she?
Yeah, definitely. I think those that are coming in with bronze and silvers definitely have some fire in their bellies, especially when it comes to getting the gold, so she'll really want that under her belt today.
Need to get into the top 8, of course, in order to get 3 more attempts. That looked like a good one there. So just keeping an eye out for these measurements. Roster Athletics website and app, of course, is the place to find them. It's Amy Kennedy of Glasgow, 12.87, no improvement on her 13.55. Kennedy comes in second ranked, of course, behind Hopkins, 14.36 PB this year. 6th of the UK indoors in Birmingham last weekend, the Scottish indoor pentathlon champion last year. So, continuing to keep an eye on this shot put final. Samantha Stubbs of Bath, 11.97 PB. So it looks like we have a confirmed result in the men's 400. There may be a protest, but Hoochin and then Bailey and Hunter separated by thousandths of a second, incredibly close. And then Samuel Nash just out in the rails. Well, you can't rerun the 400-metre final.
No, I think Samuel Nash definitely put it all out there, that first 200 metres, and yeah, they were out there to catch him, but it's a shame that he didn't get into the medals. But for spectators and obviously for athletes, we know it's going to be close. So it's a good battle between all 4 of the medalists and obviously Samuel Nash, who just missed out.
So, as a sprinter yourself, you'll be keeping an eye on the 200s just coming up in a moment. Hoochin, Bailey and Hunter, look at how close that was. So you can see there 6 thousandths of a second separating them. Samuel Nash just pushed down into 4th. It was a great battle between him and George Seary for 3rd and 4th last year. Just missing out on a medal on this occasion.
Yeah, I definitely think the women's 200 might just be as close, as many of the athletes ran sub 24 in their semi-finals, and their PB show that as well, so this should be a very interesting event.
So Ayola Babalola of York, one of, I think it was 2-time qualifiers through from those semi-finals, did very, very well to make it through, did Babalola. This is her second BUCS final. She was 6th 2 years ago. So we'll look back at that lineup in a moment, but yeah, about time we see some high jumping. That's fair because Kimani Jack now in the competition, 2:03. Of course, he's improved his personal best, 2:15 this year for Birmingham. They're hoping for gold from him. Just leisurely strolling back after making that clearance look effortless. So back to this lineup of the 200. Babalola we've seen on the inside, then Lois Garland also second in her semi-final and just squeezing through. 23.92 personal best for good measure that she managed there. Jasmine Moss has looked strong so far, of course winning this title previously, indoors and outdoors, 2019 and 2020 respectively. Hannah Longdon, though, the defending champion, University of the West of England. She goes in lane 4. Poppy Malik, the excellent 400-metre runner, stepping down to the 200 and also being a contender, also with a personal best. 1.5 tenths of a second, 23.90. And then Brooke Ironside, already a 60-metre medalist this weekend. That was on Friday, rest day yesterday. So how much is left for her and what can she give over one lap of the oval circuit? Ironside going well, chased down by Malik. Longdon appearing into picture now. Moss is still there too. Garland and Babalola, even race so far. Ironside though, it's going to come through for gold. Yet another double medalist at these champs. 23.38. And so lives up to her billing as a marginal favourite. And Jasmine Moss tried to come through as she did in the semi-final, but she adds to her BUCS medal haul. And a strong time as well, because it's a championship record, beating Hayley Mills' mark from 5 years ago for Nottingham. So really had to be at her best, did Brooke Ironside. Bronze in the 60 and gold in the 200, Tia.
Yeah, no, it's very interesting. She's ran extremely well, even through the round, as you can tell. She got faster and faster, and she's probably very happy to take the championship best as well. It just shows the calibre of athlete that she is.
Yeah, it's interesting because Abby Paulett, 60 hurdles, championship record holder now, said she had her eye on that because Jodie Smith, training partner, used to hold the CBP. 8:22 down to 8:17. Ironside here. Nice clean run on the outside. You wondered whether Longdon could challenge, but settling for silver this year.
I definitely think probably coming into the event, she was probably looking at winning and gaining a title, and obviously a championship best is probably a big bonus for her, as it was open to whoever could have won today.
Medal ceremony, women's 3,000 metres. Terrific runs all round. Jasmine Wood of Durham coming through late on for that bronze medal. Almi Naroka, silver for Leeds. Held on to Millard, who eventually escaped and ran away down the track. For yet another terrific final performance, and that was the first of these consecutive back-to-back finals, and certainly did whet the appetite for what's to come. Alex Millard, who's been close to taking a BUCS title in the past, getting what she deserves for sure. So the official time given for Millard as well as 9:06.33. As we said there, it's quite a bit faster actually when officially confirmed, and as a result, breaking the competition best performance set by Lisa Dobrisky in 2005, as Harrison was saying, that had been 9:08.08. Need a real quality athlete and sometimes someone else to push them to really go for a fast performance, and they sometimes can be quite cagey. Not so today. Right, high jump, bar at 2:03, and we're going through second attempts. Let's just confirm that women's 200 metres. Brooke Ironside from Hannah Longdon, and then Poppy Malik it was of Loughborough, who gets the bronze medal. So actually that's a really good performance from her there, coming in as a great 400-metre runner, as I say, but beating some of the 200-metre specialists.
Yeah, you can definitely see she must have been working on her speed over the winter, and it's definitely showed to beat some high-class 200-metre runners like the likes of Jasmine Moss. Yeah, no, it's great to see 400-metre runners coming down indoors and showing their talent as well.
So I think we've now had 4 championship best performances: Paulett, Millard, Newnham and Ironside. 2 in very quick succession there, women's 4 and 200 metres. This is the men's 3,000 medal ceremony with Hussey leads Beckett 7 seconds off his personal best through the heats and then final, ahead of Tom Bridger, Birmingham, Ben McMillan, Sterling. Back to shot put we go. McTaggart, Manchester Met. Let's have a look at the top 3. Remains the same distances as well. Of course, we last saw the shot at the end of the 3rd round. We've moved to the start of the 4th. So obviously McTaggart finds herself in the top 8, and she's now in 7th, I believe. Gets the white flag once again. So Hopkins 14-16 gold medal favourite, Emmy Kennedy Glasgow behind the Brunel athlete 13.55, and Paulett just 2 centimetres off that with 13.53, because Paulett was one of the improvers in the 3rd round, one of just 3 improvers I think, and got 3 centimetres further into the sector. Another thing we'll have to keep track on, double medalists, people have been on 2 podiums. Archie Yeo certainly long jump and triple jump. Brooke Ironside, 60 and 200 metres. And Paula just at the moment heading that way, but still can all change. Terrific clearance that is, at the 3rd time of asking, at 2 metres and 3 centimetres. I think that was Oliver Adnett of Loughborough, 7.83 there. And this then is Sinead Dutoit of Loughborough, 12.15 for 5th place so far. 4th round once again. On we go to the Nottingham student Joba Ashiru. So he's out of the competition, I'm afraid, at 2:03. Well, Tia, it's really what track and field is all about, when you see the action from one spot to another track and multiple field events at the same time.
Yeah, it's great. It keeps everyone entertained, and it's lovely to see for the likes of today the shot put in the centre of the stadium, and it's nice that you can see what the athletes are getting up to, not just the track events as well.
So continuing with the shot put, and Michaela Joseph of Coventry. So Cov seem to have a few medal contenders now and again. I was just looking out for the high jump, but actually I think there's been either a graduation or a change of university there, because they usually have a couple of contenders. But look at that clearance. And that is Cameron Forbes of Strathclyde, I believe. 3rd attempt at 2:03. Bar now going up to 2:06. We'll check back in with the high jump and shot put in a moment. But this should be an electric men's 200-metre final. And listen to the cheers that the athletes are getting. So Blake Brown choosing to concentrate on the 200 here, going right on the inside. Jason Kalala, he shook his head after winning his semi-final, wanted to go faster, I think, was the suggestion. He goes from 2. Corey Neelan Richards, he is different. He's doubled up across 60 and 200, but obviously that rest day before. Joel Houslin of Brunel, very, very strong coming through to make it 2 Brunel athletes in the final. Harry Taylor hasn't faltered so far, but David Chapman has looked very, very strong for Leeds Beckett. And that is the loudest noise that we've had so far. Taylor and Chapman battling here. African Violet against that purple vest. Taylor and Chapman, with Houslin also trying to feature among the medals. Taylor trying to hold on. Chapman! Oh wow! It will be left to photo finish. 20.99. Chapman thinks that he's done it, but they're both loving that performance. Wow. David Chapman won his heat, won his semi-final, and I think he's taken gold here for Leeds Beckett. Of course, a win for them with Ethan Hussey. What a brilliant 200-metre final.
Yeah, that was brilliant. You can see Taylor took that out from the start. He was very confident going into it after his medals at British Champs last week. But yeah, David Chapman on the outside there, he didn't want to give that gold medal up, and as you can see, it was very, very close. On the replay, you can see that David Chapman might have edged it there from Harry Taylor of Loughborough.
So, back to this shot put final we go, and just having a look to see if there's been any major changes. Caitlin Rimmer here in 8th place, 11.39 so far, but just steps out. Still Hopkins, Kennedy, Paulett. First attempt 2:06 for the Strathclyde man once again, Cameron Forbes. So he'll have 2 more goes at this height. Shot put and McTaggart in 7th position overall with 11.44, needs 53 centimetres to go up a place. Bit of a spread in those lower positions, so a bit of a tall task, but latter stage of this competition, chance to put everything out there. And Cam Bailey, I wonder whether he had that strapping on his knee before or has been patched up. I suspect he might have done. Hunter, Bailey, Hoochin, our medalists. Well, Cam Bailey tried to make his way through Christian Samonesh, who ended up outside of the medals, the Brunel man, but Hoochin kept out of trouble, if you like. He was the early leader on the outside. Then he found himself back a little, but wound up for a terrific finish in a 3-way battle for gold that went the way of Loughborough. Men's 200 result here confirmed. And actually, there's more in it in terms of time than might have predicted, given the closeness of that finish from the naked eye. David Chapman of Leeds Beckett did indeed take gold. Harry Taylor of Loughborough deserved silver. And look at that battle of the 2 Brunel teammates for bronze. And 4th place, Kalala. Neelan Richards, very solid performance across the weekend. And yeah, making a final still very impressive when you consider qualification conditions have been so tough today for Blake Brown. Tom Quisser, 2nd attempt 2:06. Bar coming down here once again, and yeah, no surprise that a height like this might really settle the scores. It equals Tom Quisser's personal best bronze medalist outdoors last year for Leeds Beckett. They're having a great few moments, and yeah, when I said that they both love it, actually it was Tom Quisser celebrating with David Chapman winning that 200 metres.
Yeah, it's lovely to see two teammates in different events celebrating successes. Obviously David Chapman's done his event now, but I'm assuming he's looking on to his teammate in the high jump, and hopefully he can celebrate a medal for him.
So 2 attempts happening at the same time. Forbes fails second attempt, 2:06 in the high jump. Paula, third place. 13:53. Yeah, looks to get the white flag. Very special though for a pentathlete to come here when she already has world indoor selection, and to potentially get on at least one podium, if not two.
Yeah, it's great to see that obviously Abby Paula is going to the World Championships, and it's great for a person of her age, and it's also great that she's chosen to compete at these championships. It shows that the high calibre of athletes that choose to come here to retain their titles, to gain championship best performances, so it's nice that they appreciate how good this competition is as well.
Harry Wiley, second attempt, 2:06, not enough height. And Harry, who won the bronze medal at the Midlands Indoors, silver medalist outdoors last year, maybe won't mind me saying that he's not the tallest of the high jumpers, but does terrifically well gymnastically, in terms of athleticism, to make it over some of the higher heights. And he's also aiming for a personal best in clearing this. Let's head over to Jess Hopkins and focus on this. 14:16 so far, and Paulett has just matched that. The measurements come through. Abigail Paulett, 14:16. Hopkins leading by virtue of second best attempts. So this becomes ever more important for Hopkins and Brunel. Linear technique used here, and that goes long into the sector. So waiting for this measurement to come through on roster for Hopkins. It's 14:54 I should say, sorry, but that takes the pressure off Jess Hopkins, improving by, what, 38 centimetres there. We're now going through third attempts at 2:06. Fabulous clearance that is for Tom Quisser of Leeds Beckett. Just a little off balance there, Caitlin Rimmer, in the 5th round of this shot put. So here we are, women's 800-metre final then. Men's will follow in 10 minutes time. That's just the way we like it. So, Indian King of Loughborough there on the outside. The favourite coming in, looked very, very strong. Of course, part of Trevor Painter's training group. Ever-growing training group, it seems, or certainly ever-growing in terms of success. Keely Hodgkinson, the headline name, but others are quietly doing extremely well. Hannah Roberts of Sheffield Hallam chasing, then Charlotte Young of Loughborough. So many double podiums that they've had so far. The other three in this, Ella Fryer of Oxford, Charlotte Clare of Edinburgh, and Charlotte Buckley, also of Oxford. So actually really impressive for them to get 2 out of the 6 lanes in this. Lanes no longer, as they all hold the inside, and Indian King. No, she doesn't need to be lightning fast here. 2:04.89, her new lifetime best. She was 6th at the UK Championships indoors, keeping herself very composed out front. So a group of 4 athletes breaking away now. It's King, Roberts, Young. These top 3 on the screen here, ahead of Charlotte Buckley. So winding up we go. Hannah Roberts is going to try maybe and make an audacious move, the Southern Indoor Champion. 1:35.18 at the bell. Roberts, personal best of 5 seconds off King. We're in this battle now, and Roberts is going to try and just manage this gap, and Buckley not going away either. But King doing oh so well to just eke out her advantage and assert authority on this race. And she comes through to win the 800 title for Loughborough in 2:06.93 seconds, and adds her name to a fantastic list of athletes who have won this 800 title over the years, including in the colours of Loughborough, of course, Jessica Judd, who had such terrific range during her BUCS career, right up from 800 to 5,000. But King, well, sensibly paced, you'd have to say, there, Tia.
Yeah, definitely. She took it out from the start, and she knew what she was aiming for, and she was spot on with her timings and everything. So it was a very good and dominant run from Indian King there. Hannah Roberts also did very well to follow her and try and challenge her for the lead, and as that shows with her medal there.
Bar now up to 2:09. We say hello to a new height. And first time failure for Tom Quisser. Of course, Kimani Jack just in the background, looking very relaxed at the moment. Very much looks to be going for gold here. So these first attempts continue. That one was pretty close. Back to the shot put. Paula, well, equal the lead for just a brief moment, and then Hopkins reacted to extend it, holds her balance really nicely here, but 14.16 for a British heptathlete in the shot put indoors is fantastic.
Kimani Jack now ready for his first attempt at 2:09. He is currently in first position, equal with Luke Ball representing Bath. Oh, a very nice clearance from him there. He'll be very happy with that, taking the lead with his first attempt at 2:09.
Yeah, sensational from Kimani Jack, and look how chilled he is. It's almost like he's just wants to get away from the noise, as others will have their attempts to come. So final round of the shot put, of course, we're in now. Paula with 13.96 just before. Back to the high jump. Williams, first attempt 2:09. Bar comes down. Jess Hopkins of Brunel in the final round, our shot put champion. She's waited so long for this title. Serena Vincent, of course, has been so dominant, but now the Brunel student has her moment. And look at the celebration. And how much it means. 13.66 in the final round. Won't care too much. 14.54 in the end. Back to Quissa in the high jump.
Unfortunately, he did not clear 209 there, but there's still another round left to go for the Leeds Beckett athlete.
Morgan Williams, I think, just taking a moment to rehydrate. Important mid-competition?
Yeah, of course it's important, especially with a long-winded competition such as the high jump. They've got many rounds to contend with, so it's important they do remain hydrated. Luke Ball of Bath here next. Be great to see if he can clear 209 to secure his lead back. Oh, great jump from him there. Unfortunately, his ankles just caught the bar. But one more attempt left. Results for the 800 women's final there. You can see Indian King took the win, with Charlotte Buckley of Oxford securing the silver medal and Hannah Roberts of Sheffield Hallam securing the bronze. Good times from all three women there, with 206s and 208 times to be very happy with. Charlotte Young, Ella Fryer and Charlotte Clare taking 4th, 5th and 6th there.
Yeah, great to see some Oxford students watching on as well on the chat. Really excited about particularly that performance from Buckley. Fryer also involved, great for them.
Morgan Williams here for Leeds Beckett. Can he secure a 209 jump? Very good attempt there, but just a little bit off the bar, needs a little bit more height. You can see there as he heads over to chat with his coach about that jump. Following on from his teammate, we have another Leeds Beckett athlete here. Can Tom Kiwiser of Leeds secure his 209 jump? Oh, that is a very good clearance from the Leeds Beckett athlete there. You can see how much that means to him. He is the first athlete to, oh sorry, my mistake, second athlete to clear 209 there. Very happy with that clearance, as you can see.
Yeah, Tom Quissa now hands it over to Kimani Jack in a moment's time. They're all sitting down. Like there are some sort of cinema.
I do believe that was a PB for Tom Kiwiser there.
Yeah, 209, third attempt. Super impressive to do that. Yeah, previous PB, as we said, was 206, which he equaled successfully, and now 209. So, yeah, great rhythm that he has. To the final of the men's 800 metres here on the track. So 4 laps awaiting these men. Ben Gardner of Birmingham, Stefano Lufnan of Anglia Ruskin, Joseph Morgan of Warwick, Aidan O'Brien of Newcastle. 2 upper athletes are David Race, expertly named, and Henry Jonas, as we were saying, the forgotten brother. And then Jacob Smith of Durham. course, they got that medal in the women's 3000 through Jasmine Wood, and we thought that Smith has a decent chance here. Of course, Loughborough will be strong through Race and Jonas. Race coming in as the fastest ranked overall, 1:47.74 at best. He was 4th at the UK Senior Indoor Championships last weekend. I know his dad, Alan, always watches on with a keen eye. He might even be here this weekend as well. This should be another brilliant battle. So, Race there, the first of the Loughborough athletes at this point, but just edging into a bit of an advantage here. Initially on the inside is Benjamin Gardner, 3rd ranked, coming into this 1:49.68 at best. He was 8th last year, so that was in the 1500, I think, so guaranteed to improve on that. Jacob Smith taking an early lead, but maybe not with the pace that the others might have expected, so they just push up on the outside. Very, very close as they battle for space here. Smith of Durham, Race of Loughborough, Gardner of Birmingham, O'Loughlin of Anglia Ruskin. Would be terrific for them to get a medal at these championships. 58.03 through the halfway mark, as O'Loughlin actually makes a really good move in a strong position in 3rd. And for the first time we see Jonas edging into contention. But the men's 800 metre final at these championships, we can see so many changes of lead sometime. Not so for the time being, as Smith of Durham has held on. 1:24.54, as he oh so intelligently ups the pace once more. David Brace is having to go up through the gears now, with Jonas hot on his tail, no room through there. As Jacob Smith continues out front, Jonas is chasing but tiring. Gold for Durham, 1:51.54 on the clock. Bit of a light stuff lad victory for Smith of Durham, and they will be so pleased to have taken gold, and I'm sure to have beaten Loughborough. Well, Tia Anderson, so often you see an athlete waiting and 2nd and 3rd place on the shoulder, but in truth I don't think they quite got onto his shoulder.
No, definitely not. I think he took the race out. He's very confident with his run, and I bet that surprised a lot of people through the rounds. He's been doing a very good job controlling his races, but that definitely showed, and you can see his teammates are very happy with that.
Yeah, Race was really pushed hard, and Jonas actually came through. Maybe Race just had to use a little bit more of his speed than he would have liked to try and bridge that gap. Jonas, as a result, coming in from behind, and he didn't quite have enough either. And he'd let that gap eke out too, but all credit goes really to Jacob Smith of Durham, coming in as, well, a little lower ranked, but of course he did set a personal best, one of few to do so, and it is pretty rare to set a PB in qualification. 1:49.80 to actually be the fastest qualifier, although it doesn't always weigh up in terms of timings, because some of the races are faster than one another. This is the medal ceremony for the women's 800 that we saw just a few minutes ago. Indian King, just as worthy as Jacob Smith. Another gold for Loughborough, but yeah, Roberts tried to make a move, tried to stay with King, rewarded with a bronze medal. And then lots of support for Charlotte Buckley, very popular medalist here it seems, getting the silver. And Indian King is the women's 800 metre champion. Well, looks very much like Loughborough overall in a fantastic position as usual, because we've seen just, not only obviously gold medals, but we've seen a few double podiums and seem to be going from strength to strength, whether it's experienced athletes or someone like Indian King on debut.
Yeah, it's often expected that Loughborough seem to take away a lot of the medals, and rightly so. They have a lot of good athletes, student athletes clearly, that tackle studies and training, and it seems to be paying very off for their group.
So the bar will go up to 2:12 in the men's high jump. And we'll keep an eye on that. This is the medal ceremony for the men's 200 metres. So Haslam of Brunel getting the bronze. Harry Taylor. Above the cheeks from him, he did his best. But just behind David Chapman of Leeds Beckett. Well, it's been hard really to pick a performance of the day so far, but this is certainly right up there from Chapman. 3 rounds today, of course.
Yeah, 3 rounds a day, and that's difficult to tackle. Any athlete finds that difficult. But yeah, he came out on top and he's ran very well. Harry Taylor was very confident going through all of the rounds, and that might have been intimidating for David Chapman, but it was really nice to see that that didn't intimidate him, and the medal shows it. Very good for him. All 3 athletes, and another medal for Harry Taylor to add to his roster this year.
So just confirming result here, Jacob Smith of Durham in that men's 800 final, and I think it was always one of the events that I look forward to the most, the men's 800, just because you see everyone queuing up to come past. Wasn't quite the case on this occasion. Henry Jonas of Loughborough and David Race second and third for, as we say, the dominant team from the East Midlands. O'Loughlin, he did really well to challenge for a medal, and I mean, in some ways people don't always think like this, but it is a terrific 4th place, and he was very close, and he'll know that. Well, it's been a great high jump final so far, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been very, very interesting. I believe there's just 2 athletes left to jump. 2:12 the bar now stands at. So Tom Kizzer of Leeds Beckett to go next. He'll really want to secure this first jump to get ahead of Kimani Jack. Oh, but unfortunately just went through the bar there.
Yeah, another athlete for whom, whatever happens, obviously he wants to win the gold medal being there at this late stage, and if he doesn't, it'll be bittersweet, but he's come away with a personal best of 3 centimetres, and he's trying to go for a height. I'm sure he will have attempted this in training, but 6 centimetres higher than his personal best coming in.
Yeah, it's very impressive if he does secure that 2:12 today. Like you say, he'll be very happy coming away with a PB and, of course, a medal. So that's what any athlete looks to in the final. But Kimani Jack now of Birmingham, a very good jump there, well over the bar, and he secures 2:12 at his first attempt.
Kimani Jack looking like he's about to join the women's 1500 metre final there. Just tucks out of that. Well, no, maybe he is. In fact, as you suspected, he's just going over for a bit of coaching advice.
He'll be very close to his PB there of 2:15 if he moves the bar up a bit more. Hopefully that would be great to see if he can also secure a personal best like the Leeds Beckett athlete.
So, on to this final of the women's 1500 metres. So Morgan Squibb of St Mary's in this, Kira Brady-Jones of Loughborough, Hannah Anderson of Edinburgh, Sarah Coots of Leeds, Ty Brockley-Langford of Loughborough, Lizzie Ingram of Bath, Alex Shipley of Oxford, early leader here, Nee Carr of Edinburgh, and Zoe Hunter of Birmingham, who's just mid-pack in the red vest of Birmingham. Morgan Squibb, also one of those on the outside in the blue and white stripes of St Mary's. Shipley, of course, as we discussed, with a few athletes coming in as a bit of a marginal favourite, but personal best 4.5 seconds faster than the rest coming into this competition. She was second indoors last year behind Bethan Morley, who isn't here, so, you know, similar situation to the likes of Jess Hopkins, maybe to the likes of Alex Millard as well. And Shipley, who did the steeplechase outdoors last year, found some real form over that, having not had that much experience going in, but then winning a silver medal in the 2000 chase. So leading just at this stage and trying to control the pace, but also wanting to push it on, is Hannah Anderson of Edinburgh. Anderson, who was second at the Scottish Outdoor Championships last year behind Sarah Calvert. 4:21.75 at best. That was actually set in the heats of the UK Indoor Championships last weekend in Birmingham. Zoe Hunter in third place at the moment, the Northern Under-20 800 outdoor silver medalist last year, 4:32.94 at best. And that was a personal best also this year at the British Milers Club Grand Prix here. With the openers for many indoor seasons, also in the top 8 at BUCS Cross. So still Shipley controlling this pace, coming through with 4 laps to go now. Just trying to eke out a bit of a gap. And we talked so much during the weekend about how athletes have different tactics, and maybe just will have watched on previous finals if they would have got an opportunity to do so as they headed out from the call room. And we've seen the way that Millard eked out the gap and how Jacob Smith did it as well in the women's 3000 and men's 800 respectively. It's deja vu as you were. Shipley of Oxford, after a great silver medal for them that I know has been very well received with those watching on. Miles Weatherseed and others, Ethan McColgan as well, watching on from home. Gap is built though crucially between our top 2 and then Zoe Hunter in third spot with just 400 to go. So Shipley, who has made a big improvement over the last couple of years, because she was 12th outdoors over 1500 as recently as 2022, but has really pushed on. And talking of which, that's what she'll need to do. Climb through the gears, like Smith did a few moments ago, but sticking to her tail is Hannah Anderson of Edinburgh in the dark green. The bell so often a trigger to push on. 3:44.23. These two well clear of Hunter now, who isn't quite challenged for bronze just at this point, but has to try and hold on. Anderson grits her teeth. She knows this is growing now, this advantage for Shipley of Oxford. There's the battle for bronze. Just slipping back now from Hunter for Birmingham. Oh, what a performance! Gold for Oxford and Shipley. And Anderson tried to stick with her, gets silver for her efforts. And Hunter the bronze for Birmingham, but you can see really good pace through that race in terms of how measured it was. And yeah, once again you'd have to say due reward, Alex Shipley, experienced BUCS competitor, and gets the gold medal after going close on a couple of occasions.
Kimani Jack now. The bar is now up to 2:20, I believe. if he does clear this, it would be a significant improvement on his PB of 2:15. Unfortunately, he doesn't clear that first attempt, but 2 more to go. It would be a very impressive PB for him and impressive title.
Yeah, it's the championship record is 2:22. Again, one of the older ones, Ray Bobronitsky of Edinburgh, achieving that height in 2011. But we've had the oldest record in the books, Lisa Zabriskie, from 2005, broken by Alex Millard. Best part of 2 seconds off it in the women's 3000. Medal ceremony, women's shot put, Amy Kennedy, Glasgow bronze, Abby Paulett in silver, and Jess Hopkins of Brunel, who would have really wanted this title. 4 times BUCS shot put medal before today, so make that 5. So she'll try, I'm sure, next to match this achievement outdoors, where she's also a decent discus thrower as well.
We turn our attention once again to the presentation line. The medal ceremony for the women's 200 metres. The bronze medalist, representing Loughborough, Poppy Mann. The silver medalist from the University of England.
So, medal ceremony, women's 200 metres, and described by some of you as the performance of the day, in fact. Brooke Ironside winning the 200 metres ahead of Hannah Longdon, who was the defending champion, and Poppy Malik gets the bronze for Loughborough. So obviously those watching on from an Oxford point of view really enjoying that gold medal for Alex Shipley, the most recent to be won there in the women's 1500 final. Describing it as cool as a cucumber, honest work from the front, too easy for her. Some might say the LeBron James of the 1500.
You can see Jack now on screen preparing for his second attempt at 2:20. He'll be very excited for this jump, but as you can see, remaining cool, calm and collected. You can probably hear the crowd cheering him on. Close clearance for him there. One more attempt to go. Regardless of if he clears this 2:20, he will be your BUCS indoor high jump winner.
Confirmation of the full result of the women's 1500 metre final. Alex Shipley, again, very much deserved for Oxford, beating Hannah Anderson there of Edinburgh, and Zoe Hunter of Birmingham. Birmingham, very strong middle distance university, but again, sharing the gold medals out, and terrific for Oxford. Take a title. Don't see too many Loughborough women's 800 metre winners indoors over the last few years. I've been covering this event, but Indian King, a great victory nonetheless. And what about this for Durham, beating Loughborough's best? David Race and Henry Jonas So terrific for Jacob Smith to become the BUCS champion. I guess the men's 800 is one that's been really shared through the universities over the years. You think of the likes of David Dempsey winning for Sheffield, one of the greatest races I've ever seen here. Jamie Webb, Manchester Met, and indeed later in the colours of Loughborough. Angus Harrington of Cambridge. Well, Tia Anderson, we've got the men's 1500 as the last individual track final to come. Just a chance to consider what have been the performances of the day so far.
I'm not too sure with that one, but I would have to say probably Brooke Ironside's 200 metre record, to take that from the likes of Hayley Mills, who's a very good athlete, very impressive from her. Be nice to see if another championship performance could be broken today.
Yes, as we said, the middle distance ones tend to be some of the toughest of all. It's 3:46.12 from Jonathan Taylor of Teesside from 2010, one of the oldest ones in the book once again. So let's have a look at the lineup here. And another really interesting final, because it pits together again another defending champion in the shape of Tyler Billiard of Birmingham against some of those who'd very much like to take it off him, including Justin Davies, who was a medalist over 800 metres at the UK indoors last weekend. I feel like we've said that a few times, but as a result, I'm really pleased that that doesn't clash with this championships as it has done in some of the last few years anyway. But it gives a chance to really bring recognition and build the narrative across the indoor season, particularly of some of our best athletes. We've also got Henry Fisher in this, of Birmingham City University now, formerly of Birmingham. He won the indoor 800 metre title last year, so stepping up to the 15. On the inside there in the Cambridge blue, you've got Adam Dre, so he was 5th a year ago. So I'm sure he'll have that in mind when he looks to improve, but he's got to squabble in there for space. And that's always the thing, isn't it? Athletes so bunched together as we see here. And we've had some elbows out already today. So Billiard just holding his nerve, and a very narrow lead at this point. Justin Davies quite likes to front run. He's the fastest ranked athlete, 3:42.27, the England senior champion, the silver medalist indoors last year, and outdoor bronze medalist. Jack Patton of Strathclyde, the other near the sharp end that we haven't mentioned. He was 7th at the UK indoors last weekend, personal best of 3:43.34. The England under-23 bronze medalist last year, so very much all to play for. So coming through 800 metres, now with 3 to go. Davies running the long way round for sure, but tall figure there on the outside, happy to hold his position. He's got the space. So too, to be fair, has Henry Fisher, the former Birmingham University teammate of Billiard, now running for BCU. He's crossed the city, out of Edgbaston and into the city centre. Still as you were. Billiard of Birmingham, Patton of Strathclyde, Davis of Bath, Fisher of Birmingham City. Dre responds as Dre, a little further back now, in 4th place. I think that was because Davies was starting to motor. He was using that as a trigger. So hitting the bell, 3:30 on the clock, and suddenly Davies, the favourite to the front, finding space. Back on the inside though is Tyler Billiard. Doesn't want to go too early, but will be wary that Davies is oh so strong down the home straight. Birmingham against Bath. These two clear of Patton and Dre. But Billiard successfully defends his title. 3:55 73 on the clock, but that required nerves of steel. Coming back past on the inside to rudely interrupt the race plan of Justin Davis. Well, haven't seen too many successfully defend their titles, and that was a real test of skill there on the last lap.
Yeah, definitely. You can see they both put it all out on the line there, and it's really interesting to see the longer distances be so close at the end. And like you say, he is one of a few that have successfully defended their titles today.
Yeah, well, so that one was a little bit closer than the 800 in terms of last lap. And waited and waited and were patient. But Billiard stayed at the front, briefly was overtaken, wound up back past and just chatting through the race because Davis did his best to go for gold there, and coming out with silver in the end. Great kicks from the pair of them. Patton does take the bronze for Strathclyde.
So on screen now, as you can see, this is the medal presentation for the 1500 women's final. In third place, Zoe Hunter, representing Birmingham. On the podium now is Hannah Anderson of Edinburgh. A very strong run from her. Battling with Alex Shipley the whole way, but yeah, Alex Shipley is your new BUCS 1500 metre women's champion.
Really big smiles from all three athletes on the podium. And not just because the photographers have asked them to do that. So, we are heading close to the conclusion of these championships. Relay finals to come after this.
Welcome to BUCS Big Wednesday, powered by New Balance.
It's the final play, and look at the celebrations, look at how much it means to Northumbria.
And that is full time here at Nottingham, reigns supreme.
Will take it in for the second Loughborough touchdown.
White will head for the corner, but he won't need to get there. The referee blows the full-time whistle.
If you're doing BUCS, you should be at AmeriCamp next summer.
So the stand pretty full for the conclusion of these championships, with the relays heading your way. Athletes aren't fully out just yet. Confirmation men's 1500 result. Billiard, again another very popular win here. Davis, Patton, Bath and Strathclyde are the medalists in that 1500. And close with Dre actually, Cambridge in 4th place. So very busy here with spectators, and Lee Thompson, World Indoor semi-finalist, has returned to spectate. There's Abby Paula, briefly double medalist here, and quick turnaround for these medalists from the men's 1500. Justin Davis is still out of breath. So Patton, bronze for Strathclyde, Davis, Bath, silver. Tyler Billiard retaining his BUCS title. Well, it's been a terrific day, so much so that don't want it to end really, but in some ways it's also been quite exhausting to watch, just the frantic finishes that we've seen, and also brilliant field events too. Kimani Jack there going for 220 right at the end of the men's high jump. Jess Hopkins getting the title she deserved, and that's really been the theme of the day that we've kind of been repeating in some ways, because as we've continued through it, people who've got silvers and bronzes in the past have now been up at the podium, and I think that, for me, when I look back on these championships, will be one of the most pleasing things. So Alex Millard, Alex Shipley, Jess Hopkins, to name a few people, have really deserved their titles. Jacob Smith as well. So if it isn't deserved through previous medals in the past and previous near misses, it's just that the way that races have been run intelligently as well. How will you look back on these championships, Tia Anderson?
Like you say, I definitely think a lot of the finals today have been very close. They've been very interesting to watch as a spectator, and obviously for the athletes, they go into races expecting it to be difficult. So, and as you can see, there's a lot of PBs, championship best performances. So I definitely think I'll look back on this championship and see how much hard work the athletes have put into their races and throws and jumps.
Just taking a look at the team standings at this point, obviously Loughborough way out in front, but can also see that Birmingham in second place, female and male, and Brunel in third place, both female and male. So very even at this point. Cardiff met, and well, Cardiff met one of those trying to get up into the top 3 overall, and they do take part in both relays, and Brunel are just in the women's relay. So that could be interesting to watch out for. So Cardiff met 11 points in the men's overall standings behind Brunel and top 3 place, and Brunel 14 points behind Birmingham, but Brunel only in 1 relay. And Loughborough 149 points on the men's side, 135 for the women. Oxford in 4th place on the women's side. 2 recent medals there, Shipley and Buckley, so that's really strong from them. Haven't made it through to their relay finals, though fortunately runner pulling up injured. Pretty sure it was in the women's heat yesterday. Well, obviously in qualification for these 4x2 relays we saw a couple of incidents, and well, last year we had a couple of protests, but what do you think will be key really to success in these final relay events?
I think definitely making sure that there are some very clean changeovers is key when it comes to the 4x2, and as you say, there's many incidents when it comes to indoor relays, and especially with it being the last 2 finals of the day, everybody is looking at team standings. It's great for us as spectators, but for the athletes, they will be wanting to get more points for the university, which makes the race more ferocious. So hopefully there isn't many, I don't know, attempts to cut in on athletes and things when it comes to the relays.
Well, we shall wait and see, and it was obviously top 6 outright by time across all heats going through. In this one, we have these teams that have qualified. Nottingham right on the inside, Cardiff from lane 2, Sheffield then alongside them, Cardiff Met in 4, Birmingham in 5, and Loughborough in 6. Well, you kind of feel like the 3 teams on the outside are most likely to do battle here. All packed full of quality, and others hoping for a medal. No disrespect to them, but let's wait and see how things go. Nottingham, Cardiff, Sheffield, Cardiff Met, Birmingham and Loughborough. The final of the women's 4x200 metre relay. Well, as they spring away, I was going to say just how much is at stake and what an opportunity this is. But in trying to take that opportunity, you really don't want a false start, and would really not like to see that for a DQ in the final of the women's 4x2. But didn't really spot anything. We'll wait and see what the officials say. Green card shown. Like, they'll actually have to show the green card from 2 different positions because of how staggered the athletes are. All the way around this steep first bend here at the English Institute of Sport. Nottingham, Cardiff, Sheffield, Cardiff Met, Birmingham and Loughborough. The final of the women's 4x200 relay. So now we get going. There's a roar from the crowd, as you'd expect. And Loughborough on the outside with Harita Badra. Going to be chased down by Birmingham here as they stay in lanes on this first leg. Isabel Skelton with a baton for Birmingham. So handing over now fairly cleanly. And closer and closer to the back of Loughborough go Birmingham. Real battle on for third place. So as you might have thought, Loughborough against Birmingham at the sharp end. Reynolds doing a great job for Sheffield to put them in bronze medal contention. Loughborough piling on the pace. Pretty even gap now between Birmingham and Cardiff Met compared to out front. But really it's growing all the time. This is a brilliant second leg. Orla Brennan might have good speed endurance down this home straight. Maddie Wapples has the baton for Birmingham. Really busy weekend she's had. But what about Emily Newnham out front? Surely she'll just take a little breather here and then wind up again down the home straight to become surely a double gold medalist for Loughborough at these championships. Birmingham silver, Cardiff Met hold on for bronze. And it's one of the fastest times that we've ever seen at these championships. Just a few tenths off the championship record that's been held since 2009, 137.82. Compared 138.22. And, well, Emily Newnham had that 400-metre final some 1 hour and a half ago. Broke the championship record in the women's 400, successfully defended her title, and now has taken Loughborough to a relay gold.
Very impressive from Emily Newnham to come away from her 400 final, like you say, just an hour and a half ago, and show that amazing speed that she has over the 4x200 metres, and to get another gold in such a short space of time is really impressive from her.
Yeah, real depth from Loughborough in that sprint event. On the outside from lane 6, and just held on to that advantage so nicely. Didn't really give Birmingham much of an open door. So that race seemingly going to the form that you'd expected. Of course, we always wait for the result to come through cleanly. We didn't really see anything untoward, but sometimes the eagle-eyed officials will spot something. So you're watching live coverage then with one more race to go at the 2024 BUCS Indoor Athletics Championships. And we've had some great drama today, exactly as we'd hoped. So times showing officially as Loughborough 138.21. Let's have another look at how they did this.
Yeah, as you can see, Emily Newnham had a large lead on Birmingham's Madeline Wapples. Maddie not on screen at the minute, but as you can see, Emily Newnham is storming around that second bend. Wapples, they're trying to close, but as you can see, Loughborough had an amazing lead. There's Emily Newnham there crossing the line to gain her second gold of the championships. Wapples second for Birmingham there.
Confirmation of all of the times of the 6 teams who appeared to get the baton round successfully. Loughborough, Birmingham, Cardiff Met, and then Sheffield, Cardiff and Nottingham in that women's 4x2. So on to this men's final, and I hate to say it, but the men sometimes have a bit more difficulty getting the baton round than the women in this event. That fair to say?
Yes, I suppose that is very fair to say. As you can see, the women got a clean sweep getting the baton round there. We'll love to see that in this men's race, but it's not always guaranteed.
No, certainly isn't. Of course, we did see a couple of teams crash out of the heats. We were watching the finish in the heat, and then Stirling and Strathclyde battled to the line, and baton went spinning out of hand in a curious incident. And then Warwick, of course, having that issue in their heat, tried to rerun this morning, but issue with the changeover, unfortunate in their rerun.
Yeah, you can see on screen now officials telling all of the competitors the rules for this relay final.
Yeah, really important, because as we were talking with David Morgan Harrison earlier, not many opportunities to run a relay, and thereby quite important the specifics, and especially a 4x2 as well. Some people might not have run a 4x2 before.
I think for the likes of 200-metre runners, this is great for them. As outdoors, it's 4x1s and 4x4s, as you know, so it's really nice to have this very specific event for 200-metre runners that don't double up and do 1s and 4s as well, so it's a nice experience for them.
So here we go, let's savour this moment then, with Birmingham on the inside in lane 1. So expect we might see Cameron Bailey, silver medalist this year, gold last year. Sheffield go in lane 2. Cardiff Met from 3. Leeds Beckett, of course, that terrific individual victory for Chapman. And then Brunel, maybe with the biggest strength in depth. Kalala, a finalist. Houslin too, getting the bronze ahead of his teammate Tyler Panton, involved as always. And then Loughborough right on the outside. Harry Taylor was just behind David Chapman in that 200 final. Again, not too long ago, just over an hour between the two. Birmingham, Sheffield, Cardiff Met, Leeds Beckett, Brunel and Loughborough, the final of the men's 4x200 relay. Well, there are eyes all the way round the track. People filming as well. They'll be watching all of these changeovers. They'll be watching feet on the line as well. So much discipline and nerve that is needed. Brunel and Loughborough going strongly on this opening leg as the stagger continues. First changeovers come through. Cardiff Met doing terrifically out of that, making the inside advantage count. Alex Azu. So Cardiff Met, Brunel hot on the heels. Loughborough with Evan Blackman. Leeds Beckett just behind then. And Sheffield and Birmingham with work to do. Look at this pace then, coming through for Brunel, round the outside, Tyler Panton, just looked like a maybe slight misstep for him, holding on to this lead just about. No, Loughborough do come through, heads in hands, screaming at the top of lungs here. Loughborough, Brunel, what a battle this is. Kalala missed out on a medal. He's desperate for gold here. Has to go the long way round. Loughborough still holding on. Brunel try and close, but Loughborough do it. 1:26.42 in a brilliant finish. Look at that. We've got medalists like Jess Hopkins watching on. But
yeah,
that's what we wanted, isn't it? A close battle.
Yeah, it's great to see all athletes looking towards that final event on the track today. You can see the team spirit, and that was fantastic, and it got all of the athletes round in a quick time today.
Yeah, again, one of the fastest times that we will have seen at BUCS indoors over the years. That's 1:26.41, I think, officially. 1:25.19 of Sheffield Hallam 2020 is actually the championship record And yes, some quality teams further back in that race with some real talented athletes like Cam Bailey there. And yeah, maybe for some the turnaround time didn't help, maybe for some running 3 rounds of the 200 metres as well. Proved a difficult task, as well as the relay final. But Loughborough will be very, very happy, of course. They already led the standings by a big margin, and adding gloss to the top of that with those 400 4x2 relay finals, I should say. So Emily Newnham collecting her second gold medal a moment ago on the track, and now she's about to have the first one that she took victory in the individual 400 awarded to her. Raquel Chilnagel of Brunel in third, Rachel McCann of Queen's silver in the 400. But Emily Newnham, again, you'd have to say one of the performances of the weekend, Tia.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. She took back her, well, defeated her own championship best performance in the 400, and then went and led Loughborough to victory during the 4x2. So a great weekend for her. So yes, one of the best performances of the weekend.
Yeah, and you forget sometimes that I guess she is still a hurdler by nature. That is maybe her number one event. Of course, yeah, you can't do that indoors, but fantastic as we see the confirmed result here for the men's relay.
Loughborough did in fact take the win there, 1:26.4 with Brunel in silver position and Cardiff Met in the bronze. They'll all be very happy with that performance. Leeds Beckett taking the 4th position, Birmingham 5th and Sheffield 6th.
It was extremely close there on the line. Luffman just sticking his arm out, and not much in it in terms of time there, as we saw. Well, I guess just a couple of medal presentations to come now, Zoe, as you can see. Things beginning to wrap up. Bags beginning to be packed. In a few words, just sum up how you felt watching these championships and the emotion and the close battles that we've seen.
I think I must feel very inspired looking on at the track and the field today and this weekend as a whole. The athletes have performed to their very best, as you can tell by personal best, championship best performances. Yeah, I'm very, very impressed by the calibre of athletes here this weekend.
Yeah, Tyler Hampton suggesting that he was going for gold and just coming up with the silver there by the finest of margins, as we've said. And the outdoors coming up pretty quickly. There's Jodie Smith just watching on today, the Brunel student, having graduated now, but another who collected so many medals in her time, both in 60 hurdles, long jump, high jump, really talented heptathlete. And it's those sorts of athletes who end up with a lot of praise come the end of it. Abby Paulett on this occasion, the heptathletes and the decathletes, they really do rack up points, don't they?
Yeah, definitely, and especially them doing multi-events over the championship, as the likes of Abby Paulett doing the 60 hurdles, coming away with a championship best, and as well coming away with a medal in the shot put. So it's great to see them all doubling up and trying to do the best in individual events, not just heptathlon or decathlon.
Well, moments to savour, and championships finishes for another year. Sheffield, once again, a great home for us. Lots of pride, medals, championship records, but club records too, and terrific numbers of participation. Don't forget, across all of BUCS Nationals, more than 4,000 competitors from so many different institutions. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage. But until the outdoors, thanks for watching and goodbye.
Welcome to BUCS Big Wednesday, powered by New Balance.
It's the final play, and look at the celebrations, look at how much it means to Northumbria.
And that is full time here at Nottingham, reigns supreme.
Will take it in for the second. Loughborough touchdown.
White will head for the corner, but he won't need to get there. The referee blows the full-time whistle.
If you're doing BUCS, you should be at AmeriCamp next summer.